mismo ng mga ahente sa lapag ng isang warehouse at isinakay sa isang container van at truck at i-deliver sa isa pang bodega na pagmamay-ari ng iba at ipinatanggap sa bodegero na walang kamalay-malay. Ang bodegero ay kinasuhan at ngayon ay nagdurusa sa loob ng bilangguan. Wala din po bang reasonable doubt sa kaso niya? Ang ginawang controlled delivery ay nagpatibay noon sa hearings ng Committee on Dangerous Drugs kung saan mismong ang PIDEA ang nagsalaysay na umano'y inabutan nila ang mga droga sa Hongfei warehouse na nakalabas na sa container at ito'y nasa lapag na. Dinagdag din noon na nagalit pa nga ang Director General ng PIDEA sa mga ginawa ng mga customs personnel sa pangunguna ni Customs Commissioner Faildon sapagkat nagalaw na raw ang ebidensya. Si Mr. Jimmy Guban, isang dating empleyado ng customs na siyang nakadiskubre ng mga droga sa mga tinatawag na magnetic lifters. Siya na nga ang nakapagsumbong at nakadiskubre, siya pa ang nakulong ng 40 years. Inimbestigahan din ito ng Committee on Dangerous Drugs noong 2018. At ako pa rin ang tumatayong chairman noong panahong yon. Hindi po ba may reasonable doubt na sa kaso niya kasi siya nga ang nakadiskubre ng droga? Si Miss Jed Pilapil C., asawa ng sinasabing Chinese drug lord sa Davao City. Sari-saring bintang ang ipinatong sa kanya dahil lamang asawa siya ng isang pinaghihinalaang drug lord na hanggang sa oras na ito ay sinasabing at large o hindi matagpuan. Kinuha sa kanyang tirahan ng walang warrant of arrest at hindi na pinalaya mula noon. Sa pilitang hiniwalay sa kanyang noon ay sanggol na anak. Pinapirma ng waiver sapagkat siya ay kinuha ng walang warrant na nangangahulugang kidnapping at mula nga noong Enero 2005 ay ikinulong na hanggang sa kasalukuyan. Si Mr. Jong Pilapil, kapatid ni Miss Jed Pilapil C., na ilang buwan pa lamang sa Davao City sapagkat pinakiusapan ni Jed na magbantay sa kanilang tindahan. Nasa ibang probinsya, si Jong nang pinagbintangan siyang kasabwat sa illegal na droga doon sa Davao City at mula noon hanggang ngayon ay nakakulong. Ilan lamang sila sa mga nagdurusa na parang mga walang kasalanan. Ang mas mahalagang tanong na dapat sagutin ng mga nag-akusa sa kanila ay ito. Sino-sino ang tunay na may-ari ng mga illegal na droga na ibinibintang ninyo sa mga taong ito? Sino-sino ang nagpalabas ng mga kargamentong ito mula sa Bureau of Customs nang walang masusing inspeksyon? Wala po bang reasonable doubt sa kanilang partisipasyon upang sana ay hindi naman sila nahatulan ng 40 years? Isang tanong ang nabuo sa isipan ng marami nating kababayan. Sa mga bilyong-bilyong halaga ng mga droga, ito bang nakasuhan at nakakulong sa kasalukuyan, mukha bang mga bilyonaryo? Ano ang konklusyon ng inyong mga investigasyon na nagdawit sa kanila? Bakit ang sangkatutak na mga nirekomendang kasuhan ng parehong Committee on Dangerous Drugs at Senate Blue Ribbon Committee tulad sa mga membro o kawani ng Bureau of Customs na nagpadaan sa green lane ng mga kontrabandong ito at doon sa mga nagsagawa ng raid, di umano kasama ang mga PIDEA agents na nag-implement ng controlled delivery? Sila Richard Tan alias Chen, also known as Chen Julong, na siyang may-ari ng warehouse na unang tumanggap ng droga ay hindi kinasuhan at nananatiling malaya. Sa tindi ng inyong investigasyon ay wala kayong natukoy na may-ari ng tone-toneladang droga na ipinuslit sa Bureau of Customs. Sa NBI, na unang nag-imbestiga ng metal cylinders at magnetic lifters, na sa unang mga investigasyon ay dose-dosenang mga akusado ang inyong inimbitahan. Subalit sa dulo, ang sinampahan ninyo lamang ng kaso ay itong mga fall guys na ito. Si dating prosecutor Aristotle Reyes, na di umano matapos sampahan ng kaso ang mga fall guys, ay na-promote bilang isang RTC judge na ngayon ay balitang di umano ay nag-a-apply din bilang isang justice ng Sandigan Bayan, kung ito man po ay totoo. Gusto sana nating makaharap dito si Judge Reyes upang malinawan ang mga bagay na ito, subalit kinakailangan pa natin ng pahintulot ng Korte Suprema dahil sa siya ay isa na pong judge. Isang bagay na kailangan malinawan ay ang mga charges di umano na ginawa ni prosecutor na sinang-ayunan ng Department of Justice under the former Secretary Vitaliano Aguirre. At ito ang mga charges na di umano. Si Fidel Anoche D. na bodeguero ay sinampahan ng kaso. Subalit si Chen Julong o Richard Tan na nagmamayari mismo ng warehouse kung saan dinala ang mga droga ay hindi nakasuhan. Tama po ba? Gusto sana naming malaman ang mga dahilan kung ano at sino-sino ang mga hindi nakasuhan na kasama sa investigasyon na iyon. Hindi din nakasuhan ang mga PIDEA agents for, quote, planting of evidence na kung saan ang mga droga ay dinala doon sa warehouse na yon on the basis of the bungled controlled delivery. Mismong si former Director General Wilkins Villanueva ang naglahad nito sa Committee on Dangerous Drugs sa aming mga pagdinig. Hindi din kinasuhan ang mga tauhan ng customs na nagpalabas ng kargamentong may lamang droga di umano at sa halip ay kinasuhan si Mark Taguba ng conspiracy to import drugs at kung tama ang impormasyon ay facilitating the smuggling of drugs from the Bureau of Customs kung saan wala naman po siyang kontrol. Sino po ba ang tunay na may-ari ng mga drogang ito? Ang mga tunay na nag-angkat o nag-import nito? Ang mga may impluwensya sa mga tauhan ng customs na siyang nagpalabas ng kargamentong ito na walang inspeksyong ginawa. If these people who are now going to spend the good years of their lives in jail are indeed guilty, the investigators should not have stopped with them but should have determined the real culprits. If, however, these people are necessary fall guys in order to cover up for the truth, then we have committed a grave injustice which we are now compelled to rectify. A person's right to life and liberty is God-given. It is not yours or anybody's to trample upon or deny or sacrifice in exchange for a consideration just so the guilty shall remain free. Today, we shall also hear other testimonies of victims of EJK. We shall endeavor to aid in the quest for truth on the cold-blooded murder of General Wesley Barayuga of the PCSO during the time when Colonel Hector Grijaldo, the classmate of Colonel Garma, was the Mandaluyong Chief of Police. We will try to elicit from Colonel Grijaldo some important information pertaining to the murder. These are material information. For instance, why was the name of General Barayuga allegedly added to the list of drug personalities days after his murder? Why was there allegedly no report coming from the Mandaluyong Philippine National Police about the incident? Colonel Grijaldo has to explain this to this committee. Again, maraming salamat po sa inyong attendance and we hope to have a fruitful and productive day and literally a much better New Year sa ating lahat. So magandang umaga at maraming salamat po. The next to deliver his opening remarks is the Chair of the Committee on Human Rights, Congressman Benny Abante. You are recognized.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat, sa ating mga colleagues, sa ating mga resource speakers and witnesses. Salamat po sa inyong pagdalo muli sa Quadcom hearing na ito. Kayo po ay kasama naming mga lingkod ng ating bayan. So again, we gather here in what? In pursuit of truth, justice, and accountability. Kung meron man dito nagsasabi na we're gathered here because of politics, gusto namin humarap siya rito para sabihin sa amin directly. As we open this hearing, let us be reminded of the words of Romans 13:3 and 4. And I would like to read in quote. For rulers are not a terror to good works, but to the evil. Ang rulers po dito ay hindi lamang ang ating political leaders, kundi lahat ng ating law enforcers. Ano po ang gawain natin? We are not a terror to good works, but to the evil. Wilt thou then not be afraid of the power? Do that which is good. Yan po ang command ng Scripture. Do that which is good, and thou shalt have praise of the same. For he is the minister of God to thee for good. Ang bawat opisyal po ng bayan ay tinawag na ministro ng Diyos para sa kabutihan. So ito po ang sinasabi. Do that which is good. This is the standard by which we measure our actions in this quest for justice. This is the challenge to all who hold power, whether in government, law enforcement, or public service. Power must never be abused in order to shield wrongdoers. It must never be wielded to sow fear among the innocent. Power must serve only one purpose: to uphold what is just and to bring evil to account. Yet, time and time again, in the course of these hearings, we have seen the opposite. Those entrusted with the duty to protect have enabled injustice. Those who swore to uphold the law have hidden behind silence. Those called to testify, like former PIDEA Chief Wilkins Villanueva, and I would never question his good record in the Philippine National Police. I admire what he has done. But he has refused to answer the people's questions, forcing us to cite them for contempt. This is not a mere legal matter. It is a moral one. After all, the first laws that were made in the world were based upon a moral code. If we are to serve justice, if we are to save our countrymen from the clutches of extrajudicial killings, illegal drugs, and pogos that have corrupted our institutions, then we must do that which is good. And this begins with the truth. May mga taong pinapasalamatan ang dating administrasyon sa war on drugs. Kine-question kami kung mas maganda ba na ang Pilipinas ay mahulog sa droga kaysa labanan ng droga. Sinabi namin, inulit-ulit namin dito, sinuportahan namin ang dating administrasyon sa war on drugs. Binanggit ko sa ating former president, ang hindi ko lang maintindihan kung bakit kinakailangang pumatay ng more than 30,000 people para mawala ang drugs. Ang question dito ito, nawala ba? Hindi nawala ang drugs. Ganun pa rin. Ang inaakala po namin dito, ay baka naman tinanggal natin ang kompetisyon para ang maiwan na lamang sa drug trade ay yung mga nasa kapangyarihan. Yun ang nais kong sabihin. Oho, ayaw po natin mahulog ang bansa sa droga. Ayaw po natin yan. Pero ayaw din natin na ang buong Pilipinas maging killing fields, na pumatay tayo, na hindi sinusunod ang ating saligang batas. Dito po ay atin nang nakita. Nung tinanong namin, bakit binaril to? Bakit pinatay ito? Sapagkat order po ito ng aming nakakataas. Kahit po ba ang order na nakakataas ay hindi ayon sa saligang batas, susundin ng ating mga law enforcers? Ano po ang sagot ng ating mga ibang law enforcer officials? Hindi po. Dapat sundin ang saligang batas. Ang ating Senador Boto de la Rosa, nung tinanong siya, ayaw naman yung humarap sa amin. Pinapaharap namin para maging malinaw lahat ng bagay. Anong ginagawa niya? Nagpupunta sa media. Kung ano-anong pinagsasabi niya. Sinisipa niya ang mga kapulisan na alam nila ang batas. Hindi nila dapat sundin ang nakakataas sa kanila kung naniniwala sila na hindi ito ayon sa batas. Pero sinunod Di ba? Now, yet, kahit na po sa kanya mga bagay, mga kababayan, I am not without hope. Mga kasama, the Quadcom was not convened to chase imaginary shadows. We are here because lives have been lost, because families have been torn apart, because organized crime operating under the guise of legal businesses has found protection in our own institutions, because a few law enforcers, hindi namin nila lahat, a few law enforcers have chosen to become instruments of terror instead of being ministers of justice. As I've said, hindi kami nawawala ng pag-asa dito. For history and experience tell us that there is always hope in the pursuit of righteousness. Hope that those who were once silent in the face of injustice will now have the courage to speak. Sinabi ko po yan sa Committee on Human Rights na huwag na kayong matakot sapagkat gumagawa na tayo ng paraan upang ma-address ang problemang ito. Pero nais kong sabihin sa ating mga kababayan, marami pa rin naging biktima ng pagpatay ay natatakot tumabas. Bakit natatakot? Yan po ba ang ibig sabihin ng leadership? Manakot tayo ng tao para sumunod sa atin? O maging halimbawa tayo ng tamang panunungkulan para ang tao at ang bayan ay sumunod sa atin? Hope that those complicit in wrongdoing will find the resolve to make things right. Hope that we, as lawmakers and public servants, will not allow fear or convenience to dictate the course of justice. To those who come before this committee, to those who still hesitate, to those who are reluctant and afraid to speak the truth, do that which is good. Not for us, not for politics, but for your countrymen who have suffered in silence. For the time for evasion has passed. The time for justice is now. Let these hearings be evidence of our commitment and proof of our resolve. We seek not vengeance, only truth. We wield this power not for personal gain, but for our people. And we will not stop until the evildoers who have plagued our country are unmasked, until justice is restored, and until righteousness prevails. Ano man ang pananakot na ginagawa sa amin. So may God guide us in the days ahead. Maraming salamat po at manigong bagong taon sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. The next to deliver his opening remarks is the Chair of the Committee on Public Accounts, Congressman Joseph Caraps Paduano. You are
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. Chairman. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, as expected from this representation, talagang mahaba po yung opening remarks ulit ni Chairman Abante. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, if Andy started with regards to some issues that was already also raised against this representation and of course against this committee. But for the interest of time, Mr. Chairman, and for the expedient of discussing important matters in today's hearing, I'll just, if the chairman will allow, the lead chairman will allow, I'll just have my manifestation on the latter part of this hearing or the closing part of this hearing. Dahil after this, Mr. Chairman, may mga admin matters pa tayo na that has to be discussed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Paduano. The next to deliver his opening remarks is the Chair of the Committee on Public Order and Safety, Congressman Don Fernandez. You are
Mr. Chair,
recognized.
I will not deliver any opening remarks, so we can start right away. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you for that manifestation, Congressman Fernandez. Before we proceed, let me acknowledge the presence of our honorable members, Honorable Faustino Ino D, Honorable Jefferson Konghun, and Honorable Franz Castro. Okay, so the chair would like to recognize Congressman Bordado for his short manifestation. You have 2 minutes, Congressman Bordado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I wish to echo the voices of countless families whose loved ones fell victim to the tragic consequences of the previous administration's war on drugs. These innocent lives, taken without due process, cry out for justice. Justice that this august chamber has seriously considered by adopting the House Quad Committee's report on extrajudicial killings. Mr. Chairman, as highlighted in the Quadcom's findings, the war on drugs not only disregarded the sanctity of human life, but also trampled on our people's fundamental rights. The evidence presented, including testimonies, legislative gaps, and even admissions from former officials, paints a grim picture of a systematic policy of violence and impunity. And as pointed out by our chairman himself, Congressman Ace Barbers, and I quote, former President Rodrigo Duterte's war on drugs was a catastrophic failure, and it corrupted the Philippine National Police, promoted impunity, and led to widespread human rights abuses, unquote. Mr. Chairman, the report's recommendations to pursue charges against or under Republic Act 9851, the Philippine Act on Crimes against International Humanitarian Law, genocide, and other crimes against humanity are critical steps towards accountability, and naming those involved signals our commitment to upholding the rule of law. Mr. Chairman, this is not simply a matter of looking back at a dark chapter in our history. It is about ensuring that no administration, present or future, will ever again exploit the powers of government to wage a war that disregards due process, human dignity, and the rule of law. I support the legislative proposals outlined in the Quadcom report, the classification of extrajudicial killings as heinous crimes, the prohibition of Philippine offshore gaming operators which have been linked to illegal drugs and money laundering, strengthening mechanisms for civil forfeiture of unlawfully acquired properties, and establishing the Philippine National Police Internal Affairs as an independent and autonomous agency. Mr. Chairman, justice must not be delayed any longer. These reforms, coupled with the pursuit of accountability, are necessary steps restoring trust in our institution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Bordado, for the manifestation. For the conduct of a orderly hearing for today, we have two topics that we will discuss. The first topic for this morning is the topic on the illegal drugs. And then later this afternoon, we will proceed with the topic on the extrajudicial killings. So the resource persons for these topics are present and have been aware of the procedure in this committee hearing. So before we continue with the interpellations of the members to be propounded to the resource persons, let me acknowledge first Congressman Paduano for some admin matters. Congressman Paduano, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, good morning, everyone. Mr. Chairman, we haven't received a copy of the excuse letter coming from former DOJ Secretary, Attorney Vitaliano Aguirre, with regards to the invitation sent to him, and he sent an excuse letter dated January 20, just today. And but of course, he has a commitment through his letter, and I hope all the members of this honorable committee has a copy of this, that he committed that he will be present in the next hearing. Short notice now, at the same time, my commitment siya with regards to some cases that he's handling today. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that we will issue an invitation for Attorney Vitaliano Aguirre on the next hearing, scheduled hearing.
Comsec, please take note of the order of the committee with respect to the invitation to be sent to former Justice Secretary Vit Aguirre.
Next, Mr. Chairman, we received a copy of the excuse letter coming from Police Colonel Marvin Marcos Jr. Stating that he is now an official leave, and attached herewith are the official permission for Major Police Colonel Marvin Marcos for his leave of absence, Mr. Chairman, and signed by Police Colonel Renato Lizardo, Chief Admin in Resource Management Division. So with that, Mr. Chairman, once again, we'll just send an invitation for Police Colonel Marcos for the next hearing, Mr. Chairman. So move.
Please take note of the request of Congressman Paduano, Comsec.
Next, Mr. Chairman, is the excuse letter sent by the lawyers of retired Police Colonel Garma and the person of Attorney Kilang and Attorney Kumigad, who is invited to this hearing to testify with regards to the statement being made by former Police Colonel Grijaldo. And for the record, Mr. Chairman, we have also an affidavit coming from the two lawyers with regards to what really transpired during the meeting with Grijaldo and our co-chair, Chairman Abante and Chairman Dan Fernandez. So I will just use this affidavit, Mr. Chairman, the later part when we discuss the issue about the Gradil statement in the Senate, Mr. Chairman. Now, we have also received an excuse letter coming from Commissioner Joel Anthony Viado of the Bureau of Immigration, and he has sent a representative, siguro nandito naman yung taga-BI. At the same time, all the documents that was requested to them to submit to this committee is already submitted, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, I presume that the representative from the BI can answer the query that will be raised by the members of this committee. Now, Mr. Chairman, just for the information of the members of this committee, we have received a copy of the motion for certiorari with injunction by Police Colonel Grijaldo to the Supreme Court, and we have received a copy not from the Supreme Court, but of course from Police Colonel Grijaldo through his lawyer, Attorney J.P. Mercado. And he has not sent, Mr. Chairman, he has not, for the record, Mr. Chairman, Police Colonel Grijaldo never asked for a motion for reconsideration to this committee, Mr. Chairman. So just for the information of this honorable committee. And we will discuss later, siguro, pag nandito na po si Colonel Grijaldo with regards to the motion for reconsideration, at the same time for possible violation if he will not be attending in today's hearing, Mr. Chairman. Now, and lastly, Mr. Chairman, we have received a copy of the omnibus motion coming from former PDEA. Yeah, motion for this reconsideration coming from former PDEA Chief Mr. Wilkins Villanueva. Makapal po. This is a 16 pages motion, and I will just take this opportunity, Mr. Chairman, that we have, the COMSEC has informed me that we have a quorum in today's, in this hearing. And I hope we will discuss this motion by General Wilkins Villanueva, Mr. Chairman. Now, and I do believe that the members of this committee has all had a copy of that motion for reconsideration of former PDEA Chief Wilkins Villanueva. Now, Mr. Chairman, just to get the gist of the motion for reconsideration, first and foremost, Mr. Chairman, I would like to, of course, to salute, General Wilkins, former General Wilkins, for respecting the contempt order that was issued to you last hearing, for presenting yourself, to this committee and to the House. And with that, I salute you, former General Wilkins Villanueva. Now, to discuss, Mr. Chairman, just a few discussions with regards to the motion for the reconsideration. First, on the first paragraph, Mr. Chairman, in his motion, Mr. Chairman, former PDEA Chief Villanueva cited the following arguments. Number one, first, that he has been very cooperative to the committee as he attended all the hearings and voluntarily answered all the queries. That's number one. And second is that he did not refuse to answer a relevant inquiry. Now, Mr. Chairman, on the first basis for this motion, the question of attending in 4 hearings, is not part of the motion for contempt that was issued to General Wilkins, because the motion for contempt that was issued to General Wilkins is in violation of Section 11, Paragraph C, with regards to refusal to or evasive to answer relevant questions that was being raised by the members of this committee. And he never violated our Section 11, Paragraph A, yung refusal to attend the hearings without legal excuse. So the first defense is not consistent or in question, with regards to the contempt order. Now, As to the second argument, we'll discuss, Mr. Chairman, as to the second argument, because in the second argument, he quoted a portion of the decision of the Supreme Court in the case of Lincoln Ong versus the Senate, GR number 256401, dated March 28, 2023. Now, Mr. Chairman, the committee deemed it necessary to consider in toto the motion submitted as part of our commitment and constitutional functions. However, qualifications must first be made as to the application of the Supreme Court decisions in the case at hand. Now, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wilkins cannot bank in arguments blindly on the aforementioned jurisprudence. Clearly, the circumstances surrounding Ong versus Senate will not squarely apply in the case of the contempt order for former PDEA Chief Villanueva. In the said case, Mr. Chairman, the court invalidated the contempt order by the Senate because of the denial of the due process when the Senate failed to give Ong the opportunity to explain why his testimony is not false and evasive. Now, and for the record, Mr. Chairman, former General Wilkins is present in 4 hearings, and he was given a due process and the time to explain. And paulit-ulit po, well, in fact, during the hearing, last hearing, before this representation moved to cite him in contempt, I warned him about his evasive answer to the question that was raised by Chairman Acop and, of course, Congressman SDS Dong Gonzales during the time, Mr. Chairman. Now, Mr. Chairman, I will not discuss anymore, Mr. Chairman, no, the other facts with regards to Lincoln Ong versus Senate, in which, sabi ko na nga, the decision of the Supreme Court will not apply in the case of General Wilkins Villanueva. Now, he's also quoting about the Senate versus Sumita. And once again, Mr. Chairman, the Senate versus Sumita case with regards to Secretary Neri is all about invoking the executive privilege that was invoked during the time. And it was the Supreme Court decision favored the motion of the former then Executive Secretary Mita because they invoke executive privilege. And in this case, quoting some portion of that decision of the Supreme Court is not, once again, cannot be applied in the case of General Wilkins Villanueva. Now, Mr. Chairman, to end, Mr. Chairman, but on the, let me just quote the last part of the motion of General Wilkins. Now, on page 14, paragraph 20, ito lang po, the movant regrets the misunderstanding may have arisen due to the long hours of hearing and the numerous topics discussed during the Quadcom hearing, and undertakes to continuously and voluntarily participate in the proceedings. Paragraph 21, Mr. Chairman, therefore, the movant appeals to the sound discretion of the Quadcom and humbly and respectfully ask that the Honorable Quadcom consider the totality of the circumstances and lift its contempt order against the movant. So, ang pag-intindi ko po, Mr. Chairman, the movant commitments that during today's hearing and the next hearing, he will cooperate and will answer the queries truthfully, no, that is being addressed to him. And again, Mr. Chairman, and for the record, and once again, I really appreciate this motion for reconsideration of General Wilkins. Attached here with, Mr. Chairman, the verification and certification against Shopping Forum. Unlike in the case of Colonel Grijaldo and some other guest resource person that was cited in contempt, instead of filing a motion for reconsideration in this committee and the House, they filed it in the Supreme Court for the refutes. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, with that, Mr. Chairman, I will not discuss anymore with regards to the statement on paragraph 20, because we have to validate it because General Wilkins, you have quoted some, ito pa nga eh, yung mga kinote mo dito na conversation in this hearing, ano ba to? Saan na to galing? Yung transcript. Yung interpretation to you and the answers coming from you and the questions of the members of this committee, quoting Chairman Acop, me, and the other members of this committee. Saan ba to galing? Sorry, please use the microphone.
Sa YouTube yan, Mr.
Sa
Chair,
YouTube.
pinanood namin nung nireview ko ulit yung
Okay.
whole.
Sige, anyway, pagdating mamaya sa inyo, i-validate po natin, no? Yung question about it. But what is important, Mr. Chairman, that sabi ko na nga, personally, I really appreciate, no? Yung naging gesture ni General Wilkins in filing this motion for consideration, at the same time presenting to this committee, and of course to the SAA. He is present during his detention, Mr. Chairman. So with that, Mr. Chairman, since we have a quorum, and I already asked some members kanina, with that, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully move that to lift the motion that we have cited in contempt for Mr. Wilkins Villanueva. So, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, there is a motion to lift the contempt order imposed on General Wilkins Villanueva by this committee, duly seconded. Are there any objections? Amendments? Nothing. The motion is approved. Comsec, please inform the Sergeant at Arms and our LSB that the contempt order has been lifted. So we will now proceed with the interpellation of the members to our resource persons. The first on the list, in this list, is Congresswoman Jinky Luistro. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the permission of the Chair, Mark Taguba. During the previous hearings, you made mention about various parties which have participation generally in the shipment of goods, and if I may include, in some cases, in the evolution of this you call TARA system, which allows the shipment to avail of the green lane. Some of the parties which you mentioned includes the shipper, the consignee, the custom broker, and even a command center. Do you confirm this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I wish to manifest that the alleged TARA system, which allows the shipment to be exempted from examination, both with respect to the documents and with respect to the physical examination, enable the proliferation not only of misdeclaration, but even of non-declaration. Mr. Chair, it is clear that with misdeclaration and non-declaration, the Philippine government is losing huge amount of revenue. And worse, Mr. Chair, during the interpellation, not only of Mr. Taguba, but even of Mr. Guban, the members ask, since when this TARA system and this green lane have been happening? I recall that they responded with, since time immemorial. I cannot help but imagine how much losses the government has incurred already because of this TARA system, which has been happening in the Bureau of Customs, as they say, since time immemorial. Mr. Chair, with that, this humble representation feels that the government's sovereign power is violated not only because of the losses it incurred, but even because of the laws which were violated. By analogy, Mr. Chair, this is synonymous to double jeopardy. Nalugi na ang gobyerno, winalang bahala pa ang batas ng Pilipinas. This is very alarming, Mr. Chair. And this prompts this representation to go back to the basic, to the fundamental system of the Bureau of Customs. And with that, I wish to direct my next questions to the representatives of the BOC. Please walk us through. Pakikwento po sa sambayanang Pilipino how the shipment, how the importation works, considering the tariff system and the color-coded lane, which has been shared to us by our resource persons. Mr. Chair, may I ask our former commissioner, Commissioner Faeldon, Commissioner Faeldon, can we start with the import clearance certificate? What is this document and what agency issues the same?
Your Honor, I would like to go to the broader answer to the questions that I will concur with Taguba and that there is Tara since immemorial. I think,
Mr. Chair, with all due respect to Commissioner Faeldon, but this representation wished to examine the system which is happening in the Bureau of Customs step by step as to how the shipment process goes without necessarily connecting the same to the cases where Mr. Guban and Mr. Taguba were made involved with. So, ang tanong po dito, Commissioner Faeldon, is the system that we practice in general sa Bureau of Customs, and considering that for a certain period of time, kayo po'y umupo bilang head of the agency, I wish to believe that you have the knowledge about the basic system, the fundamentals which are supposed to be followed or perhaps being followed in the Bureau of Customs. Let's start with the import clearance certificate. Ano po ito, Commissioner? At ano pong ahensya ang nag-i-issue nito?
we have the Accreditation Management Office. It's popular known as the AMO. This is the office that accredits all importers. You cannot import anything if you have no accreditation, certification from that office. So during my time, we have 12,000 combined importers and brokers. And in 6 months, I delisted 4,000 of these because we have found out that they're lacking of the requirements. Some are found to be erring. So that's the first thing I did as far as trying to control these importers. So that is where the accreditation come from the Accreditation Management Officer. They're the ones who vet those applicants for accreditation so that they can do their importation. Your Honor.
Commissioner, can you please state again the name of the office which takes care of the import accreditation process?
Accreditation Management Office. Sila po yung nagpo-proseso, nagve-vet ng accreditation ng gusto maging importer. Accredited importers and brokers.
Will you confirm that if I have intention to import goods, the first step should be to apply an import accreditation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Without that accreditation, I cannot import goods into the country.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You made mention about 12,000 accredited importers, which later on you deleted the 4,000s because they are remiss with respect to certain requirements. Question po, Commissioner, ano po ba yung requirements natin for purposes of importers accreditation?
You have to specify in your application what specific goods you're going to import. You have to show certificate from the bank that you have deposited a specific amount that makes you capable of importing that goods. You have a verified office that can accommodate the transactions of your importation, business permits, and so the usual permits that the government issues when you establish a business, Your Honor.
For me to be able to inform this office, Commissioner Faeldon, mayroon po ba kayong pinoprovide na form where I should fill in the goods I intend to import?
Yes, Your Honor, we have the packing list that you're supposed to submit to the customs list of those goods that you're supposed to bringing into the country.
Commissioner, we're still on the process of importers accreditation.
Yes, Your Honor. There's different codes of every commodities.
But this is not yet packing list, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This is international codes. All countries have the same codes of different goods. So we
Balikan po natin, Commissioner, yung goods. Ano pong form yung ginagamit sa BOC in describing the goods for the purpose of applying for importers accreditation?
I cannot remember the codes. There are thousands of codes, sir, representing specific goods, sir. But
But the form is provided by the BOC.
yes, ma'am. It's
And-
also in the website. It's publicly accessible in the website of BOCs.
Is
And you
it
can-
is it correct to say that in the form there are codes that you mentioned? The
Yes, ma'am.
applicant is supposed to select which code corresponds to the goods
you
he
intend to
intended
import?
to import.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. With respect to bank documents, Commissioner Faeldon, what specific document do you require?
During my time, it is the certificate of deposit because there are certain goods that require a specific percentage of amount that you have in the bank so that you can import that specific commodity. So these are the small nitty-gritties that the Accreditation Management Office has to verify before they will approve their accreditation, Your Honor.
Sir, would it be correct to say that the amount required per certificate of deposit depends on the goods to be imported?
Yes, Your Honor. If you intend to import just few items of commodities, you are not going to be required to deposit large amount of money. So it's going to be the specific percentage vis-a-vis the intended commodity to be imported. I am no longer particular about it, Your Honor, but it can be verified, Your Honor.
How about with respect to the office? What particular document do you require?
There's a list of the requirements issued by the Accreditation Management Office. These are publicly accessible in the website. So you have to go to customs and present all these documents. These are the prerequisite requirements and you'll be interviewed. And I assume the office has to be verified and all the other documents that is listed, that is submitted by the applicant, Your Honor.
You mentioned that you verify the office address of the applicant. Is that correct?
That's supposed to be some of the requirements because some of the 4,000 we delisted, when we verified those addresses, it's actually non-existing addresses. That's why we delisted them. So there are so many importers and brokers who do that. So when we try to vet the airing and the fly-by-nights, we found out that 4,000 at least were airing. That's why we delisted them. That's during my time, Your Honor.
In other words, Commissioner Faeldon, by practice, you did the verification of the office address. Reason why you were able to discover this 4,000, which accreditation you deleted already.
We tried our best to clean the list, Your Honor.
You also mentioned about business permit, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So it discloses the company name and even the company owner. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And would you agree with me if I would say, with the bank certificate, with the office verification, and with the business permit, the BOC has ample information about all the importers into the country?
That's the assumption, Your Honor.
What do you mean by assumption?
If all those documents are truthful, that's why they have to personally verify.
What we're talking about here, with respect to the actual practice and system and not with respect to assumption, Commissioner Faeldon. So I suppose that all the information that you're giving before this committee were practiced at least during your time as Commissioner of BOC. Tama po ba?
Ma'am.
In other words, during your time, Commissioner Faeldon, all importers' information are within the safekeeping of the BOC, considering the ample requirements that you are requiring initially for purposes only of importers accreditation.
The newly accredited importers during my time, I specifically instructed the chief of the accreditation management office to be very stringent, not stringent, but to be very careful about accrediting, because at that time we were delisting more than 4,000. So we do not want to replace them with another airing importers and brokers, Your Honor.
In all fairness to you, Commissioner Faeldon, because you were the one who deleted this 4,000 because they are not compliant with your requirements and your rules, it is the humble submission of this representation that having applied that system, then you have all the necessary information about the importers accredited by the BOC. That is a manifestation. With respect to the documents which you are requiring from the applicants for importation or importers accreditation, question Commissioner Faeldon. Alam nyo ang pangalan ng importer? Of course.
Hindi po. It's the company that's listed, not all the time the owner, ma'am. So we cannot really say that we know the owners of the importers, but the
So
names.
it depends. If the importer is an individual,
Yes, ma'am.
you will know the identity of the person.
The AMO office may know, Your Honor.
Okay. But if the importer is a company, then at least you have the name of the corporation. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And for you to know the owners of this corporation, I wish to believe that you required also the articles of incorporation and the GIS of this corporation who applied for importers accreditation. Tama po ba yon?
Yes, Your Honor, the usual business requirement.
That's actually what we do kapag ka ang applicant ay corporation. Normally, even for purposes of business permit, ang kasunod po nating hinihingi is articles of incorporation along with the general information sheet. Do you agree with that, Commissioner Faeldon?
Yes, Your Honor.
O balikan ko po yung first question ko. You have the means to know kung sinong importer, whether he's an individual or a corporation, considering the documents that you are requiring during the importer's accreditation process.
Verifying the documents in the office, I think the customs has the means to do
Yes.
that. But
Yes.
going actually to check on the offices, that is where the customs lack the capability to personnel verify some 12,000 offices nationwide.
But at least you were able to delete 4,000 up to out of the 12,000 accredited importers, because you said earlier, because of verification process, you found out that this 4,000 are not compliant with the requirements. Some do not have the necessary office address. Tama po ba yun, Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am. And some of those who were delisted were frequent violators of import laws. So I check in the database who are the importers and brokers who have violated some importation laws in the past, and I immediately included them on the list to be delisted in our accreditation, Your Honor. So that's another parameter why we delisted them, Your Honor.
Either kulang ang requirements or nagkaroon ng previous violation.
Yes, Your Honor. And of the 4,000, not one of them went to court and contest their delisting of their company in the
No one
accredited.
attempted to question why they were
I cannot
deleted.
I cannot remember even one of them who went to court and question their delisting from the accredited, Your
Sir,
Honor.
balikan ko po yung documents na nire-require nyo during importers accreditation process. With those documents, you can determine also the address of the importer, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
With those documents, you can determine also the contact details of the importer, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And with those documents also, you can determine also what type of business does the importer conduct.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you can also determine the affiliations of this importer.
Outrightly, I suppose the AMO should be doing a due diligence, AMO office, in checking the affiliations of this, or this applicant has been previously delisted, a company under his name or her name has been previously delisted. Those are the assumptions that the AMO office has to do due diligence in checking those circumstances, Your Honor.
And with those documents, sir, definitely we can determine also the nationality of the importer.
Of course, because
Yes.
there should
In
be a
conclusion,
nationality
sir,
written under the SEC or DTI registration, Your Honor.
In conclusion, Mr. Faeldon, if I am an importer, generally speaking, it is very difficult to hide basic and important information from the Bureau of Customs. Do you agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. I wish to direct my next question still to the BOC. Commissioner Faeldon, are you aware of this shipment number MCLU 61881?
I'd like to request Your Honor to please refresh my memory. I cannot remember that now.
MCLU 61881 pertains to the 6.4 billion smuggling of shabu, equivalent to 604 kilos of shabu, in which case Mark Taguba was convicted for smuggling of shabu by the regional trial court. That is MCLU 61881. Kanina po, Commissioner, you said, you admitted with the documents which are being required during importer's accreditation, walang kayang itagong information ang importer sa inyo. Now, the question is, sino po ang importer nitong 6.4 billion na shabu?
Hindi ko na po matandaan, ma'am, kung sino po yung importer niyan. That importation has been a subject of a long court litigation.
I understand, Commissioner, but this is an incident which really shook the BOC, especially during your term. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, ma'am. If I may.
And of course, the first question that you wish to be answered, considering na may nakapasok na 6.4 billion na shabu, sino ang nagpasok nito sa Pilipinas? I want to refresh your memory, Commissioner Faeldon. Walang makakapag-import without the importer's accreditation. You likewise said, what with the ample requirements which are being required from the importer, walang kayang itagong information ang importer from the Bureau of Customs. Now, we are talking about this specific shipment that pertains to 6.4 billion of shabu, which shook the Bureau of Customs and even your leadership of the BOC when this shabu was apprehended in the Valenzuela warehouse. Question, Commissioner. This is something na hindi mo dapat nakakalimutan. Sino po ang importer nito?
I would like to be given time to check on who's the specific importer of that shabu, ma'am. But the sequence of that apprehension, I can relate to this court,
If
Your
I
Honor.
may interrupt, Commissioner Faeldon, would you agree with me if I would say that as head of the BOC, nalusutan ka ng 6.4 billion na shabu, nakapasok sa bansa, that is equivalent to 604 kilos. Di ba? The first question that will pop up in your mind, sino ang nagpasok nito? Because you are answerable during that time, at least being the head of the Bureau of Customs. I find it strange that an incident as big as this during the time ay makakalimutan nyo po. This is something na hindi nyo dapat makalimutan because it casted doubt to your
Your Honor,
leadership as head of the BOC.
Ang alam kong nag-import, sila Taguba. But I want to be corrected if hindi po sila ang nag-import niyan. Nagparating sa bansa. Yung importer mismo, in the packing list, because this is, ma'am, if I be given just 1 minute to explain this, so that you are correct, ma'am, the nation has to know the truth about this. You may agree or disagree with me, ma'am, but please give me a chance to. Because this has been tackled by the nation in 2017. This importation, ma'am, the existence of a possible shabu that came into the country was relayed to us by Chinese customs. I received the information 10 o'clock in the evening. By 2 a.m. following day, that's just 4 hours, nahanap na po namin kung naasen siya. So that's why I beg to disagree that nakalusot po sa amin. Hinanap ko po, ma'am, because I was given the information that there's a shabu, possible shipment of shabu na galing sa China. And the information was given to us. So I give instruction to the intelligence division. I give them the information and they look for it. So that is how this shabu came in. At nahanap po namin, ma'am, not a single kilo went to the streets. I think yung sinasabing nalusutan, yes, I take the responsibility since 2017. But if you read the Customs Modernization and Tariff Act, there's a clear delineation of the tasking of the commissioner and the customs collector. And in that law, it's very specific that only the collector has the right to release shipments. So of the 38 ports, it is impossible for the commissioner to check every shipment. That's why it is delineated to them by the law. The verification and authority to release all those shipments does not rely on the commissioner anymore. It is now on the individual port collectors. So, but when I received the information that there is a possible importation of shabu that passed through customs, it took us 4 hours to locate that, ma'am. And I want to take that as something that I did good, contrary to the perception that I let it go. I did not let it go, Your Honor.
Commissioner Faeldon, let me complete the context of my question. When this representation made use of the term nalusutan, nahuli niyo yung shabu, pero hindi niyo nahuli yung importer. And today, I am asking you, sino ang importer? You cannot even say an information which is supposed to be highly important because of the huge amount of prohibited drugs which were apprehended by you. Hindi ho ba quite strange yan na hindi nyo matandaan or perhaps you did not bother to check sino po ang importer nito? For me, Commissioner Faeldon, it is not enough that you apprehended the shabu. You should have arrested the people responsible for the shipment of shabu as well. Kung parehas nyo pong nahuli, yung shabu at yung tao, you might be correct. Hindi po kayo nalusutan. Pero nahuli nyo yung shabu, hindi nyo nahuli yung tao, I hope, with all due respect, you will understand why I use the terminology na lusutan ang BOC.
Yes, Your Honor.
So let me go back to my question, Commissioner Faeldon. Would you like to-
Mr. Chair, in the indulgence of Congressman Luis Tro, hindi yata sinagot ni Commissioner Faeldon kung sino yung importer. Please tell us kung sino yung importer.
I will tell you immediately after I get the name, Your Honor. I do not want to be saying person here na hindi pala siya. I want to make sure that siya po yun, sir. I am asking someone to...
Then you do not
Have it
even know
verified
right
to me.
now? You're not even sure right now? Ba, pambihira naman buhay ito. You should be sure right now. Kung nakahuli kayo ng ganyan, hindi nyo alam kung sino yung importer?
Sir, gusto ko lang sana ma-verify talaga, sir. Kasi
Well, you
I
better
cannot
tell us
remember
later
the
on who.
specific name anymore, sir. So,
Because look you'll be accountable to this. Nakahuli kayo ng shabu, inamin mo. Pero hindi mo alam kung sino yung importer.
sir, within the day, within this hearing, I will name kung sino po yun, ma'am. I just want to make sure that
Thank you, Mr.
I will
Chair.
get
Thank
the correct
you,
name. Your
Congresswoman
Honors.
Luis Ro.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
if
please
I may
proceed.
continue. Sir, medyo naputol po tayo dun sa importers accreditation. Let me continue that line, Commissioner Faeldon. Kung meron na pong importers accreditation, then the importer can actually start facilitating the process. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what importation documents need to be submitted this time to the Bureau of Customs?
There's a packing list that's supposed to enumerate the items and the quantities of these commodities to be imported from other countries.
Aside from the packing list, sir, ano pong documents pa ang dapat isubmit sa BOC? This is the importation proper already. The importer already secured the accreditation. So, mag-i-import na siya. What documents need to be submitted to the BOC? You mentioned about the packing list. What else, Commissioner?
The specific term, ma'am, I cannot mention it, but these are the invoices of these commodities from the corporation or from the manufacturer you get these commodities. This is to attest that the amount you specify there is correct. Dito po yung invoice from the manufacturers where these commodities will be coming from, Your Honor.
The packing list contains the description and the quantity of the goods, correct? While the commercial invoice contains the value.
The
Of the
value,
goods.
ma'am, because this is where the tariff will be computed once these commodities arrive in the country.
And
Your
when
Honor.
you say tariff, it means importation tax.
Yes, Your Honor.
Does it include bill of lading, Commissioner?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano po bang nilalaman naman itong bill of lading in the interest of the Filipino people?
Until you physically open the commodities in their packaging, it is very hard to assume that these are exactly the same as it is stated in those documents, Your Honor.
Yes, but with respect to the document bill of lading itself, what do we see from the bill of lading?
The shipment where these commodities will be coming in.
Can you please cite the information we see from the bill of lading?
Yung mga anong barko siya nakasakay, what are the containers, so that this can be tracked.
Containers, reference number?
Yes, sir. Meron tayo. Ma'am, meron yang, these are international numbers that can be tracked by all customs agencies in the world. Kaya po meron number itong mga containers na to.
Pag sinabi niyo po bang tracking number, ito po bang binanggit ko kanina about the 6.4 billion shabu, MCLU 600, 1881, ito po ba yung international tracking number?
Yes, ma'am. That's why our Chinese counterpart gave us that number, and we were able to trace where that truck was delivered.
You are saying that the information, the source of your information is your Chinese counterpart.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So what other informations can we get from the bill of lading, sir? We have the international tracking number. I suppose we can see from the bill of lading the name of the shipper, the
Yes,
name
ma'am.
of the importer.
The date that's supposed to the arrival of these
How about
commodities in the
the
country.
country of origin,
Exactly, ma'am. It's part
country
of
of
it.
destination,
Yes, ma'am.
the port of unloading,
Yes, ma'am.
the consignee,
Yes, ma'am.
and the shipping line.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we determine through the bill of lading also the people facilitating the shipment here in the Philippines, apart from the importer, like for example, custom broker?
The brokers. Pardon me, but I am not real particular if it's the brokerage is part of that, or it's a different transaction that a broker
So you are
will-
not certain. You are not certain. If
Yes,
the
ma'am. I'm not
broker's
very sure
name
whether
is
it's the
indicated
broker is
also.
included there. I'm not sure, ma'am.
Saan po ginagamit, sir, yung special certificate or permit? This is among the documents which are being submitted to BOC. Saan po ba ginagamit to? Saan goods ito applicable? Or what kind of importation requires special certificates or permit?
I think some government importation,
For example po,
the importation of some government requirements that does not require payment of tariff, they may have different and special importation permit, Your Honor.
can we cite as example firearms and ammunitions if the Philippine government, for example, is importing some?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano po yung special permit na tinutukoy doon?
The specifics of the permit, I cannot,
And that permit is issued by the Philippine government?
they have to get, there's so many government agencies that they have to pass through. there's an approval from the Philippine National Police, from the finance. When you get this special permit, it's a multi government agencies that approves that permit, and Customs Commissioner is not part of those who will approve it. It's secretary levels and multi government agencies, Your Honor.
Halimbawa po, mag-import ako ng luxury vehicles. May special permit po bang kailangan doon?
I would like to report back to you, ma'am, if importation of luxury is required to have a special permit. But second-hand luxury, not allowed, definitely, is except when there's specific, I don't know if there's specific law that allows importation of second-hand or slightly used luxury. But I would like to revert back to you, ma'am, if importation of luxuries requires special permit, Your Honor.
How about if I will be importing high-end branded garments or bags? Special permit required din po ba?
I think the brand owner has to have a certificate that this specific, let's say, Hermes, are we talking about? Yes. They have to certify that these are genuine.
So the certification being referred to here is issued by the company of the high-end brand.
Yes, ma'am, because if this brand came into the country without those certification, they are subject to apprehension, Your Honor.
I have this information that among the importation documents also is the classification of goods. Do you confirm this?
Yes, Your Honor.
And among the classification of goods, kasama po dyan yung general merchandise.
Yes, ma'am. Diyan yung general merchandise po, yun yung medyo magulo kasi there's so many commodities that's classified general merchandise. So diyan po tayo nagkakaroon ng maraming problema sa ating peer.
Can you please enlighten us, Commissioner? Ano po ba yung problemang na-generate nitong classification na general merchandise?
Mag-import ng, let's say, mga non-branded sapatos, mga damit, pero hahaluan na yan ng kung ano-ano na high-end commodity or prohibited commodities. Usually, dun sa general merchandise, tayo nagkakaroon ng problema. So, pinapasok na nila dun yung mga kontrabando. So, hindi siya nakalista dun sa packing list nila. Talagang dun sa general merchandise, yun po yung madalas maabuso nung importer. And the brokers, sometimes the brokers, they really don't care kung ano yung laman ng containers. So, yan po yung nagkaroon tayo ng, that's where the corruption and so many other problems come into play, yung sa general merchandise. Your
Commissioner, I will go back to you. Mr. Taguba, I remember during your previous testimony, you made mention of general merchandise in relation to TARA system. Can you enlighten us on this?
Your Honor, yung general merchandise po, iba-iba po kasing may-ari nun. So,
Iba-iba ang may-ari.
Opo. Yung isang container, pwedeng may footwear, pwedeng may kitchenware. So, iba-iba. Hindi naman siya kontrabando, pero hindi siya dinedeclare kasi mahaba eh. Pag i-declare mo siya, ang may-ari ng container, ay yung may-ari ng produkto, sobrang dami ng laman ng isang container. Eh. So hahaba yung ililist mong items. So ang ginagawa, pag general merchandise, pipili na lang ng ilan na papayagan naman ng BOC. So yun na lang i-declare.
In other words, mayroong nakalista, mayroong hindi.
Yes. General description po.
And for some whose intention really is to engage in importation of contraband, sinasadya nila na gamiting classification yung general merchandise para mailusot those which are prohibited.
Magagamit po siya sa...
Like
ganun
shabu.
din. Pwede po.
Yun bang 6.4 billion, if you still remember, Mr. Taguba, Was it classified also as general merchandise?
Pwede ko po bang i-clarify muna yung sinabi ni Commissioner Faildon?
Yes.
Kung okay lang po.
Commissioner Faeldon, let me continue with the process, please. Once all these documents for importation are submitted to BOC, ano po bang sunod na gagawin? Let us say that the importation are already loaded in the cargo vessel, in the process of being shipped to the Philippines. What should be the next step?
Excuse me, Congresswoman Luistro, I believe your question earlier about the system that you asked Mr. Taguba, I think he's ready to
give the answer.
give the answer to you. Before we ask another opinion from Commissioner Faildon. So,
Your
please
Honor.
proceed.
Your Honor, nasa akin na yung pangalan ng importer. So I would like to say it now. Yung tinanong nyo kanina, Your Honor, kung sino yung nag-import.
Okay, sige, ganito muna. You hold on to your horses, Mark. Let us listen first to Commissioner Faildon. Sige, Commissioner.
Yung importer po, ma'am, is a company na EMT Trading.
EMT Trading.
Yes, ma'am. And yung registered owner ay si Irene May Tatad. Nakakulong po yata ito ngayon, Your Honor. I would like Mr. Taguba to correct me if I'm wrong because I think siya yung I think he knows it.
Okay,
so
sige.
kung mali yung aking sinabi, I would
So, ang consignee dun sa importation na yon ay EMT Trading. Tama,
yes,
Commissioner?
Your Honor.
Okay.
The registered owner is Irene May Tatad. I'm sure Mr. Taguba may clarify this if this is wrong or not.
O, sige.
Your Honors, thank
Okay.
you.
So, earlier, si Congresswoman Luistro asked a question to Mr. Taguba with regards to the sistema, no? Yung sistema, paano dinideclare ang goods kung lang laman ay kontrabando. Sige, please continue.
Yes po, Your Honor. Pero po ang tanong po ni Anpon ay kung yung ba ay may shabu doon galing sa container na yon. Naalala ko po kasi sinabi lang kanina ni former Commissioner Faildon na merong information from China. So, meron pong nag-testify sa court, taga BOC, si Rainier Ragos po. Ang tinestify po niya sa court is yung warehouse po, kung saan po yung natagpuan yung shabu. Wala pong container na nakalagay doon sa text message na yun.
Excuse me, Mark. Anong ibig mong sabihin? Yung may-ari ng warehouse, ang consignee?
Ay, yung sa shabu po na yung sinasabi po niyang information from China.
So, an information was shared to Commissioner Faildon, no, by your counterpart from China. And the information was, merong shabu ang warehouse.
Yun po ang information. Pero ang sabi po kasi kanina ni former Commissioner Faildon, merong container number na binigay. Pero doon po sa korte na nag-testify po itong si Rainier Ragos, wala pong container number kasi text message po yun. Warehouse lang po.
Mr. Chair, I wish to
Please
be
proceed.
clarified. Mark, yun bang nahuli sa warehouse, container ba yun or yung metallic cylinder lang?
Yun po, metallic cylinder lang po.
Wala na yung container.
Wala na po, ito po yung timeline po niya. Na-deliver yung container May 24, nagka-raid na siya May 26 na siya.
In other words, the other merchandise inside this MCLU 600 1881 were delivered actually to their respective owners. And it was the metallic cylinder only which was discovered in the warehouse in Valenzuela.
Pero pwede ko rin pong sabihin na pwedeng hindi doon ang galing yung metal cylinder dahil hindi naman nakita yung unloading. Pag tinignan niyo po yung logbook nila, may mga ibang container na na-deliver doon. So, sa tingin ko, na ituro lang yung container na yun, meron din akong text message no, na galing kay Kenneth Dong na nung araw na yun mismo, nangihingi siya ng dokumento nung container number na MCLU 600-1881. Tinanong ko siya kung bakit, pero hindi na siya nag-reply. Ako naman, dahil parang wala naman sa akin yon, binigay ko na lang. Ang duda ko kasi, yun yung naging dahilan kaya naituro yung container na yun eh. Siguro kung hindi ako nagbigay ng dokumento na yun nung time na yun, baka hindi yun yung naiturong container.
Would you know the reason why Kenneth Dong was asking for the documents of that particular container?
Si Kenneth Dong po kasi middleman lang po siya. So ang may-ari po kasi ng warehouse is si Richard Tan. Pero hindi kilala ni Kenneth Dong si Richard Tan, si Manny Lee lang. So may middleman pa uli. Kung hindi po ako nagkakamali, nag-hearing na po sa Senate ito noon, nang hingi ng dokumento si Manny Lee sa kanya. Ito, itong MCLU 600-1881. So siya naman, hiningi rin niya sa akin, parang ano lang. Tapos binigay ko sa kanya, binigay niya kay Manny Lee, ayun siguro nakarating kay Richard Tan, yun ay naituro na container. So, hindi ko, ano lang po ito parang assumption ko lang po, theory ko lang po. Kasi wala namang container na natagpuan doon eh, mga cylinder lang po.
Was this container ever discovered during that time? Kung nasan itong container na to?
Ano po eh, wala na po yung container doon eh, nung 2 araw na nakakalipas eh. So, ang nakita na lang doon is yung mga metal cylinder na may nakalagay nga doon na na papel, yung Fidel Anoche D. Yun na yung pinagbasehan nila.
But do you confirm that that container, the shipment inside that container was classified as general merchandise?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi per your narration, kapag general merchandise, maraming may-ari, various types of goods. But I wish to emphasize what you said, na pwede yung metallic cylinder ay hindi naman ang galing dun sa container na iyon. Kasi wala ng container na nakita sa loob ng warehouse.
Wala po, hindi po.
If that is the case, Mr. Taguba, what therefore was the basis why you were made accountable for the metallic cylinder when there is no proof that that is one of the contents of that container?
Yun po. Yung packing list naman, kailanman di ko nakita tong packing list na ito eh.
Does the packing list mentions about metallic cylinder?
Wala po. Yung sinasabi kong packing list, yung ANHI packing list, hindi po siya official document. Kailanman di ko siya nakita. Hindi siya sinabit sa BOC. Ang nakakaalam lang nito is si Manny Lee, sila Richard Tan, na yun, di umano, merong metal cylinder.
And I remember you also testified before na you have a packing list with a stamp of the BOC, and another packing list was produced during the hearing in the court without the stamp of the BOC, and that was the one which was appreciated by the court.
Yun po yung nangyari.
Do you still have with you the packing list with the stamp of the BOC?
Ano na lang po, Xerox copy na lang po.
But it still bear the stamp of the BOC?
Yes po. Inano naman siya, verify po siya ng BOC na si Dennis Maniego na ito ay totoong dokumento. So, kahit wala yung original copy kasi sinasubmit syempre sa BOC, kahit Xerox copy lang siya, pinatunayan naman na totoo ito. At gusto ko lang din iklaro yung AFTA. So, ito po yung isang special permit din po ito hindi naman permit, kumbaga, para makabawas sa tax. So, ASEAN-China Free Trade Agreement, hindi po ako nagkakamali, yun po ay may tatak po ng Quarantine Bureau ng China na in-inspect po siya. At gusto ko lang din sabihin na katulad din sa Pilipinas, hindi lahat ng container ini-inspect. So, swerte rin siya at na-inspect siya. So, dapat talaga yung korte, nung in-assess niya, dapat pinanigan niya yung aming dokumento kaysa dun sa informal
What do you
packing list
mean
na
when
yan.
you said swerte siya, na-inspect siya?
Hindi po lahat ng container na i-inspect. Ganon din po. Hindi ganon talaga. Sobrang daming container. So siya, na-inspect siya. Meron siya tatak ng Quarantine Bureau. Pinatunayan sa korte na totoo yun. Sa
You're
kasamaang-
referring to this MCU 1881?
Yes. Your Honor.
Okay. And then?
Sa kasamaang palad, ang pinanigan ng korte is yung unhigh packing list, na informal packing list na hindi naman sinabmit sa Bureau of Customs. So yun, hanggang ngayon, inilalaban namin yun. Nag-motion for reconsideration kami with motion to inhibit.
So you anchored one of the arguments where you anchored your motion for reconsideration is the non-appreciation of the packing list with the stamp of the BOC.
Yes. Pinaka
Okay.
number 1 po.
Mr. Chair, may I continue?
You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Commissioner Faeldon, I recall there's such a thing as declaration of goods with the BOC. Ano po ito, Commissioner?
In paper, I think the declaration of goods is the packing documents where you specify there what are these commodities you're importing and the quantity of each commodity that you'll be importing.
I'm sorry, sir, but based on my research, this is different from the packing list. So what distinguishes a good declaration from a packing list? Based on my information, ito daw pong good declaration na ito ay isinasubmit sa BOC within certain number of days before the arrival of the shipment.
I would like to ask help from the expert if what's the difference between the two, Your Honor.
I see. And based on your knowledge, Commissioner Faeldon, ano bang purpose nitong good declaration?
Well, in the term itself, that is to give a truthful declaration of what is the importation you're bringing, what is these goods you're importing to the country. I think that's the purpose.
Perhaps it describes also the type of goods and the quantity and
Exactly,
the value.
That's why my assumption is this is the packing list, because that is where the specific type of good quantity is being declared.
Tama po bang sabihin, Commissioner Faeldon, na on the basis of this declaration of goods, the BOC is able to determine whether it will go through the yellow lane, the green lane, or the red lane? Does this good declaration has something to do with the lane where the shipment will go through?
Yes, ma'am. There's an office in the customs that does the vetting of those declaration of good. It is our risk management office. Once all those documents were submitted to the customs, they will start to run that into our system, whether this importation will pass through the physical inspection upon arrival in our ports, or X-ray, or will go to the fast lanes. So it's another office that does the vetting of those actual importation. Our office is called Risk Management Office, Your Honor.
Let me go back to Mr. Taguba. Is it on this stage that the process or the system in the BOC is being manipulated by the TARA system?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
And which office is responsible to determine under which lane the shipment must go through?
Yung mga ano po ba yan? Mga yellow lane, red lane, green lane. RMO po ata.
Anong tawag po sa opisina?
RMO.
Ano pong ibig sabihin ng opisina na yon?
Risk Management Office. Kung di po ako nagkakamali.
So this is the same risk management office that was mentioned by Commissioner Faeldon. Mr. Chair, considering the vital information, I believe, which can be shared by the RMO with respect to the alleged manipulation of this yellow lane, green lane, red lane in relation to the TARA system, I humbly move that we invite for our next hearing the head of the Risk Management Office of the BOC.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Okay, there is a motion to invite the risk management officer of the BOC, the head. Duly seconded. Any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved.
Mr. Taguba, kung ako mag-i-import ng firearms and ammunition, but I will be enrolling myself in the TARA system, alleged by you. So mapupunta ako sa green lane, exempted ako from document inspection, exempted ako from physical examination, malulusot ko ang firearms and ammunitions without knowledge at all of the BOC.
Well, unang-una, hindi po ako papayag na magpasok ng ganyan.
That is only an assumption. That is a hypothetical question.
Pero yes po, Your Honor.
Yes, because you said the reason why you enrolled yourself to what you allege as Davao Group is to be able to avail of this TARA system, which as described by Mr. Guban, has been existing in BOC since time immemorial. And the significance of this TARA system, kapag nag-green lane ka, exempted ka sa document inspection, exempted ka din sa physical examination. Do you confirm that?
Yes, sir. Pwede ko po bang dagdagan yun? Hindi naman po, katulad po ng sinabi niya, time immemorial po, nandiyan na po yung TARA. Hindi po naman namin ginusto na pasukin yung TARA system na yan. Kaya naman ginagawa yan, siyempre yung mga negosyante, kung makakabawas ka ng babayaran, gagawin mo. Lalo na kung itong mga nagko-consult,
For some, yes.
ito pong
But for
nagpapakonsolidate.
some, there is intention really to bring in contraband. Yung iba ang gusto magtipid lang. Pero yung iba, chances are, the intention really is to bring in prohibited items. Would you agree
Yes.
with me?
Yes, Your Honor. Pero katulad po ng sinabi ko, paano naman yung mga maliliit na nagnenegosyo? Kung yung kalaban nila na nagnenegosyo din, dumadaan sa TARA system, sila naman hindi. Paano nila maibibenta yung mga produkto nila na hindi nila kayang tapatan yung presyo ng mga taong yun?
That is just a portion of a bigger perspective, Mr. Taguba. I am more alarmed about the national security of the country considering the manipulation of the entry of goods inside the country. For the information of the Filipino people, based on the previous testimony of our resource persons, kapag enrolled ka sa TARA system, you avail of the green lane, exempted ka sa document inspection, exempted ka sa physical examination. Kung nasa yellow lane ka, exempted ka sa document exemption, inspection, pero hindi ka exempted sa physical examination. Is that correct?
Yes po.
At
Yes, Your
kapag
Honor.
red lane ka, subject ka both to document inspection and to physical examination.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay.
Chair, Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang malaman kung sino yung naglagay ng mga ganung lane. Yung ba ay due course ng customs o sino ang naglagay nun? Yung red lane, green lane,
BOC na po makakasagot po niyan.
ang BOC na mga kugot nun.
Hindi ko po alam.
Okay, Commissioner Paildon, ano po yung sinasabi ni Mr. Taguba na red lane, green lane? Ano po yun?
Those classifications, hindi lang po yan peculiar sa Pilipinas. Annually, there's a annual Director General's Conference of all customs chiefs in the world. And these are the best practices that has been agreed upon to do. When I assume, matagal na po siya doon.
Ibig sabihin, you confirm na merong ganong classification.
Yes, sir, but I would like to disagree on some of the requirements stated by one of our speaker here that when you pay TARA, nasa green lane ka. I would like to disabuse that because there's stringent requirements before you go there. Most of these corporations that are there, these are international corporations who have proven their honesty in importing commodities. You cannot be importer today and be at the green lane tomorrow.
So,
I
Commissioner Paildon, you affirm, you confirm that there is a TARA system.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe
There
in
is,
that.
oo.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you believe that to be legal.
Pakiuli, sir, di ko na...
Do you believe that to be legal?
It's
The
criminal.
TARA system is legal.
It's criminal, Your Honor.
It is illegal.
Yes, Your Honor.
Illegal yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
But you know that there is.
Of course, Your
And
I
you
know,
did
Your
not
Honor.
do anything to stop it.
I did a lot, sir, Your Honor.
What did you do to stop the TARA system?
Ang una-una,
During
sir,
your time.
yes, sir. In my small time, there a little over 1 year. In my first week of stint, I requested all the importers and brokers and appeal to them because I agree with your honors that this is since immemorial and we've been losing maybe trillions already. Because wala nagbabayad eh. Si Mr. Tagupa sinasabi niya gusto makabawas eh. Ang samang pakinggan eh. Kasi ginugulangan mo na kagad yung bansa eh. Gusto mong kumita, so bawasan mo na kagad yung tariff na babayaran mo. Talagang hindi pwede yan. So I appealed to them. Then after 2 months, unang meeting namin, these are thousands of brokers and importers. I appealed to them na maawa naman kayo sa bansa natin. Yung binabayad yung buwis, para sa atin yan. The second is dun sa trade center. I think more than 2,000 attended. Pero ganun pa rin, sir eh. Talagang embedded. Marami talagang importers and brokers na gustong kumita. So I started vetting kung sino itong mga airing. That's why we came up with that 4,000 na dinlist namin. Nagalit sila sa akin, of course, but lahat tayo, sir, naglilingkod sa bayan. So, sinasabi nga niya, gusto makabawas. Yes, makabawas sila sa kanilang binabayaran, pero yung taong bayan yung nalulugi dyan. So, I think, as far as they are concerned, hindi nila ako nagusto kasi 4,000 nga tinanggal ko sa listahan nila eh. So, those are the process na ginawa ko, Your Honor. Talaga pong...
Commissioner, ang sinabi ni Mark Taguba, gusto nilang makabawas, kaya sila ay nagpupunta roon sa classification ng lanes. Tama ba ako, Mr. Taguba?
Pwede ko po bang sagutin yung sinabi?
Go ahead. Sige po.
Ah,
Sagutin niyo.
yung sinasabing makabawas, unang-una, hindi namin gusto magtara. Yan naman hindi papansinin yung dokumento mo.
Paki-explain muna sa amin, ano ba yung TARA system para sa kaalaman ng taong bayan? Ano ba talaga ang TARA system sa Bureau of Customs? Lagay ba yan? O ano ba yan?
Lagay po, grease money po ito, Tara.
So, ibig sabihin, the TARA system is grease money. Nabanggit nga po ni Commissioner Paeldon, Mr. Chair, na ang TARA system is illegal, di ba? O, tama rin ang sinabi ni Mark Taguba na ito ay grease money o lagay. Ano?
Yes po.
Gaano kataas ang lagay sa isang TARA?
Maabot po ng 10,000 kung di po ako nagkakamali
Per container?
per container. Depende po sa opisina. Pero-
Anong gusto mong ipaliwanag kanina?
Gusto ko lang ipaliwanag na sinasabi niya na yung mga nagpaparating ng mga produkto nila gusto makabawas kaya nagtatara. Unang-una, hindi nila kailangan magbigay ng tara kung maayos yung BOC. Kung inaasikaso yung mga papel at hindi kailangan magbigay ng buwis para lang asikasuhin ka, walang magbibigay ng tara. So, sabi nga ni Jimmy Guban dito, time immemorial, nandiyan dyan na yan. So, dapat ang ano dyan is yung tara, kung wala yan, yun yung pinaka-problema eh. Hindi kailangan ng mga nagpaparating ng mga produkto na may tara. Kaya sila nagtara kasi yung mga kakumpetensya nila, mas mababa yung binabayarang buwis. Paano ka makikipagkompetensya sa kanila kung mas mababa yung buwis nila?
O Commissioner Peldon, kanina nabanggit mo na nababawasan yung ibinibigay sa bayan, no? Eh, itong tara, hindi naman sa bayan nabibigay ito sa bulsa eh. Di ba?
Yes, Your
Sa
Honor.
bulsa na ibibigay yan eh.
Yes,
So,
Your
paano
Honor.
may papaliwanag mo sa amin ngayon na nababawasan yung ibinibigay na dapat na ibigay sa bayan natin?
Tama po kayo, sir. That's why yung first meeting ko sa kanila, this is exactly how I appealed to them. Kung meron kayong alam na erring BOC officer na tumatanggap ng tara, ay pwede nyo bang ireklamo, pumunta kayo sa opisina namin at ibigay nyo sa amin yung pangalan. Sir,
Wala
after
bang-
6 months,
Wala bang sinabi sa iyo, meron ka pa salita, Commissioner? Wala pang binanggit sa iyo mga pangalan ng panahon mo? Wala ba?
sir, nag-appeal ako for 6 months. Of the 12,000 importers and brokers, kahit
Wala.
isa sa kanila, walang nagsabi na mayroon tumatanggap ng tara. So that is our problem. No one is willing among them to complain kung sino yung taga-BOC na tumatanggap.
Ibig sabihin, natatakot po sila magsalita pag wala kayo natatanggap na report. Nakakapagtaka po naman, Commissioner Peldon, pakituruan niyo po ako na hindi niyo po alam kung sino yan, samantalang kayo pong commissioner.
Your Honor, ang hirap pong mag-akusa ka na wala kang ebidensya. That's why sinasabi ko, tama po, I believe na may tara. That's why in my first 6 months, I appeal to them. Please go to our office and let us know
Hindi
kung sino
talaga-
po itong
meron ka
tumatanggap
salita,
ng tara.
Hindi talaga maalis ang korupsyon. Pag ganyan.
I would like
Ngayon,
to ask also,
Sino po yung ating ano ngayon? Commissioner La Peña, kayo po ngayon ng ano? Sino ang ating ano ngayon? Sino ang ating BOC ngayon?
Mr. Chair,
Sige po.
I just want
Yes.
to manifest that I
Yes.
am yielding whatever time is remaining for me to Chairman Abante as I need to move to my other committee for a hearing.
So you're yielding your time to
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I am soliciting the
Because the,
permission of the chairman to leave this
because
committee
the
hearing.
interjection was so long. That's the reason why. Okay, thank you so much, Congresswoman Jinky Luistro. You can proceed.
Mr. Chair, that was not
Co-chair.
actually interjection. It was actually Commissioner
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Luistro
Mr. Chair,
has already
this one is very
Yes.
short, really. This one is very short, just to wind up.
Okay, Congresswoman Jinky Luistro, you are recognized.
About the manipulation of the yellow lane, the green lane, and the red lane. Yung sinasabi po ni Mark Taguba, gusto makabawas, gusto makatipid. That is in as far as the revenue generation perspective of the government is concerned. But I wish to invite the attention of the committee to a bigger perspective. Ang pinag-uusapan po natin dito is not only misdeclaration, but even non-declaration. Paano kung may magpasok ng bomba? Paano kung may magpasok ng mga firearms and ammunitions without the necessary declaration? And what if the consignee, the end user of this importation, are terrorist group? I hope we appreciate the possibility na baka hindi lang po income ng gobyerno ang nawawala. Baka hindi lamang po batas ang nava-violate. Mr. Chair, I lament that with that existing system as alleged by our resource persons, we are compromising already even the national security of our country. That is a manifestation, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
thank you so much. And with that as well, kasi medyo meron lang ako itatanong sa mga naging commissioner ng BOC. Kasi pag may mga nakakalusot sa atin, katulad ng binabanggit ni Mark Taguba, ay nag-i-issue tayo ng di ba? Minsan hinahabol natin yan, di ba? Nag-i-issue tayo ng parang letter of authority para doon po sa mga illegal goods na nire-raid natin sa mga warehouses. Is this a correct assumption? Kay Mr. La Peña and Mr. Paldon, you can answer both.
Yes, sir. The commissioner is granted by the new law, Customs Modernization and Tariff Act of 2016, to issue search warrant as far as imported commodities are concerned. So
Yes.
the customs can issue search warrants and confiscate smuggled commodities.
Yeah,
Your Honor.
okay. So, may mga ini-issue tayong letter of authority. Tapos, kapag nakita natin na yun nasa mga warehouses na yon are illegal goods, nag-i-issue tayo ng warrant to seize and to destroy. Ganun ba ginagawa ng Bureau?
You can confiscate the commodity outrightly, Your Honor. And depending on the type of commodity, let's say in my time, sir, if I may, the importation of fake cigarette seals that were actually used for local manufacturers in their cigarettes is one of the powers of the customs to seize and confiscate commodities.
So-
Those are just ones of the
So yung mga confiscated na mga goods, yung mga illegal goods na nako-confiscate because of the warrant that are being issued by the BOC, how can we be sure of na hindi yung po bumabalik sa market, na lahat ng mga goods na nako-confiscate ay napapapunta po doon muli sa BOC, or ito po ay talagang dinidestroy? What are the parameters being undertaken by the Bureau para yung kinonduct po nating raid through the letter of authority on raiding that warehouse where the illegal goods are being kept? Anong assurance ng taong bayan na hindi po ito bumabalik doon sa black market, kumbaga, sa mga suki buyer na pinalusot? Kasi usually, di ba, katulad nung sinasabi natin sa mga illegal drugs na yan, di ba, minsan hindi naman talaga sinusunog lahat yung hindi naman dinidestroy lahat, di ba? So what are the parameters?
the disposal of some commodities, the authority to dispose it or how to proceed after the confiscation is no longer under the authority of the commissioner. It goes to the secretary level, and
Secretary of
of finance. That's where the BOC is under. So for like perishable items, talagang let's say sibuyas, nabulok na yan doon sa pier, pinoprocess pa yung disposal niyan. So there's specific parameters of how these commodities are being disposed of. But for the recyclable, let's say for the cigarette, hindi mo yan basta-basta lang itapon kasi yung shelf life time niyan is mahaba. So even the highest government meron siyang power to address how these confiscated commodities are to be disposed of.
Mr.
So
Chair,
Hindi lang talaga commissioner lang, Your Honor.
So, dito sa mga raids that are being or were being conducted noon before, meron na bang naging successful yung mga kinasuhan natin? Kasi in the first place, dapat, di ba, kung nag-grade tayo, tapos na-confiscate natin yung mga illegal goods sa isang warehouse. So, dahil nga, nandun siya sa warehouse, illegal goods siya, meron na bang nakasuhan sa BOC? Because nakalusot eh. Lumabas eh. Nakarating sa warehouse eh. And we have numerusa, marami tayo.
Tara system. Nung pang isa eh. Pero hanggat pinag-uusapan natin yan, at hindi natin talaga natutukoy yan para hihinto yan, eh wala rin kwenta ito pinag-uusapan natin. So gusto kong kausapin yung pagkatapos ng Commissioner Peldon, si Commissioner La Peña, di ba? So Commissioner La Peña, nung panahon mo, meron pa rin Tara system.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman. Yes, there was. In fact, before I assumed as the Commissioner of Customs,
Pakitapit po yung microphone.
before I assumed as the Commissioner of the Bureau of Customs, I heard the privilege speech of Senator Ping Lacson. And the TARA system was mentioned by him, which is existing in the Bureau of Customs.
Sino po ito? Sino po?
Senator Lacson, Your Honor.
Now, I'd like to know, Commissioner La Peña and Commissioner Peldon, that the TARA system, if it continues, it is a big loss to the revenues of this government. Am I right?
That's right, Your Honor.
So, ano mo, what happened in your own turf?
Yeah, in my time, what I did was, of course, that's one basis ng aking action, plan of action in the Bureau of Customs. But among others, I met the Association of Importers and talked to them kung ano ba yung mga problema nila. And that is one of those mentioned. But among those, aside from that, the other problem is the slow facilitation or the slow processing of the papers. In fact, it's because of the slow processing of the papers that the importer go to those people who processes this their documents, and their goods or their when it is delayed, there is a penalty, which is called yung dimurahe, which is 10,000 per day. Ang dimurahe niyan, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. That's why yung mga importers talagang bumibigay, even without asking. The TARA system actually is a facilitation fee, na kung nagbigay ka, aalalayan yung iyong goods. That's why what I did as a solution is after talking with all concerned, number one is I acted on the AMO, Accreditation Management Office, because that is the first place where corruption happens.
Pero Commissioner Peña, nung panahon ninyo, andun pa rin yung classification ng red lane, ng green lane, andun pa rin.
There was, Your Honor.
But you did not do anything to remove it, did you?
Well, actually, Your Honor, is necessary. The green lane has to be resorted to, because kung hindi mo isi-segregate yung mga cleared na, mahaba yung pila ng mga container van na yan, container truck. Magkakaroon ng ng traffic in the process. That's why
So what's the difference between the red lane and the green lane?
the green lane is cleared already, Your Honor. The red lane, these are the one that is subjected to a more strict scrutiny, passing through the X-ray.
Tama po yung sinabi ni Mark Taguba na pag nasa green lane ka, hindi na binubuksan yung container, hindi na masyadong ina-examine yan. Yan ay talagang diretsyo na, ganun po ba?
That's right, Your Honor.
Therefore, talagang hindi mawawala ang korupsyon, Mr. La Peña, because of that. Am I right?
Yeah, yes, Honor. But there are ways how to address that situation. And as I have said, we have to talk with the personnel, customs personnel, to move faster, to act faster on the papers of the importers. And I have a study, a plan, actually, which I have started already, the automation of customs. And if we automate, that will reduce the processing of papers, Your Honor, and that will address the corruption, actually, that has been prevailing in the Bureau of Customs. And there will be less human factor or human intervention. I saw those automated customs in the Kota Kinabalu customs facilities. You cannot see brokers in that area, but the container vans passes through na walang intervention, but they are subjected to X-rays. So it is you can collect more revenues. Siguro yung if we will go automated, the cost of automation is bak isang taon lang yan, mababawi na yung X-ray machine na yan, o yung automation, I mean. So I last hearing, Your Honor, when I was here, I mentioned about the automation in the Bureau of Customs, because I feel very strongly that will be the solution dito sa problema sa Bureau of Customs.
The Commissioner, both of you, no? The digitalization of the agency, like the Bureau of Customs, was started during the time of President Ramos. I'd like to find out from you, what happened to the digitalization of the agency? Because, as you have said, that is one way to curb corruption, to digitalize the Bureau of Customs. We were talking with the Bureau of Internal Revenue chairman today, and he told me that that is one way to curb corruption. Digitalize mo ang agency ng ating pamahalaan. So, ano po ang ginawa ninyo? Uunahin ko si Commissioner Peldon. What have you done as far as digitalizing the Bureau of Customs?
During my time, sir, there is, in fact, in the previous administration, there was an allocation of 400 million pesos to computerize customs. But it was subject to court litigation. So it was never implemented during my time because the 400...
Commissioner, because there are some people there in customs who are actually against it. So they can continue the corruption. Am I right?
It can be assumed that way, sir.
Not only assume that way, Commissioner Peldon. It is true. Di ba? That's the reason why merong court case dyan, napatagal yung digitalization dyan. Hanggang ngayon, Commissioner De Peña, how many percent of the Bureau of Customs are actually digitalized
Well,
during your time?
yeah, in my time, Your Honor, the offices are have computers, are computerized. But I am referring to the computerization of the importation process, Your Honor. And as I've said, we have started the planning of this computerization of the Bureau of Customs. Although, well, I was not able to finish it because I was transferred to TESDA. I became the Director General of TESDA. But just the same, that project was being piloted or operational tested, Your Honor, but it did not push through anymore. I agree with you that maybe within the customs do not like the computerization, the automation. That's why it should come from the national government, from the, for example, from the custom, from the Congress, and let it happen. Let the automation be done, completed, and implemented in Bureau of Customs. 1 year only that can be yung cost ng automation will be mababawi na yon sa revenue na
Mr. Chair, perhaps one of the bills that the Quadcom could be able to look into is the bill to actually digitalize agencies in government that are very much involved, especially in the issue of corruption, Mr. Chair. Pero itong si Mr. Taguba, ikaw ba ay nung pa sa time ni Commissioner La Peña o kay Commissioner Peldon lamang?
Kay Commissioner Peldon lang.
Okay. So, let me ask you, no, in the truest sense of the word. Now, you tell me, sapagkat Commissioner Peldon, you have admitted that you were not actually in control of everything. Ibig sabihin, yung pag-release ng mga containers is not up to you anymore. So, director na lang, di ba?
The law specifically said that that's the role of the collectors in the 38 ports nationwide.
Or, hindi mo na alam yun.
The details of those packing lists, because in one port alone, there are 2,500 containers coming daily. So talagang napakarami. That's why the new law delineate the role of the commissioner and the collectors nationwide. Because commissioner cannot go to that 38 ports and inspect those
What does the custom police do? Do you have enough policemen in the customs branch that are actually looking into it? Hindi ba sila ang dapat managot diyan?
I think just like the other government agencies, we lack manpower as far as the customs police is concerned. Of the 30 ports, I think the manpower to do that is not enough to really seal the borders as far as importation of contraband is concerned, Your Honor.
Chair, I'd like to make a request or a motion that we also invite the director of the customs police to shed light in this corruption, Mr. Chair.
Yes, okay. COMSEC, you're directed to send the invitation to the head of the customs police in the next scheduled committee hearing.
CIS.
So before we
Mr.
proceed, let
Chairman,
me
yes,
acknowledge the
me.
presence
Sir.
of
Chairman,
yes.
CIIS ba yan?
Customs police is different from CIIS, correct?
Iba ba yung CIIS
Magkaiba yan.
sa custom police?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So may
Thank you.
we invite also sa CIIS then?
And the
Yeah.
head of the CIIS, COMSEC. So let me acknowledge first the presence of the following members who are present. Congresswoman Pami Zamora, Congressman Zia Diong, Congressman Ernex Junicio, Congressman Ping Remulla, Congressman Salvador Plato, Congressman Rog Gutierrez, and Congressman Arrogancia.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Akop?
pwede po bang mag-interject?
Yes, you may. Congressman Akop, please proceed.
Thank you. Do we have a representative of the Bureau of Customs today?
We invited the Bureau of Customs for today's committee hearing, right? And is there any representative from the BOC? Oh, there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can you please identify yourself from the BOC?
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I'm Attorney Tristan Langkay. I am the current Director of the Legal Service Bureau of Customs.
Okay, sige. Thank you, Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I proceed?
Please proceed.
Thank you. The two former customs director admitted that there's a TARA system. There was a TARA system during their tenure. Would that be correct? Sid, would that be correct during your term that there was a TARA system? Commissioner La Peña?
There was, Your Honor. In fact, well, what I did, with your permission, if I explain a little bit. What I did was...
No. Commissioner Sid, premise ko lang ito. Commissioner Felton,
Yes, Your Honor.
you admitted also that there
Yes,
was
Your
a
Honor.
TARA system during your tenure.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, may I ask the representative of the Bureau of Customs, meron po bang TARA system ngayon?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I have no experience or knowledge on that TARA system, Your Honor. Currently, I'm just the legal service of the
How
Bureau
long
of
have you
Customs.
been in the Bureau of Customs?
I've been with the Bureau of Customs since 2009, Your Honor.
And you do not know of the existence of a TARA system within the department or your office?
As to the existence, Your Honor, I have no personal.
I'm not asking whether you have personal knowledge.
Yes, Your Honor, if not personal knowledge, I've heard about it during discussions like this forum, during investigations. Among sa mga kwentuhan, Your Honor, narinig ko. Pero wala akong experience on that, Your Honor.
Attorney,
Yes, sir.
hindi naman galing sa Bureau of Customs yung report sa amin. Galing sa mga broker mismo. Yung nakikipag-deal sa customs na may TARA system. I do not know. You have been with customs since 2009 and you, in this committee, the two customs director already admitted that there was a TARA system during the term. Tapos ngayon, ang tanong ko, meron pa ba sa Bureau of Customs? Sabi mo, attorney, you do not know. You do not have any personal knowledge. Did you take your oath?
No, he has not
I-
taken his oath yet, Your Honor, but we can administer the oath now. Comsec,
I
please.
think it is necessary, Mr. Chair, so that if I find him lying, then I can move cite him in contempt.
Okay. Please, Comsec, administer the oath of Attorney Langkay from the Bureau of Customs.
Please stand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this congressional inquiry, so God may help you? Yes, the oath has been administered, sir.
Thank you, Comsec. Please proceed, Congressman Akop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not know, attorney, if in the previous hearing, present po kayo.
I was not present, Your Honor.
It was Attorney Boca.
I think it's
Boco,
Attorney Dibuco, Your Honor, one
Okay.
of the chiefs who is under the legal service, Your Honor.
I agree. At halos parehas kayo ng sagot. You do not have personal knowledge. Yun din ang sagot nung representative ng Customs in the last hearing. But I would like to tell you, dalawa na yung naging commissioner ng Customs. Sinabi po nila, inamin nila na may TARA system. Si Mr. Jimmy Guban, who had been with Customs, inamin din niya na may TARA system. Si Mr. Taguba, na nakikipag-deal dun sa Customs, inamin din niya na may TARA system. Kayo na lang po na nandun sa Customs currently ang hindi po umaamin na merong TARA system. Ulitin ko yung sinabi ko nung last hearing. Pag nakakabit ng Customs at 3 o'clock, the afternoon, hindi ko na walang TARA system. Last pati si Senator Lacson.
Your Honor, no, Your Honor, I just want to
Mission of the chairman. The rules.
Mr. On that matter, Your Honor. Considering that Mr. Taguba is saying that there's a TARA system and he has experienced it, Your Honor. As a lawyer, Your Honor, may I just suggest, Your Honor, that a proper complaint affidavit identifying the specific circumstances on which he actually paid TARA and identifying the, Your Honor, please, with due respect, the persons or individuals involved so that the proper administrative or criminal action can be undertaken, Your Honor. Please, that's just my idea, Your Honor. Thank you.
If I may, Congressman Akop, Attorney, yung pagtatanong tungkol doon ba sa TARA system, kung ito ba ay existing hanggang sa ngayon, ay nasa konteksto po nung paghingi ng information na patuloy pa ba itong mga ganitong mga gawain dyan sa loob ng customs. Of course, we're not saying that you are involved in that kind of illegal system. What we're saying is that you may probably have heard from the sources or grapevines or even perhaps some of your colleagues na merong ganitong nangyayari. Yun ang konteksto ng pagtatanong. Kasi dalawang former commissioner nagsabi meron. Diba? Yung broker na nagnegosyo sa loob, sinasabi meron. Yung intelligence officer na taga-loob ng custom, sinasabi meron. Ikaw na taga-loob ka ng custom, sinasabi mo, hindi mo, wala. Diba? So ano yun? Yung please, you probably have heard that there are stories about the TARA system inside. Kasi sa tagal mo dyan, imposible eh. Di ba, attorney? Yes, please.
Your Honor, can I expound, Your Honor? Since I joined the Bureau, I've heard stories about the TARA system. And it seems that the TARA system was in place even before this container shipments was in place.
Yes.
Because shipments before was in open. There's no modal containers. It's not covered. So in open. So they make the TARA, they count. TARA is a counting system at the time, Your Honor. That they make. Yes.
Attorney,
That was the context, Your Honor, and then that I just explained that I heard. Then eventually, Your Honor, during my stint in the Bureau of Customs, I also heard it during inquiries, like what happened during the inquiry in
Sige.
this EMT.
Hindi, kasi ang sinasabi, you're lecturing us on the sinasabi mong TARA na yung the usual word, the real definition of TARA. But in this case, in the context of the questions raised by Congressman Acop, yung tarang pinag-uusapan natin dito ay yung lagay, ay yung grease money. Ang tanong, ulitin natin, tinatanong ni Congressman Acop, meron pa bang grease money o TARA dyan sa Bureau of Customs sa ngayon?
As of now, Your Honor, I have no information about a TARA system ongoing with the Bureau of Customs.
Mr. Chair,
Okay, see.
alam mo, nakakagalit to. I think you're lying to us. You know, you've been there for quite a time. Commissioner, know about that. Why don't you know? You're a lawyer. My goodness, and you're even suggesting to us that Mr. Tagupa file a complaint. My goodness, Mr. Chair, pasensya po kayo, pero talagang kinakailan sabihin ko to eh.
So, thank you, Congressman Abante. Please proceed,
Before I proceed, Mr. Chair, a manifestation. Attorney, also a representative of the Customs Police appeared here as a resource person in the name of Major Cascolan. Inamin din po niya na mayroong TARA system. I'm surprised na kayong dalawa na nandun sa legal department, parehas kayo ng sagot. It is of record, Attorney. Now, may I proceed, Mr. Chair? I would like to ask the two commissioners. Inamin niyo po na mayroong TARA system at sa pagtatanong ni Honorable Abante, may mga nawawala para sa gobyerno. Tama po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, may I know, have you ever estimated the amount of money the government is losing because of this TARA system annually? Para makita natin anong epekto nito sa ating bansa. Have you ever conducted an investigation on the estimate of money lost by government annually?
Mr. Chair. Well, for easy computation, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, say the container ban is valued at
with your indulgence, my question is, have you ever conducted an investigation to estimate the amount of losses of government because of the TARA system? Have you ever done that?
During my time, I did, sir.
You did.
Yes, Your Honor.
How about you, Commissioner Sid?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, what was the result of your investigation? May I know?
During my time, Your Honor, there's around 2,500 containers coming to the country every day. If the TARA system applies at that time, it's around 30,000. So annually, the government is losing around 27 billion, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, that's my estimate during my time.
27B per year.
Yes, Your Honor, based on the 2,500 containers coming in daily, Your Honor.
Sid?
practically it's at losses of 200,000 per shipment at 10 per importer. And if you have 250,000 containers, so if, the value of 250,000 is
2,500 a day. Yun po ang statement ni
yes, Your Honor.
Commissioner Faeldon, hindi 250,000.
Yeah, I agree with the computation of Commissioner Paildon, Your Honor.
That would be
Yes,
the same amount.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, may I ask the current Bureau of Customs, the representative, do you know of this? Siguro wala dahil you do not know whether there's a TARA system or not. Tama po ba, Attorney?
I don't have I don't have those numbers, Your Honor.
You could just imagine if the calculations of what the former commissioners would be true, 27 billion na nawawala sa atin. Thank you, Mr. Gusto ko malaman.
The next two yeah.
Clarify ko of question ako dun sa ating mga resource person. So hindi lang ako mawala doon sa opening po ni Representative Abante. Amendments na tungkol dito sa command responsibility, Mr. Chair. And parang mayroong time constraint yata si Attorney Nery Colmenares. So kanina po, police officer, yung mga orders. So what does the law state with regards to this? At saka yung pwede bang maka-get away yung mga police po na sa crime claiming itong command responsibility? Ano po ba yung law na nagsasabi doon sa command responsibility? So gusto ko lang malaman baka meron tayong pwedeng i-revise doon sa batas.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I heard the statement of Congressman Abante about some officers saying that we only followed orders doon sa AJK, and other illegal orders na the law, Republic Act 9851, if you wish to go into that, says that una muna, sa illegal orders, hindi mo depends sa order na ang batas. The law, police who claims na sa kanya, he or she must have an obligation to legal obligation to follow the order. So kung coronel ka o general ka, sabihin, sunod ko lang kasi si general, wala siyang legal obligation na susundin ang utos ni coronel. That's the first element of order. Second, that the police officer claiming na sumunod lang siya sa order does not know that the order is unlawful or that the order itself dapat is not manifestly unlawful. So pag inutusan ka, patayin mo, defenseless person, sabihin mo lang nanlaban, klaro kaagad sa pulis na illegal yung order. Hindi pwedeng sabihin niya, ay hindi ko alam, illegal pala yun. Parang it's really unheard of. Pag dinipensa niya sa korte, that defense will not prosper. So basically, yun muna ang doon sa claim na I just followed an order. Ngayon doon naman sa command responsibility, there is also a law that prohibits that. Ang batas, ang nakalagay sa batas, Mr. Chair, is this. That the superior is criminally responsible for the crimes committed by his or her subordinates where, one, the superior knew that crimes were being committed by his subordinates. Pwedeng sabihin ngayon ni General, ay alam na nagko-commit ng crime pala ang aking subordinates. Pero ang batas placed a safeguard there. Ang sabi ng batas, owing to the circumstances, you should have known that crimes were being committed by your subordinates. So, Mr. Chair, pag nangyayari ang EJK libo-libo mula apari hanggang hulo, at libo-libo rin ng laban bigla, then that is already fulfilling the requirement of command responsibility. Even in dito sa mga TARA system, if you were ordered by somebody, yung red lane yan dapat inspeksyonin yan Technically, by analogy, yung red lane yan dapat inspeksyonin yan. Inutusan ka ni sino man sa taas mo na hindi, ilagay mo sa green lane, may command responsibility ba si Commissioner? Yes. By analogy. Kasi he should have known, owing to the circumstances, he should have known. But there is another component to command responsibility. Not only this circumstance na, alam mo o hindi mo alam, but also the law states that the superior failed to have the subordinates investigated by competent authorities. Medyo papasok din yan sa command responsibility. Hindi mo pinaimbestigahan. Ginawa na yung mga illegal na mga yan. Of course, if it's RA 1951, extrajudicial killings, but by analogy nga sabi ko, even yung mga utos na, yung tanong kanina ni Chairman Abante na hindi mo alam. Parang, di ba? Pwede masangkot dyan yung superior, Madam Chair, in that sense, kasi yun ang requirements ng batas. Either you took measures, necessary measures, yun ang term ng batas, to suppress or prevent the crimes being committed by your subordinates, or that you have competent authorities investigate the crimes committed, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, so kahit na ano pong crime, no? Even doon sa pinag-uusapan sa drugs or dito sa lagayan system, it's the head of the agency no nagputos, or kung meron siyang order kung as regard to that. So, yung po ba sa command responsibility?
Yes, well, by analogy yung sinabi ko kanina hindi ko alam circumstance dito sa TARA system, pero I'm very sure there are administrative requirements dun sa command responsibility. What I just discussed are the criminal. If there is maybe the committee can also recommend na i-broaden na ito to include even circumstances such as this. Kasi dapat i-plug mo yan kasi they may claim, it's RA 9851, iba naman ito. But to be sure, dapat may ganun din. Pwede namang RA 9851. Ikaw, gumamit na ng crime owing to the circumstances, you should have known. Pangalawa, at least nung nalaman mo na later on, dapat pinaimbestigahan mo sa competent authorities.
Yes.
So para
With you
Thank you po.
indulgence of Congressman Pasco, lang, no?
Yes, opo.
I'd like to make a motion that we invite Commissioner Rubio to attend this hearing because itong si attorney, wala siyang alam Di ba, wala kang alam? Am I right, attorney?
Wala
kang
siyang alam sa TARA.
May I be clarified, Your Honor?
Yeah, you're clarifying. Wala kang alam, di ba?
Your Honor,
Sa TARA system, wala kang alam, di ba?
I have no information on that.
Wala kang alam.
Si Chairman,
Ha?
wala.
Para Paul Gay ng Bureau of Customs, we would like to see Commissioner Rubio attend this hearing.
Okay.
Panahon pa ni Commissioner Paldon, andiyan ka na sa Customs, Mr. Chair. Panahon pa ni Commissioner Paldon. Customs. Anong palagay mo sa amin dito? Ha?
Answer.
Okay, so-
I've been with the 2009. Yes, I've been one of the lawyers of Commissioner Laguna and Commissioner Paeldon, Your Honor. Always with legal service.
Okay, sige. Thank you.
Okay.
Comsec,
Um,
please include in the
Mr.
list
Chair,
of persons to be invited, Commissioner Rubio of Bureau of Customs. Yes, Congressman Akop, with the indulgence of...
with the indulgence of the Honorable Attorney, para bang ang sinasabi mo, yung ibang opisina ng customs may TARA system, o alam nila yung TARA system, pero yung legal office ng customs, walang alam. Yun po ba ang ibig nyo sabihin? Tinatanong ko po kayo. Kasi yun ang parang message na pinadadala o sinasabi nyo sa amin. Palagi mong sinasabi, you're with the legal service of the Bureau of Customs. Para bang sinasabi mo, yung mga opisina ng Bureau of Customs, alam nila, o may TARA system, kung opisina nyo lang, wala. Would that be correct?
From the testimonies of
Ang tanong ko po would that be correct, Attorney?
can I explain, Your Honor, because testimonies of Commissioner Paeldon and Commissioner Lapenyan, Your Honor, it involves the processing of
That's my
corporations,
question,
Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman. May I ask that the resource person appropriately answer my question? Is that the message you're trying to tell us? Na yung legal service office ng Bureau of Customs, wala pong kaalam-alam sa existing na TARA system sa Bureau of Customs?
For the record, Your Honor, I mean, from our records, Your Honor, we are trying administrative cases.
Hindi ko po tinatanong kung ano po yung trabaho niyo, Attorney.
And, Your Honor, please.
Sandali lang. Nagsasalita pa ako. Malapit na kitang i-move to cite you in contempt. Ka na. Mr. Chair, that the resource person directed to answer my question.
Please answer the query of Congressman Akop.
Then my answer is yes, Your Honor.
It's yes na kayo po sa legal service ng wala kayong alam at walang TARA system doon sa inyo.
Can I explain, Your Honor?
Sumagot ka na mo ka mag-explain. Di ba? Pag may question yes. Tinutunin siguro sa law na sagutin mo muna ng yes and then you explain.
Okay, my answer is yes, Your Honor, because in the current cases that we handle, particularly on administrative cases, Your Honor, we don't have a case wherein a individual personnel of the BOC is charged with a TARA system or receiving TARA system. Even the criminal cases that we handle with the DOJ and criminal in the court, Your Honor, as far as the records or my knowledge is concerned, Your Honor, we don't have a case on that, Your Honor. So that's why I have suggested earlier on, Your Honor, about the circumstances that Mr. Mentioned, Your Honor. That's.
Mr. Chair, I do not want to take more of the time of the Honorable Castro. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Congressman Akop. Let me just get 30 seconds of your
Okay.
time, if I may. Just a follow-up question. Kasi ang legal department that Attorney Kay has, apparently, according to him, has knowledge about the TARA system. Tanungin kaya natin yung nagbibigay ng TARA. Mark Taguba, inamin mo naman na ang kasalanan mo ay yung nagbibigay ka ng TARA, di ba?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay, kasama ba ang legal department sa TARA?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Okay, so thank you. Now you may proceed, Congresswoman Castro.
Okay, so related po sa command responsibility, no. Kanina, Mr. Chair, inamin naman ng former commissioners natin dito, no, si former Commissioner Faeldon and La Peña about the TARA at alam nila 'yon. So gaano po ba ito kalawak itong sinasabing lagayan system dito sa BOC? Sabihin ko ng lagayan system para para po mas malinaw sa mga nakikinig sa atin kasi magkaiba yung may dalawang definition kasi ang TARA, no. So Commissioner, gaano kalawak ang TARA system sa BOC kasi inaano meron panahon ninyo. So hanggang saan na yan? Mahabot yan hanggang sa inyo? Yung mga lagayan system na yan. So ganoon din po yung tanong ko kay Sir former Commissioner La Peña.
Yung last question, ma'am, hindi po umabot sa akin. Pero gaano kalawak, I believe malawak po. Kasi ito yung, bigla ko lang ng premise, ma'am, para makita nyo how big the TARA system is at gaano siya ka-prevalent. For my first 6 months, I asked the 12,000 importers and brokers to submit to us list of BOC officials that received TARA. I think until today, wala pang nagsasubmit. So it's a tango. Sayaw to ng dalawa. That's why nakakatakot, mami, kasi walang willing na magreklamong importer and broker. So that's why this
Sige.
TARA system continues
Siyempre po,
to exist.
Sige, putulin ko po kayo doon, Siyempre po, walang magsasabi ng gano'n dahil magkakadama yan eh. Yung nagbibigay ng TARA at tumatanggap ng lagay. So, pero kayo po as responsible, most responsible po sa BOC, na kayo yung chair, commissioner, chief commissioner, kayo yung meron dapat na initiative na dapat na mag-imbestiga. Kasi hindi pwedeng sabihin na kahit na alam niyo yan, tapos yung broker, sila mismo ang tatanungin ninyo. Di ba? Dapat, dahil meron din naman kayo siguro alam sa intelligence, dapat kayo po yung nag-iimbestiga. So hindi niyo po pwedeng mga sa ng bako responsibility doon kaya may command doon sa BOC.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir
Tama
Chair.
po. Nag-imbestiga ako during my time. That's why I delisted more than 4,000 importers and brokers. But prosecuting them is another thing, ma'am, because without witnesses and evidence directly showing that nagbibigay sila, ang hirap mag-prosecute, ma'am. But in my term, the best I could have done is to delist them, yung more than 4,000. Ang hirap kasi kung walang mag-aamin na importer and broker na ito si Commissioner Faeldon, binigyan ko ng 5,000 na TARA. So yun yung panawagan ko since day one, and I still calling all the importers and brokers until today na please come forward, help the country. Isumbong nila yung kasayawan nila, katango nila sa loob ng customs. Because talagang we are losing so much money every day.
Yes, mukhang kulang po, Mr. Chair, yung ginawa po ni Chairman Faeldon doon sa meron kayong 4,000 importers, meron kayong dinilist. Di ba katulad ng ginagawa ng PNP or PIDEA, nagkakaroon ng, ano ba yun, parang siniset up o nagkakaroon ng bidin. Sa inyo po, paano ba mag-imbestiga kung meron or tumatanggap? So doon sa 4,000 na nilistan nyo at doon din sa mga empleyado ng BOC, wala kayong na-apprehend. At tingin ba kulang ang ginawa ninyo ang commissioner doon sa effort ninyo? Kasi this is graft and corruption eh. Pinanatili natin ang graft and corruption by not doing something. O kung meron man kayong ginagawang something, kulang, Mr. Chair. Si Commissioner La Peña.
Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Well, when I was the commissioner, as I've said earlier, I have talked with the importers, and that's one of the input, the feedback that was given me. And then I asked them also, can you help me address this problem, but nobody came forward. So what I did was to reshuffle yung mga tao na sa mga opisina. And then I told my the collectors that if you do not hit your target, you will be replaced. At which I did just that. And then at the end of the year, I did not have I have 1 year. I have a surplus collection of 18 billion. But
Meron po kayong, Mr. Chair, may nahuli kayo na naglalagay at saka tumatanggap ng lagay?
none, Your Honor. Because
Kahit po
nobody
ba,
was to...
Mr. Chair, ito kulang din, Mr. Chair. No, alam nila yung existing na problem. Grabe nasa pwesto po ng BOC, hindi yun hindi yun nagawa na masupil. So katulad pala, naalala ko na bus operation. Sana may ginawa kayo sa loob ninyo, OC, kung gusto niyo talagang ma-solve itong TARA system na ito. Kasi alam niyo naman na meron eh. Ayan, nagsasabi na nga yung broker, tsaka yung legal lang nga hindi alam, kayo alam nyo. So, dapat meron kayong extra effort po. Kasi kayo, militar kayo eh. Dati kayo sa intelligence eh. Mas may alam kayo kung paano hulihin yung mga gumagawa ng hindi maganda sa gobyerno. Di po ba? So, kulang po yung naging effort. Tama po ba, Chairman La Peña, Mr. Chair?
Actually, Madam Chair, and Your Honor, I did that. And then when we were just about to implement, nag-back out yung subject na magtutulong sana sa atin. At the last moment, nag-back out eh. And then I confronted her. Sabi, sir, baka yung aking so I understood her. I cannot force her to continue with the project. So the other importers, with the other businessmen, Your Honor, I did it.
So, Mr. Hindi lang ito applicable sa droga, no? Sa iba pang mga, even ngayon, di ba, sa Quinta Committee, iniimbestigahan din natin bakit tumataas ang presyo. So, mahalagang makita rin talaga natin dito yung mahalagang papel ng BOC, no, dito sa pag-apprehend sa mga, katulad ng mga nagbibigay ng TARA or tumatanggap ng TARA. Kasi talagang, kahit na sino tanungin nyo, alam naman yan eh, na may nangyayaring lagayan sa BOC. Kaya lang hindi yan mapigil at hindi yan masawata. Kasi kahit na kayo po, nasa BOC, na quote-unquote, parang natotolerate natin na wala tayong ginagawang extra effort para matigil ito. Siguro pagdating ni Commissioner Rubio, tanungin din natin ano yung nangyayari ngayon. So, yun po. Mr. Chair, yan na po yung last na question.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Franz Castro. Clarification lang, Attorney Langkay, simula nung 2009 na napasok ka sa Customs, nasa legal department ka na?
Yes, sir.
So you've never been a deputy port collector ng Manila Port?
Hindi po.
Never? Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Sige, okay, thank you. The next to interpolate...
collector, yes, sir. As deputy collector of Port
That's
of
my
Manila.
question. So you were a deputy collector
Yes, for operations, sir.
ng operations,
Yes,
tama?
Yes, sir.
So, alam mo na merong TARA. Alam mo siguro merong TARA. Dahil sabi mo kanina, the reason why you don't know because you've been in the legal department. And kinonfirm naman kanina ni Cuba na hindi kasama sa listahan ng bibigyan ng TARA yung legal. Nasa port operations ka eh.
Concurrent po ako sa legal service at the time.
So hindi mo alam yun. Paninindigan mo yun, attorney.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sige, salamat. We will go, babalikan natin yon mamaya. So,
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang pong sabihin in manifestation na dahil lang po sa TARA system na ito, tumataas ang bilihin ng mga commodities, ng mga important goods. Whether it be lahat. Pero pang rice smuggling tumataas po ang bilihin. Kawawa po ang bayang Pilipino, lalo na ang mga mahihirap tungkol dito. Dahil lang sa system na yan. Dapat, mahinto na yan. Tama ba ako, Commissioner Peldon? Dapat mahinto na yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ikaw naman, Commissioner Peña.
Yes, Honor. Your Honor.
Oo. Ikaw, attorney. At mahinto na, di ba?
It should be stopped, Your Honor.
Oh. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
During your time kasi, when you were the Deputy Port Collector of Manila, maraming ukay-ukay. At dumaan sa area nyo. At nang dumaan yan sa inyo, lumusot yan, alam nyong illegal yan. So dahil merong tara. Anyway, babalikan din natin yan. So I have here a list of the members who wish to interpolate. No? Tapos na po si Congresswoman Castro. Now we will recognize Congressman Jay Conghun. And then after Congressman Conghun, Congressman Junicio. And then Congressman Gutierrez. And then Congressman Ortega. And then shift na po tayo sa EJK. Ito lang ho yung nag-manifest na magtatanong sila sa topic ng drug. So Congressman Conghun, if you're not around, so we can call the next interpellator, Congressman Ernix Junicio. Wala rin? So, kung now we proceed with Congressman Rog Gutierrez. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, kanina na tanong na rin naman po ni our fellow colleagues here, including si Congressman Luistro, most of the questions that we had, mostly we wanted to focus on yung TARA system, and nabanggit naman ni Mr. Mark Tagubas, confirmed by Commissioner Faldon. So far, what we have known. Just some points po, no, just to corroborate siguro. I'd like to direct some questions to Mr. Guban, if the committee would hear it. So, Mr. Guban, through the Honorable Chairman, matanong lang po, no, you too have had an experience in this TARA system. You have insights po, tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
And this is stemming from your experience as, I believe you were an intel officer po ba? Or ano yung position niyo dati?
I am an intelligence officer, Your Honor.
Just to give us a binary, kasi alam naman po natin, in general terms, yung TARA system would be a way by means yung ating mga brokers, mga importers would collude, allegedly, with public officers in the customs to bring in goods illegally, either to, I think there's technical smuggling and actual smuggling po, no? These are the usual crimes that would be associated with the TARA system. But I'd just like to ask po, no, because sa amin po, for example, hindi naman po kami from that industry. We don't understand po yung structure. Yung Bureau of Customs is generally, that's a national body po, no? Pero do we operate like our other agencies na by region po ito? Or ano po yung structure ng BOC?
Yes, Your Honor, by district. Like for example, Your Honor, we have the different districts in Batangas Port, Subic, Davao, Cebu. Then in Manila, we have 2 ports. The Manila North Harbor and the South Harbor.
So, Mr. Guban, sorry, makat lang po. No? So, generally, ang agencies po natin, kasi nalalaman natin, for example, when we're talking about DepEd, when we're talking about DOLE, it's geographical po, no? Based on regions, generally, ang ating division. We lump cities and municipalities into provinces, provinces into regions, and regions into the national whole. Pagdating po sa customs, it does not follow yung ating municipalities and city structure po, no? It's depending on the port.
Depending on the port, Your Honor. Not exactly the geographical situation, Your Honor.
Okay, so ang pinaka-basic structure natin would be district. The port
District, Your Honor. Port
And
district.
we're only talking of seaports po ba? Hindi po kasama yung mga airport?
Kasama
or-
po yung airport, Your Honor. International Airport in Clark, Cebu, Mactan International Airport. Then, of course, the NAIA.
Okay, and I'm sure our current representative from Customs can confirm naman po, no? This is just general knowledge, tama po?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So we have districts, district collectors district, ano po yung tawag natin dito?
District Collector, Your Honor. The
District-
head of office, Your Honor, on that particular district ay collector, district collector, Your Honor.
The pinaka-basic structure will be yung port, yung districts natin. And then you have the district collector, which is the head. And they report, meron bang regional, meron bang by Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, or straight to the Bureau?
Yes, Your Honor, diretso na po yan sa Office of the Commissioner.
Okay, so the Office of the Commissioner, which is composed of how many commissioners nga po tayo?
1 commissioner, Your Honor, and I think this are about 3 deputy commissioner and 1 assistant commissioner.
Yung deputy commissioners po natin, is that by operational area or
Nationwide, Your Honor.
nationwide, all three? So one commissioner, three, and then yung district collectors po natin.
Yes, Your Honor.
Where does your intelligence office come into play?
Your Honor, we have also Deputy Commissioner for Intelligence Group and to CIIS, Customs Intelligence and Investigation Service.
Okay. And trabaho ng ating intelligence service?
Well, of course, Your Honor, we are gathering information those brokers and importers na illegally nag-i-import or fraudulently declaring goods na hindi tama at saka yung iba naman ay totally illegal or hindi lang technical smuggling kundi pure smuggling or outright smuggling.
So yung target po ng inyong intelligence work is usually in the outside, yung mga those who would collude po, no, yung importers and brokers.
Not only, Your Honor, that includes the inside because we are also working against the customs personnel, Your Honor.
So yung BOC, merong opisina sa loob under the Deputy Commissioner for Intelligence Service po, no, that works on both ends. It's to catch yung mga smugglers that are working for yung private persons and also against yung mga public officials po natin.
Yes, Your Honor.
And nabanggit po kanina nung ating legal officer po, no? Of course, the legal office would be more on the, in the name, legal side po. Pero sabi niya, tama po ba, Mr. Legal Officer of the BOC, na you mentioned wala kayong administrative case you're aware of regarding TARA system?
Yes, Your Honor.
Even in the Sandigan, wala po tayong mga cases that you're not aware of, mga cases filed against Bureau of Customs?
I have I think it's conducted by NBI, but by the regional trial court pending admin case.
And yung cases po regarding yung smuggling po talaga, in relation to TARA particularly?
It's a
in relation to graft and corruption within the BOC. So this should be because of the field of BOC that would be in the customs industry. We're talking of how the graft is related to smuggling and technical smuggling, tama po. That would be the natural case because what other purpose would there be bribery po, no, in the BOC if not to smuggle?
That's correct.
So in a way, it's related. And sometimes po, we have related yung ating mga drugs cases, which is what brings us here to begin with. You mean to tell me, just to clarify po, no? So you are aware of yung drugs cases po natin?
In particular, sir, itong EMT case, we have had a conviction on this case. This was filed by the legal service, correct? And yeah, this has been, we have obtained a conviction on this case, but still under appeal. Before the court, regional trial court, and the Court of Appeals.
So like the legal service po, yung mga private persons, yung importers, yung brokers, and also inwards. You would also file cases po against your own. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you mean to tell me po, just to confirm, in the case of Mr. Mark Taguba, in which supposedly yung CMT, yung with drugs are now related, and there was a mention of the TARA, you would still say na di nyo po alam na may TARA system?
In the EMT case, Your Honor, it's a case of, I suppose it was a case of misdeclaration, and then it was discovered upon source outside of the Philippines, and information came in that a certain shipment contains drugs. So when they acted on that active intelligence, they were able to follow the shipment, and they were able to follow and go to the site or location and found the items, Your Honor. The 5 crates, metal crates containing this shabu, Your Honor.
But of course, since you are following this case, the allegations by Mr. Taguba that there is Tara system, that's the first time you've heard of it in your POC.
I've heard about the Tara system that mentioned by Taguba during the on the matter. I believe I can remember it was published, was live.
Thank you. Go back to Pono, or perhaps in the next hearing when hopefully the commissioner will join us, because we want to take the of the BOC itself. But okay, we'll go back to Mr. Guban, please. With the indulgence of Chairman Akop. Mr. Guban, so going back to the question po, no, I just wanted to confirm kasi po with legal, yung ano yung organizational structure po nila. And like the intelligence service, they focus both on the outside and inside the BOC. And sa inyo naman po, intelligence service, and you were serving under, is this directly under the Deputy Commissioner for Intelligence?
CIS Director, Your Honor. Kami
CIS,
mga personnel po, Director po ang nakaka-under sa amin directly.
And you operate nationwide po, or are you assigned per district?
Per district also.
So per district, saan ka na-assigned at your last post?
During time at the Port of Manila.
Port of Manila, which is the biggest?
One of
the biggest. So from your, how many years nga po yun, sir, that you mentioned? Your around 17 years of service in the BOC.
In
This
BOC.
was fully intelligent.
Yes, Your Honor.
And yung TARA system is nothing new to you.
Honor, wala pa ako sa Customs. I was with Economic Intelligence and Investigation Bureau before I became an intelligence officer in the Customs. TARA system is already there.
It's been the same, yung red lane, green lane, yellow lane.
Before, Your Honor, wala pa yan na si CODA. I think that was during the time of Commissioner Paraino na nag-modernize. Then pinalitan na lang selectivity system because of the computerization. So I think pagkapatapos ng Commissioner Paraino, then the next commissioner, I think that was Commissioner Morales, unti-unti na po nag-modernize, digitalize na po ang custom. So ginawa na po yung selectivity system. So nagkaroon na po niya ng super green lane, green, yellow, red, orange.
Well, Mr. Guban, through the Honorable Chairman, kasi nabanggit po earlier when it was being discovered, I think by Congress woman Luistro, very particular po no, yung pagbanggit ng TARA together with the expose of Mr. Taguba, na yung TARA po is in relation to the process, may green lane, yellow lane, red lane, and how it's able to ease the inflow of whether it's underdeclared or totally illegal po, no, na smuggled goods. Yun yung na-mention na process. But you mentioned time immemorial. So even before the process of red, green, yellow, even before digitalization, may TARA. What was the very concept of TARA? Kung ganun po.
Your Honor, as if na mapabilis ang transaction para yung papel ay bumilis at hindi na masyado higpitan ng personnel. So that is almost the same, Your Honor, partnership. Hindi na examinin ng 100%, maybe 10 or 20%. Then at the same time, wag na dumaan masyado sa x-ray. Saglit na lang, then okay na because of the TARA. Then that is also the time, Your Honor, na hindi mo na ngayon madidetect kung ano ang laman ng container, kung ano ang nasa loob. Kahit na anong indeklara nila, baliwala na po sa mga empleyado ng custom dahil connected or may TARA na. So may per container na.
So whether or not the process was in relation to digital or mano-mano or kung ano man previous, merong TARA in the sense na there is influence being peddled to connect private persons to public officers to facilitate yung smuggling. Yun po yung basic na sinasabi.
Yes, Your Honor, that is the very basic.
But if I'm not mistaken, kayo po ba, Mr. Guban, or si Mr. Taguba, yung nag-mention na may central command?
There was a central command, Your Honor, pero si Mr. Taguba, binanggit niya rin po yan.
Nabanggit rin. But you are aware of this. Can you
Yes, that is-
elucidate po, ano po yung central command that you're referring to?
Well, I think, Your Honor, this started the central command from the time of Commissioner Paildon na kung naglagay lahat represented para mapabilis ang proseso. Pero doon po yun ng central command na sila ang nagbibigay ng the districts, including our offices, different offices. Kung mali or hahabulin ng container o hindi. Then that was also the experience of Mark Tagoba.
So it's not innately wrong. Yung central command pala is just a structural thing.
That was only part of the structure, Your Honor.
Okay, it's a structural thing, but it's the exposure to TARA which lends it to
The most
abuse.
expensive, Your Honor, because it will not be done. Ang TARA doon sa Central Command, if there is no clearance from the higher officer, they will never impose any single centavo there if those people within that command does not have an approval, Your Honor.
And maybe just a quick confirmation from Commissioner Faildon that this is the same finding that you've had despite during your tenure.
Yes, Your Honor. We created the Central Command to facilitate the processing of, that's one reason, the processing of, for trade facilitation. Number two is, because nalaman ko nga na mayroong TARA system. And every port have their own activity there. That's why the command system is the one who issues yung alert. And the representative of that command center is from the different, there are 6 deputy commissioners. So it's, hindi po siya 3, 6 po siya. So these are the experts, these are our technocrats who are homegrown there, understands the nitty-gritties of importation. They have representative in that command center. And this is headed by Deputy Commissioner Gambala at that time. This was also subject to some court litigation filed by some of the importers, but it was dismissed. In fact, it was also reinstated by one of the succeeding commissioner because it was really good. Kasi ang hirap, 38 ports, kanya-kanyang alert sila eh. We do not want to burden the importation of commodities. That's why the purpose of the CENTCOM, Central Command, is to centralize the issuances of pag i-hold mo yung isang commodity. Kasi that is where the corruption starts. I-alert ka nila and then maglalagay ka para i-release. So we put that purposely to facilitate the trade. Nawala na yung kanya-kanya silang turf. So those representatives coming from the different 6 deputy commissioners' office come up with a collegial decision whether this commodity will be alerted or not. So it is a collegial body. It is also organized to stop the TARA system. Whether it become effective or not. That is why we have several apprehensions like the Mighty, who later on we file a case. Nanalo nga po tayo ng 33 billion, apprehended several yacht, may aeroplano pa kaming. So those are the result of that. But some importers did not like it because siyempre tatama ka kung meron kang nitty-gritties na ginagawa. So it's really the two sides of the coin. Who is nagsasabi ng totoo dito? So I leave it to your judgment whether it is. Yes, there was a case filed against it, but it was dismissed. The court find it legal and within the authority of the commissioner to put. That's why one of my successors instated it later on. Yeah, they called it operation center, but it functions. So I don't see it as something that is being projected by other sectors. It was really there to facilitate the trade and to curb the TARA system, Your Honor.
Thank you, former Commissioner. So just to clarify po, no, in your opinion, the creation of this operational center was to fight a decentralized TARA within yung mga district.
Yes, Your Honor, just create that. During my time, we put CCTVs nationwide in all the ports. So we have eyes in all the ports and all the offices. That's why many people do not like it. In fact, there were hundreds of officials na nahuli namin through that system. Dahil nakatuto kami. And we filed cases, may na-dismiss, meron captain ng Customs Police, nahuli namin dyan sa Tara-Tara na yan. And was filed a case, dismissed. So It was doing good when I was the one running it. That's why may mga umayaw dun sa sistema kasi nabago eh. Yung little turf nila in every port, nawala yon. So we removed their power to issue alert. Kasi yan ang nag-uumpisa yan eh. Alert kita pag di ka magbigay. So tinanggal po namin yun. Naging centralized siya.
Thank you, Commissioner. So at least we got your opinion na it was to combat yung mga little TARA systems nationwide. However, the allegation, I believe, of if it was Mr. Guban or Mr. Taguba is that naging central na rin po yung TARA. Dahil may central command, it became a smaller world where these are the only people whose palms you had to grease. Allegedly po, no? But I understand where you're coming from po, Commissioner. So with that said po, no? So we have now, although the structure is supposedly by district, naging centralized na po ito. And it reminds me of a statement that you made, Mr. Guban, yung may tinatawag kang mafia that would control the BOC. And you stand by that allegation po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you mentioned earlier that I served 17 years in the BOC. And TARA system has always existed. This mafia has always existed?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
This mafia would be composed of which personalities po ba?
Different. That was during the time of the administration, Your Honor, that there was a Davao Mafia.
Yes, you mentioned particularly the Davao Mafia.
Yes,
And at
Your
that
Honor.
time, you mentioned both officials, private persons, and there were importers that were participating. Although, yung focus nyo po was mostly on yung public officials po, no?
Public officials and private, Your Honor, because they are, sila po ang in fact, hindi yung commissioner ang nagko-control, but the Davao Mafia ang nagko-control ng customs during that time, Your Honor.
Paano po yun nangyayari? If I understand the head of the BOC would be the commissioner po, or at least the deputy commissioners, how could you say that a mafia controls the BOC?
There were calls na tumatawag. According to our reports, may tawag from the Davao to the commissioner, then the commissioner down the line pababa po.
Sige po. So you're focusing mostly on the Davao Mafia. But you mentioned also that since time immemorial, before your 17 years, meron ng TARA. And it seems to be that what you are saying is yung TARA and the Mafia are closely linked. So even before this previous administration, may Mafia rin po ba?
Inside of the customs, Your Honor, there is a group of syndicate people, Your Honor, na talaga nag-influence pagdating dyan sa TARA system.
So nagbago lang in the past administration kasi the Mafia was now outside.
Different, Your Honor, yun. Yung iba yung before ng administration. Ngayon naman, Honor, kung sino po ang nakalagay doon, from the commissioner down, hindi mawawalang TARA pag hindi inaaprobahan galing sa taas.
But in either case, this is a case of influence peddling.
Yes, Your Honor.
Whether sa loob man, in the case of the Mafia that existed prior to the last administration, or a hybrid in which in the and yung sa Davao Mafia, it's all about influence to facilitate the smuggling.
Yes, Your Honor. That is all about influence peddling.
Chair, I'd have further questions for the BOC mismo. I'd like to reserve it siguro for when Commissioner Rubio is here. So for now, I'd like to terminate. Thank you, Mr. Guban. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Rog Gutierrez.
Mr. Chair.
The next to interpolate.
Mr. Chair, I have one follow-up question sana. Kasi
Sige.
medyo
Okay, but
na-intrigue
let
ako
me
dun.
first acknowledge the presence of our Senior Deputy Speaker, Congressman Aurelio Dong Gonzales, and our Deputy Speaker, Congressman David J.J.C. Suarez. So, please proceed.
Yes, with the indulgence of the next interpellator. Mr. Guban, sinabi mo yung Davao Mafia and there are several calls made to the customs and you in fact said, kanina lang, I was listening, na hindi actually ang nagko-control sa BOC and Commissioner. Actually, it's the order directly from the Davao Mafia. Would you know, kasi you've mentioned about certain individuals composing the Davao Mafia. Would you know, for example, as an intelligent officer at the time, who makes these calls?
Your Honor.
Who basically orders around?
Your Honor, based on my experience from the call of Davao, like for example,
Off mo muna yan. Sige. Okay. Try mo.
yes, hello. Sorry. Before, Your Honor, I experienced during the time of Commissioner Paeldon na there was an instruction directly to me na i-release mo yung container in months. Then Commissioner called the because there was call.
Sake, I'd like to solicit the opinion. What would be your position on that? What is your reaction that you that directly from you ordered that SAT to, I don't know, kayo ba ho yung yes.
I would like to request the resource person who gave the instructions to him.
It was not Commissioner Faildon who gave that instruction that accordingly, based on the information you gathered, Congressman Pulong Duterte and Mans Carpio ordered the commissioner to do some things around customs. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, to our director. Yes, Your Honor.
It was the commissioner.
According to him, coming from Commissioner.
Okay. Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Adyong. The next interpellate is Congressman Paolo Ortega. Your minutes.
A few questions to directed to Mr. Jimmy Goban. Pero we have already seen po na through the interpellations of the Honorable Jinky automated and to battle parang system and updating and modernization system, pero parang mas na-modernize yata yung mga nangyayari sa loob kasi nga when it's centralized, isa lang po pinapanggalingan ng order unless na ang ginagawa sana is hiwa-hiwalay po yung gaya ng dating gawin nila na parang devolve po yung function. So the TARA system in itself, Sir Jimmy, parang ang dating po ng TARA system is mas mapadali po yata yung mga nangyayari kumpara dun sa taong gagawa ng kalokohan o may connection sa loob. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. Mas pabor sa kanila.
So, siya magic system po talaga. Hindi siya designed to matanggal po yung traditional system. And I would give na baka pati itong mga magnetic lifters natin, saka mga x-ray po natin, itong magnetic lifter, yung x-ray, di siyempre, we would speculate na parang magical na rin po itong mga
Lalo pagkakaibigan na, kahit tumatagal ang content ng yarda, madali lang ulit yun i-process, tumatiming lang sila. So yan po ang...
Sige po.
Yan po, pag dumaan po sa x-ray, pagka-enrolled na, so hindi na masyado bumubukas yung x-ray. Binibilang na lang. I'm doing this for a change, Your Honor, for reformation. Because I'm very thankful that the Honorable Commissioner has also admitted that there was really corruption. For a change, Your Honor, and for reformation. Ang TARA po ay automatic. Pag hindi ka enrolled, nahihirapan ang processor dahil naiipit minsan ang dokumento, natatagalan mailabas. Imbis na 2 days, 3 days, inaabot ng weeks, inaabot ng months. So kung enrolled ka ho sa lahat ng offices na dadaanan, and even I'm sure, kahit pa paano pinadadalhan ko, so, meron, Your Honor, that is the truth. I've experienced that already. I have so many friends from legal. Kaya yung baguhin po natin ngayon, mawawala po yung pag-isa lang ang opisina talaga tumanggi. Pag ang legal tumanggi, Your Honor, ipapuputol ko yung ulo ko. Pag nagdesisyon sila na walang lagay. Pag nandun sa kanilang dokumento. Now, that is a very big problem, Your Honor. If we want to clean the custom, let's all clean from head down the line. Dahil kung isa po ang unit na magki-clean, hindi po mangyayari. At hindi po yun mangyayari kung walang bising the Honorable Commissioner. Dahil bingi-bingi nandoon sa likod ang kanyang kolektor. Hindi akin yan. Kanila yan. So, Your Honor, that is based on my personal experience for about 27 years in intelligence, Your Honor.
And Mr. Chair, to manifest lang, I'm sure meron pa rin pong mga ganitong problema na existing right now with the interpellations of our chairman kanina. Sir Jimmy, would it be safe to assume na kung wala po kayo dun sa sistema na yon, sa TARA system na yon, ibig sabihin automatic listado na kayo na madidelis, yung mga part na kayo ng mga smuggler, if you're not willing to cooperate and be part of that so-called intricate na system po?
Madidelay po yung proseso, Your Honor, yung dokumento mo. Or baka mamaya mawawala pa kahit nakalads ka na, kahit computerized ngayon eh. Kung halimbawa 1,000, Your Honor, ano ko rin po kanina yung top 5 na kilometro kagangal na commissioner po. Hindi po top 5 times 1,000. Ang bawat port po about 8,000 container dyan ang lumalabas daily. So yung nakatara dyan sa about 6,000. Yung Green Lane, Super Green Lane, kahit multinational yan, in fact, nagbibigay pa yung mga facilitator niyan eh. So yung TARA system po, it's about only 27 billion, it's about 100 billion. So doon lang yung isang port. Pag ang port na po ng Manila International Container Port, Subic, Batangas, Davao, Cebu. So ilang ports po yun araw-araw na nawawala. That's for about 100,000 dapat po yan, Your Honor. Ang kwintadas po yan mula sa taas pababa, it's more than 100,000 at only 30,000. 10,000, maybe sa isang unit lang yun o sa unit lang namin yun sa CIS. Unit ng police. Mas worse pagka ang examiner appraiser. Then of course, the office of the commissioner and the office of the district collector. So kung yun po ay mawawala, magiging malinis. Mapiprevent po natin ang precursors ng droga, mapiprevent po natin yung illegal importation mismo ng droga, din makakatulong po sa ekonomiya. In fact, pag maganda po ang management ng custom, kahit po dollar salting, matitrace natin, then economically will improve, Your Honors, including the agricultural product, wala pong mawawala pag wala po yung TARA. Dahil may dagdag ko po, yung import commodity clearance ay nanggagaling po yun sa ibang agency, government agency concerned. Pag meron na po noon, nandun na po ang bilangan ng TARA. Para po makapag-import, halimbawa bigas, bibigay, pagdating po sa customs. Sana po
Yung nga po, Mr. Che, no, we can clearly see na dito po ports natin, saka yung mga pumapasok sa lumabas. No? And Sir Jimmy, talagang based sa mga nasabi niyo po, no, talagang maniniwala ka talaga na na pumipindot ng go signal, kahit anong klase pong sistema kaya mong palusutan dito sa ating mga ports saka sa ating customs. Tama po ba yun, Sir Jimmy? Would you agree?
Yes, Your Honor. Pero nakakapag-abot lang tayo ng international standard. Pero yung corruption po, hindi po nalilisen because of that modernization. Ang kailangan po doon, hindi malaman ng examiner at saka ng empleyado kung kanino yung kargamento. Hindi po ma-identify ang container na ito kay Juan de la Cruz. Ang kailangan po doon, yung accreditation, yung account management office, yung office na yon ay dapat po sigurado na yung mga incorporator, no, SEC registered company, ay siguradong tama, hindi bugos. Sa mga amo, doon po tao, itatama po yung address, wala pong makakalusot na smuggling. Ngayon, pagdating po sa import permit, manggagaling po yun kung saan concerned agency. So mawawala po yun. Kung kailangan po, hindi alam yung amo ng examiner. Hindi rin alam ng examiner kung kaninong consignee. Para po mawala yung tara nila, gulo. At the same time, Your Honor, the examiner must be assigned, reassigned 2 or 3 months from the Port of Manila to Port of Batangas and the other ports para hindi po ma-identify kung anong produkto ang meron doon. Your Honor, pag nagkamali, sabihin may kasabwat galing sa port of origin. Your Honor, the same with my case in the case of Mr. Taguba. Galing po sa port of origin, alam na yun kung sino nun ang nag-export. So, hindi po makakalusot ang smuggling, Your Honor. Pag mayroong pre-inspection representative, lalo na po kung mayroon din ang government ng particular bansa or country na mag-certify na yun ay tama na importation, tama na declaration. At hindi po alam ng examiner, intelligence operative ng police, kahit po ang deputy commissioner, isa lang po dapat ang nakakaalam sa concerned product, kung ano ang product. And again, Your Honor, po ay under ng intelligence or under ng Office of the Commissioner, dapat po review. Yung po ba na ini-import ng isang consignee ay nandoon sa inaprobahan according doon sa AMO accreditation. If it is not, wala po doon, Your Honor, ay dapat nalagan. Kahit po nang nag-i-inspect po ako, pinag-define po ano klaseng general manday. Kung yan ba ay na ano, lang, yan ba ay kettle na ano, ay power po yan ng customs. Wala pong magkakaroon ng smuggling kung lahat po yun ay tatama. Thank you.
So with that statement, Mr. Chair, Ginong Jimmy, nung pabarating na po yung shipment na from Indonesia is, syempre alam na po nung incoming na may shabu po yung shipment na yun. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, yung pre-shipment, ang customs po bago dumating ang kargamento, may dokumento na. Meron na po kaming advance foreign manifest. I'm sure the district collector, the Office of the Commissioner, even sa aming opisina po, meron na kaming advance. Hindi pa po dumarating yung barkong may dokumento na kami kung ano deklarasyon ng doon. So pagka minis-declared po, hindi malalaman. Pero po galing po doon sa port of origin, alam na po yun kung ano ang laman ng barko. Anong laman ng container. Kung anong laman ng container.
Pero there has to be someone who knows that there is an incoming na ganun po from our end. Tama po ba? Alam na rin nila na may parating na.
Yes, Your Honor, kasi hindi po maglalakas loob yun mag-import kung hindi alam o hindi timbrado sa shipment, hindi nila ginagalaw. Tapos yung hinuli namin, kami ang kinulong. I'm very sure, the Honorable Commissioner nandito po. Ang shipment, yung hinuli namin, wala pong nawalang kargamento kahit na ano sa loob. So, ibig sabihin, total po nahuli namin yung shabu. Wala pong kahit piso. Totally, hindi na ho nakalabas ng customs. So, ibig sabihin, may kasama doon sa district office or port na pagbabagsakan kung sino ang magtutukawi ng kargamento na yon, anong oras, anong gabi, o kaya ipaparalyze yung computer para malabas po yung illegal droga.
Gagana yung Tara, yung Magic Lifter, saka yung mga Magic X-ray. Chair, for a few questions na lang po. What has the BOC done? Kasi naging malaking issue to eh. So what are you doing now na pangyari ito? What has been the baga anong ginagawa para i-improve yung system, totally matanggal na, malesen man lang po yung mga ganitong problema natin, Mr. Chair. Anyone from the BOC can answer.
Mr. Chair, we have learned from this experience, from this incident involving this EMT case, Your Honor, so that in the parameters, we have improved the parameters that was inputted by the Risk Management Office, so that this kind of importers, EMT was I think, a relatively new importer, but he was able to qualify, or he was put nakalagay sa green lane. So from this experience, hindi na po pwede yun, sir, na ang isang relatively new importer with no parang short history, hindi na pwedeng pumasok as green lane. So ito lang mga na may ano yun? History na walang violation, sir.
But again, Mr. Chair, parang these are minor improvements. Siyempre, I would like to be or suggesting or even consider third party or upgrading of systems or additional
Shipment inspection from the port of origin, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last na lang po kay Sir Jimmy siguro at saka kay Sir Mark. Siyempre po, matagal na po kayo dyan. I mean, si Sir Jimmy, si Sir Mark, medyo mas masasabi niyo po ba na yung TARA system din po ang naging problema? At saka kung saan na kayo ngayon, yung sistema na yun na parang naging way of life, hindi ganun ka-foolproof. Tapos kayo pa po yung nadiin. Parang ganun na po yun eh. Ganun na pong dating nun eh. Naging biktima po kayo ng isang sistema na kinasanayan po sa BOC.
Yes po.
So sabi nga ni Punggi kanina, yung fall talaga, yung kayo yung mga fall guy. Pero kung meron po bang representative po ng cases against you, bakit kayo po yung kung at nabigyan ng na-file ng sunod-sunod na mga kaso?
Your Honor, sa case ko po ay pinaka-worst po yun dahil magkasama kami ng PDEA na nanghuli. I'm sure they were present today. Wala kaming pinakawalan kundi turn over properly sa PDEA. Then during the Senate hearing, nandun lang kami. I don't know what was the reason bakit nagkaroon ng conspiracy to import. Na present po ang PDEA during the time of the apprehension. Then the magnetic lifter loaded with shabu was also apprehended inside of the area of the Bureau of Customs. Hindi po nakalabas. Hindi pa po na-examine, kundi that was already an abandoned shipment. And hindi po namin makuha bakit po yung personnel ng Customs ay hindi po ginalaw, hindi nakasuhan. Bakit ko ako na isa sa mga nanghuli, ako po ang kinasuhan. Kasama po si then late Colonel Pajardo at saka si Colonel Asierto, then the rest. Ang pinaka-worst pa po noon, may umadmit pa kung sino ang may-ari ng kargamento na hanggang ngayon. Hindi na makita. Ng consignee. So ako na po ang hinabol ng hinabol nung dating administrasyon. And hopefully, Your Honor, we be given
Sir Jimmy, what are you expecting from kaya si Sir Mark? May balat nyo na po yung mga statements, yung mga kailangan yung is there still hope? Meron ba mangyari po yung mga hearings natin?
Thank you, Your Honor. Expecting a speedy trial of our case, especially at the same time sana, Your Honor, pairalin po yung tama na batas, rule of law. Wag naman po sana yung impluensya. Dahil po abogado, hindi doon po yung mismo. Thank you po.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Ortega. The last to interpolate on the topic of drugs before we proceed sa EJK is Congressman Acop. Congressman Acop, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nagpalista ako dahil sa mga statement ni or sagot ni Mr. Jimmy ni Honorable Ortega. I asked Pedea,
Mr. Chair.
could you compare yung status ng illegal drug situation in this country between 2024 and 2023? Alin po ang nagkaroon tayo ng problema sa illegal drugs? 2023, 2024, or what?
What will we compare, sir, 23 and 24?
Yeah, for 2024, mas marami ba kaysa doon sa 2023 ang illegal drugs in this country?
Ang huli ngayon, sir, is paliit ng paliit, sir.
So it's improving.
Yes, sir. Paliit na paliit yung huli namin ngayon, sir.
O baka naman humihina kayo sa panghuli.
Di, sir,
So, pwede yun?
nag-operate na, sir, yung PNP kaya overall, sir, for 2024, sir, county yung nahuli namin, sir.
Ganon.
Yes, sir.
Sige. Mr. Guban, ako na-surprise ako dun sa mga sagot mo kay Honorable Ortega. May I know kung sino po ang nag-imbestiga sa kaso po ninyo?
Your Honor, as far as my recollection is concerned, it was PIA.
Pedea.
Yes, Your Honor.
The same is true with Mr. Taguba. Sabay kayo.
Magkahiwalay po kami, Your Honor. Nauna po yung...
Director Pedea din?
During that time, nabasa ko, ang director during that time is si General Aquino, Your Honor.
Is present is he was invited and he is here today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ba yung sagot ni Mr. Guban na kayo ang Director General ng PDEA when his case was investigated by...
That's right, Mr. Chair.
That's right. So, narinig niyo po naman yung mga sagot ni Mr. Guban dun sa mga katanungan ni Honorable Ortega na nagtataka siya kung bakit yung mga illegal drugs naman ay nandun sa loob ng customs area at sila nga ang nakahuli. Nagtataka siya bakit sila lang ang nakasuhan. Could you explain that to this committee?
Actually, sir, more than 40 drug personalities filed ng kaso with regards to this magnetic lifters discovery. Marami, sir, na hold, may mga Chinese, may Vietnamese, may personalities sa mga customs and all other personalities that is involved in that particular case.
Working of yung drug haul, illegal drug na involved si Mr. Jimmy Guban.
Yes, sir.
Hindi yung ibang mga insidente.
Yun na yun, sir. Yung discovery ng magnetic lifters.
May I know how many personnel of customs were charged because of this incident?
How many personnel who were, ano yun, sir?
Personnel of customs. Kasi sabi ni Mr. Guban, yung illegal drugs, hindi naman nakalabas sa customs eh. Would that be correct, Mr. Guban?
Yes, Your Honor.
At kayo po ang nakadiscover doon. Kung tama yung pagkarinig ko, doon sa sagot nyo sa tanong ni Honorable Ortega.
Yes, Your Honor.
Di ba?
Together
Kayo
with
ni
Colonel
na
Asierto and
delayed,
Colonel Pardo.
Colonel Pardo at saka
Colonel Asierto, Your Honor.
Colonel Asierto, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, may know kung ilan pong tao sa customs ang na-file ninyo ng kaso regarding this issue.
Merong mga napailan ng kaso, sir, sa customs, particularly dun sa extensions and all other departments. Hindi ko lang, sir, exactly alam kung ilan na napailan na ng customs.
Mr. Gubon, what about the answer of Director General Aaron Aquino?
Your Honor, hindi pa ho na-x-ray yan kasi nahuli po yan sa loob mismo ng yarda ng Manila International Container Port.
Hindi na po sana ako magtatanong. Kaya lang, nakuha yung aking mga kasagutan ni Mr. Guban doon sa mga pagtatanong ni Honorable Ortega na yung drug shipment ay nahuli naman doon sa loob ng customs. Hindi naman po nahuli sa labas nandun sa loob ng customs. So, ako, even an ordinary person will say, bakit yung mga taga-customs, bakit nakapasok doon? Di ba? And ang tanong ko, bakit si Mr. Guban na lang nandun sa kulungan? Kaya ang tanong ko, meron pa bang taga-customs personnel na nakakulong because of this issue?
Yung nangyari sa MICP, sir, I think,
You're
it's
not
only...
answering my question, DG. My question is, meron pa bang personnel na nakakulong? Tell us na yung illegal drugs sa loob ng customs na walang pagkukulang yung ibang tauhan ng
kailan ng kaso doon, the importers.
Hindi, ang pinag-uusapan yung customs. Huwag mong i-sidetrack yung issue na pinupursu ko. Yung tao, kasi ang Ortega, bakit customs yung illegal? Paano yung
explain container ban.
Bakit? Paano ang kaso? Why?
The container ban came from Malaysia, and the container bans were abandoned, and that's the reason why nagkaroon ng coordination ng PDEA, Bureau of Customs, to check the legality of the container ban. Kaya with all the requirements na buksan siya ng container ban to check what's inside.
Mr. Boone, the Director General is not answering my question directly. Bago pumasok sa customs area, galing sa ibang bansa, meron po bang customs office o personnel na dadaanan?
Yes, Your Honor, dahil nandun sa container yard, dapat meron doon naka-assign na customs personnel, Your Honor, from that district. Port Collection District ng Manila International Container Port, from District Collector, meron pong, I do not remember the office right, na nagbabantay mismo ng mga container na nandoon sa abandon at saka mga bagong dating ng mga containers, Your Honor.
Hindi. Pagdating, for example, if it came from Vietnam, for example lang ito, sino po ang tumatanggap ng mga container na ito na taga-customs pagpasok sa customs area?
Your Honor, kasama ang PPA ang yung port operation, Your Honor. So yung Deputy Collector for Report of Operation, meron yan nagsasampa sa barko, sila nag-inspect din sa kapuyan ibababa sa container yard. So yung port operation Deputy Collector, Your Honor, yung office niya down the line.
Now, may I ask, ano po kaya ang dahilan? Bakit kayo lang po na-charge sa taga Bureau of Customs samantalang kayo po ang nakadiscover?
Your Honor, puzzle po yan hanggang ngayon sa akin dahil kami ang nanghuli. Ako, Your Honor, pinakulong. And according to the complaint of the director during the time, ay kami daw ay nag-conspire with Colonel Acerto and Colonel Fajardo na kung saan kami po ang nagtrabaho niyan para mahuli, hindi makalabas sa loob ng BOC upon na walang gumagalaw. Isa sa tiga-custom.
Yung kumbaga sa question mark, walang kasagutan sa aking tanong sa aking isip. Bakit the investigating body cannot explain to this committee kung yung nanghuli at hindi nakalabas yung illegal drugs sa customs, na taga-customs, siya ngayon ang nakakulong. Matanong ko nga po kayo.
Meron din kasing na-discover kaming container van sa JMW na doon sa may container or the magnetic lifters. So dalawang magnetic
DJ
lifter
Aaron,
sa
malayo po yung sagot nyo dun sa aking katanungan.
kaya namin sila kinasuhin din because doon sa discover namin sa BA na magnetic lifters na discover namin. So these are the same magnetic lifters that was discovered in MCT. And I can also ask the legal service of PDEA to determine the real reason, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
Pedea, what would be your answer to the request of former DG Aaron Aquino?
Sir, we'll check with the records. We are not still there in PDEA when that happened, but we can get it from the records of PDEA, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I cannot proceed more because PDEA is not ready to give an answer to my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Akop. Perhaps we will just pursue that line of questioning when the legal department of PDEA will be present in the next committee hearing. Yung tanong ko lang ulit sa Bureau of Customs, no? Ang legal department, 'di ba, kapag merong order for seizure, 'di ba? Sa office nyo nanggagaling yung seizure orders, correct?
No, Your Honor. It comes from the port collector.
So, ang port collector orders the legal department to issue a seizure order.
No, Your Honor. It's the port collector who issues the warrant of seizure and detention.
So, ang ano yan, ang port collector.
Yes, sir.
Now, kung merong order of seizure, ano yung order na?
Okay. Warrant of seizure and detention assumes that the items are imported. Siyempre, business and duties and taxes. Or
Technical smuggling
misdeclaration,
or outright smuggling, correct?
misdeclaration, undervaluation, or misclassification, Your Honor. And then after the issuance of the WSD, the port conducts a hearing to determine if liable for forfeiture po yung...
Who conducts the hearing?
It's the law division of the port.
So in this case, kayo.
It's the law division of the port, Your Honor.
So iba pa rin yung legal ng customs sa law division ng port?
The port law of the port.
Okay, so who now orders the lifting of the seizure order or yung WSD?
So, is subject to automatic review by the commissioner.
Just
And-
like the recently, meron tayong na-seize na mga bigas that was forfeited in favor of the government, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, in other words, yung order to lift the seizure would have been issued or would have come from the office of the legal department under the law department.
Upon its review, Your Honor, we make recommendations to the Commissioner of Customs.
And then,
And then we draft the recommendation, Your Honor, for the approval of the Commissioner.
sige, we will just perhaps continue that line of questioning sa next because we can now proceed.
Meron lang ako itatanong din tungkol doon sa issue yun. If I may.
Okay, sandali. Kasi last interpellator si Congressman Acop sa topic ng drugs, but we can allow you for a short interjection, Congressman Dan Fernandez and then Congressman Paduano.
Yes, sino mga conduct ng mga raids? Doon sa, halimbawa, na-issue sila ng LOA. Di ba mga CIIS ang nagko-conduct?
Primarily, Your Honor, the intelligence group
Intelligence group of what?
of the Customs, Your Honor. It's a group.
Ano pangalan ng group nila?
Intelligence group, Your Honor. CIIS.
Sino nga? Yun yung sinabi ko kanina. CIIS. Sila yung nagko-conduct. Kaya nga, Mr. Chairman, siguro kailangan po natin maimbita. Sino ang head ng CIIS ng Port of Manila and ng MICP? Head. In
For
chiefs.
MICP, Your Honor, I think certain NCISO and for POM, Your Honor, I think it's a certain Joel Pinawin, Your Honor.
Okay. So sila ang mga nagko-conduct ng mga raids na yon.
They implement the letter of authority issued by the Commissioner, Your Honor.
Yeah.
They're the ones who enforces the letter of authority.
So ngayon, kapag na-enforce na nila yung letter of authority at naging successful nga yung raids, what happened next?
Your Honor, in the enforcement of the letter of authority, the letter of authority comes from the visitorial powers of the Commissioner. It's the power of the Commissioner to ask proof of duties, proof of payment of duties and taxes on goods openly held for sale or being kept in storage. These are imported goods, openly held for sale or kept in storage. So with the letter of authority, the enforcement of which authorizes the officer of the Bureau of Customs to enforce it to ask for the submission of proof of payment of duties and taxes, Your Honor.
Pero dapat, before that raids na nangyari, hindi na sila dapat nakalabas doon sa port di ba?
Your Honor, if the owner of the goods are able to prove payment, due payment of duties and taxes, then it's okay, Your Honor. It's released or it's given back to, or it's not being seized. But if there's no, if the owner fails within 15 days, fails to show proof that.
Bakit 15 days, attorney?
Nakalagay po sa-
Napakahaba naman nun.
Nakalagay-
Ano ba yan? Room for negotiation? Kasi pag 15 days, you can do anything Or
Your Honor-
bakit 15 days ata? Samantalang kung mapapakita mo na meron ka ng mga dokumento, right away. Di ba? Para walang room for negotiation. Kasi
The 15-day period is provided for
Nang?
CMTA, Your Honor. Customs Modernization and Tariff Act.
Kaya dahil kung 15 days, napakahaba nun. Di ba? So, sure. I think we need sa isyong to kasi medyo dito tayo nakakakita ng window ng problema. At kung walang usahan sa BOC employee, yung mga Mr. Chairman, dito tayo na naiisahan nagtatarang yan sa BOC. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Dan. Yes, as I said earlier, pagpapatuloy natin yung topic na yan dun sa next hearing natin dyan sa Bureau of Customs. Yes, and last but not the least, on the issue of drugs, Congressman Paduano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, Mr. Mike sila to, isang question lang po sa current customs officials. Kasi as I've heard kanina doon sa sagot ni former Commissioner Feldon at ni Commissioner La Peña, it was admitted by them na indeed there is a TARA system, the customs. Ito, attorney, ikaw nga 2009 ka pa, mas nauna pa ka sa kanila. Para kang mo pang aminin na may sistema dyan. Di ba? Mas nauna ka sa kanila, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Now, maswerte ka, hanggang ngayon nandyan ka pa. Now, eto, attorney, narinig mo ba yung yung supposedly proposed reforms that was proposed by Commissioner Paeldon and Commissioner La Peña with regards to the digitalization of the customs?
Actually, Your Honor, at the currently...
No, yes or no lang po.
Yes, I have heard, Your Honor.
Okay, hindi pa nga ako nagtatanong ng next question ko. Defensive ka na. Commissioner La Peña, former Commissioner La Peña, Commissioner Feldon, do you believe that if the reforms that you have mentioned will be implemented doon sa sistema sa customs, if not totally eradicated yung TARA system, that can minimize the TARA system?
Yes, Your Honor, it can substantially minimize the TARA system.
General La Peña.
Yes, Your Honor. That can greatly minimize, if not stop, the TARA system.
So, tama, budget na during your time, Commissioner Feldon?
Yes, sir, around 400 million plus. But when I assume, because it's a project of, I think, Commissioner Biason pa, but when I assume it's already a project of litigation, so it was withheld and never implemented during my time. The case was not resolved during my time. So, hindi ko alam after resolved yun, na-implement siya.
Nung time mo, thank you, Commissioner Feldon, nung time mo, Jen, yung time mo, what happened to that, modernization plan?
Are you referring to the state organization, the centralized command center?
I think we're talking about the proposed, supposedly the reform that former Commissioner Jackson wants to implement, and it was during the time also of Commissioner Peldon. Kaya lang po nagkakaso daw. So, kung tayo mo, ano ba bang nangyari doon?
I did not come across that project of Commissioner Biason, Your Honor.
So you're not familiar about it?
No, Your Honor.
Attorney, sa ngayon po, are you familiar with that? 2009 ka pa eh.
Your Honor, currently the Bureau of Customs is undertaking...
Again, please, Attorney, answer my query. You're the legal, the time legal ka na, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Ang tanong ko sa ng custom during the time, what happens now? Ano yung update doon? Doon sinasabi ni former Commissioner Pelon, during the time of Commissioner Biason, and pinalo up lang ni Commissioner Feldon, kailang may kaso. O sa legal ka the time, ano na ngayon yung status nun? At what are the efforts being done by the present Commissioner?
Your Honor, as I've been, currently we are digitization of all our functions, Your Honor, and I think we are at the threshold of 90%. However, we are being handicapped by a certain case pending with the Manila trial courts, enjoining or stopping the Bureau of Customs from further
improving its system, Your Honor.
Sino yung ano?
There's a case, Your Honor. It's a case filed against the Bureau of Customs by a certain Omniprime, Your Honor.
Oh,
Omniprime
that's-
case.
Ano yung company niyan? Importer?
No, Your Honor. It's a service.
Ang case nyo is not all about the implementation of the project, but with regards to the...
With regards to the improvement of our system,
Pero,
computer system.
pero ang nag-file ng case against you is...
Omniprime.
Ano yung Omniprime? Ano yung interest nila doon?
Your Honor, they participated in a
bidding.
Bidding, Your Honor.
So it's not all about their intention to stop.
Yeah,
But because they are part of the bidding, tapos hindi po nabigay sa kanila, tama? Ganun po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, now, is a different case that happened of former Commissioner Peldon and Commissioner Yadon? It's a different case.
If my memory serves me right, Your Honor, I think it started with Commissioner Lina, Your Honor. Commissioner Lina.
Okay, anyway, Mr. Chairman, since Chairman Navantes already moved that we will invite Commissioner Rubio, siguro po tama din na hearing dapat po ipatawag natin si Commissioner Rubio para diretso po na masagot niya yung mga katanungan, especially those proposed reforms that was proposed by former commissioners of customs. Now, Mr. Chairman, punta ko lang po si Jimmy Guban. Jimmy, yung case na nakaharap mo ngayon, is that sino ba yung source of information na may papasok na droga doon tayo?
Your Honor, that came from Colonel Asierto and
Okay.
Colonel Fajardo.
Colonel Asierto and Colonel Fajardo then kinordinate sa iyo.
Yes, Your Honor, dahil po na nag-monitor sa loob kasi hindi naman sila makakapasok.
Okay.
At wala silang direct line para sa customs.
So, may information, nahuli mo.
Together with PDEA, Your Honor.
Together
I am
with...
PDEA.
Okay.
Of the PDEA.
Who is the head of the operations at time? That
During that
coordinated
time,
you?
Your Honor, the director of the was then late Colonel Fajardo. Pero yung team leader niya sa airport ay Asiertin Bagawe in Soriano. Soriano testified, Your Honor, na we were together nung tinatrabaho namin yan. Agent Soriano,
So, agents active.
Your Honor.
Yeah, PDEA. Hindi kasi, Mr. Chairman, ganito
Sir,
lang
will
po.
verify if it is
Yeah,
still active.
please verify it. Then, Mr. Chairman, with that, I move that we will invite a certain Soriano.
Intelligence Officer Soriano and Intelligence Officer Bagawe, Your Honor.
Intelligence Officer Soriano, Intelligence Officer Bagawe. Para makalinawan lang po, kasi is General Aquino still present?
Yes, I think.
Kanina nakaupo siya eh. Nawala. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, since for the interest of time, ganito lang po. Pakiano lang po, kay General Aquino, be present in the next hearing because during your stint as the PDEA Director General, sa iyo po nangyari to, yung sa case nila Jimmy Guban. Kasi gusto ko lang tingnan, bakit yung information galing kina Asierto, at alam naman natin yan, si Asierto nakatago. Testifying in the ICC, part of the witnesses of the ICC. Tapos, sa kanila galing information, ikaw nag-operate, together with the PDEA, tapos kayo ngayon nakasuhan. Ayun ang hindi ko maintindihan. Your case, ang kaso mo is not part of that discovery doon sa Cavite that was mentioned by
No,
General
Your
Aquino?
Honor, that was already dismissed. Sa piskalya pa lang, wala na po yung Cavite, Your Honor. Ang ifinail nila sa amin yung nahuli namin mismo sa loob. Dahil wala naman pong katotohanan yung Cavite.
Jimmy,
Yes, Your Honor.
but ang Cavite was also filed against you.
Yes, Your Honor, but pagdating sa piskalya, dinismiss na po kaagad.
Ang kaso doon sa Cavite, that's also involved Asierto and Fardo.
Yes, Your Honor, pero...
So, tatlo pa rin kayo?
Yes, the same, Your Honor po. Kami pong tatlo
Hindi,
na...
tatlo lang kayo. No other than...
Meron pa po, Your Honor, yung may-ari ng magnetic lifter ng doon sa customs at saka ni certain tatlo o dalawang Chinese.
Sana
po yata.
ngayon yung may-ari at saka yung dalawa, tatlong Chinese national.
Your Honor, nawawala po. Tapos pati po yung umamin na may-ari ng kargamento na nahuli sa loob ng customs, nawawala rin po.
Oh, please, Mr. Chairman, please, can we get all the names that was, matanda mo pa ba yung mga pangalan, Jimmy?
Taguba, Your Honor, Mr. Taguba, yung asawa, babae, katipan. Umamin po yan, Your Honor, during the Senate
Mr.
hearing.
Chairman, can we ask the help of the CIDG or the Philippine National Police to locate those persons
Tiga Kalapan po yan, Your Honor.
mentioned by,
Calapan City.
by Jimmy? Kasi kailangan patawag natin yan para tayo magkaalaman na kasi we will not discuss about the merit of the
Bicaba,
case.
Your Honor, Bicaba Trading.
We will discuss about the merit of the case in regards to the case that has filed to you and now under up. What I'm saying is, medyo nakapagtataka lang kasi kayo pong may hawak ng information, kayo pa pong humuli, now, kayo pong nakasuhan. Yun lang po. Kaya we have to clear it out dun sa mga possible persons, no? Persons involved in that operations, Mr. Chairman. With that, as of now, Mr. Chairman, yun na po muna. General Aquino, next time lang po. Kasi naghabol po tayo ng oras. I will ask you once again the question that I asked when you were not around. No? Next time na lang po.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank
you,
you,
Chairman.
Congressman Paduano. Comsec, please take note of the persons that Congressman Paduano would want to invite for the next committee hearing. Tapos na po yung ating hearing on the topic of illegal drugs. So we will now shift to the topic of extrajudicial killings. For the resource persons related po sa topic ng illegal drugs, you can be excused already. Unless you want to stay and listen, we will welcome that. So 1 minute suspension. Comsec, can we ask, is Colonel Grijaldo present? Okay, please bring him in. And maybe ask all the... Maraming salamat po doon sa mga resource persons sa topic ng illegal drugs. Thank you. And hopefully, we expect again to see you soon. May one. Rog. We have invited resource persons, and we have a list of the members who wish to interpolate on the issues related to the extrajudicial killings, including, of course, the issue where Police Colonel Hector Grijaldo is involved, no? And with that, we'd like to call on the first interpolator, Congresswoman Pami Zamora. You have 10 minutes. You are now recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Colonel Grijaldo, good afternoon po. Colonel Grijaldo, simulan ko lang po nung dati po kasi nag-a-attend ka naman dito, pero may time na
Mr.
umiwas.
Chairman, point of information lang po.
With the indulgence of
Yes.
Congresswoman Zamora. Yes, what is the point of
Since
information?
the good gentle lady will be starting to ask Colonel Hector Grijaldo, this representation wish to inform this committee that we will be inhibiting ourselves ourselves, not together with I think tayo, no, na to ask question, and at the same time we can also be asked, no, by the members of this committee. Surely meron tong involvement sa mga nangyari, no, for the resource person not attending our mga hearings. So yun po, yun lamang po ang gusto ko natin palam, na we are willing to answer questions na ibabato rin po ng ating mga members of this committee. Maraming salamat po,
Okay.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you, Congressman
Mr. Chair.
Fernandez. Yes,
I said-
Congressman Abante.
I second the motion.
Okay, so we just would like to inform the members that you can also propound questions directed to our co-chairs of the committee in relation to the issue of EJK and in relation to the issue of Colonel Grijaldo's previous statement before this committee and before the Senate committee. So
And Mr. Chairman, we're willing to go down and to vacate our seat here.
we
So
ask
most
you
likely
to
we'll
please
be sitting down
occupy
there.
the seats in front of the chair. So
Mr.
that,
Thank you,
we
Mr.
can,
Chairman.
see you
Mr.
eye to
Chair.
eye. Now,
Do we
thank
need
you.
to ask them to take the
Before that, can we, Comsec, did Colonel Grijaldo take his oath in the previous hearings already? You already took your oath. So there's no need to administer the oath of Colonel Grijaldo. He has taken his oath in the previous hearing. So may we ask both co-chairs, Congressman Abante and Congressman Dan Fernandez, to occupy the seat in front of this table.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congressman Akop.
point of clarification.
Yes, please proceed.
Since our two chairmen already moved that questions should be asked from them, may we request that they also take the oath? And may I know whether we can cite them in contempt if they're found lying? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, Congressman Akop. Let me inform the Honorable Congressman Abante and Fernandez that since you will be one of the resource persons in this hearing today, any member who find you not cooperative or evading questions from this representation and others, there is no prohibition under our rules that we cannot cite you in contempt. So let it be on record, Your Honors. Now,
Point of clarification.
are you comfortable in that?
Yeah,
seat,
yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Point of clarification.
Yes. What
Mr.
is
Chairman.
the
May I
clarification?
be
I think, Mr. Chair,
informed.
sorry, I think the witness,
I still have the
the
floor.
resource person now has to wait to be recognized.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
I was recognized, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
No, really, no joke. What this representation wanted to find out kung what provision of the rules contain yung pong pagte-take po ng oath ng member of this committee who wanted to be a part of the as resource person.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I will wait, hold your horses, gentlemen. Let me ask Congressman Acop to answer that query of Congressman Dan Fernandez.
Mr. Chair, I think the two distinguished gentlemen were the ones who volunteered to become resource persons. We did not require them to become resource persons. And therefore, when they volunteered to become resource persons, then our rules regarding resource persons must apply. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I agree, Mr.
So
Chair.
I hope that is clear to the gentleman from Laguna. No further questions will be entertained by the chair.
Mr. Chair,
From you, but from Congressman
may
Abante.
I
yes,
request that if you will be cited in contempt, that I would be arrested in my own room, Mr. Chair.
That is
I
noted.
confine my
That-
own room. That's
Thank-
my request, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. Comsec, please take note of the request of Congressman Abante and Congressman Fernandez. Yes,
So,
now we will now proceed.
So with the explanation of the Vice Chairperson, Romy Acop, this representation submit to the decision of this committee. Maraming salamat po.
Okay. Thank you, Congressman Fernandez.
May we
for
have our
your-
oath now, Mr. Chair?
Kabawi na rin kami nito.
Okay, Comsec, please administer the oath of the two distinguished gentlemen, members of the honor of this 19th Congress.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this congressional inquiry? So God may help you. Sir, the oath has been administered.
Thank you, Comsec. Thank you, Congressman Fernandez and Congressman Abante. Now we will proceed with the interpellation of Congresswoman Pami Zamora. You have 10 minutes.
Once again, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to also greet our two new resource persons. Welcome to the committee. Tanungin ko ngayon, Mr. Chair, I'd like to address my question to Colonel Grijaldo. Colonel Grijaldo, natatandaan ko dati nung nag-attend ka pa dito at nabigyan pa yung committee ng pagkakataon na matanong ka, sinabi mo na nung June 28, 2016, ay nag-attend ka ng isang meeting sa DPWH building kasama ang classes 1996 and 1997 ng PNPA. Tama po ba yon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, kasama mo dito sa meeting na to, Mr. Chair, si Colonel Reyna Garma. Tama po ba yon, Mr. Chair?
Nandoon po si Colonel Garma, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang tanungin, bakit sa Davao ang naging meeting? Bakit sa Davao ginanap ang meeting na to?
I don't know, Your Honor.
You don't know, but I think you know. Because ang nagpatawag ba ng meeting na ito, tama ba, ay si former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte?
I don't know the circumstances, Your Honor, who made the arrangement of the meeting, Your Honor.
So why did you attend a meeting that you didn't know the circumstances of?
Yes, Your Honor, I was having my schooling.
No, I'm
officers.
asking you, bakit ka mag-a-attend ng isang meeting na hindi mo naman alam sino ang nagpa-meeting at kung ano ang pakay ng meeting?
Your Honor, allow me to give my premise on the circumstances.
All right.
It happens while we were on schooling at Mintal, Davao City. And during the time, Colonel Garma and some other of my classmates, Colonel Belela, and all other class 97, were undergoing a officer's senior executive course that time. And there was some talks among the officers that there will be a gathering on that place. So that's the only thing that we know that time.
All right. And so I'd like to ask, in this meeting, was the former president present?
I have sent the president at the time, Your Honor.
I have seen the president at that time. And June 28, 2016, that would be 2 days bago siya manumpa para maging presidente natin. That would be 3 days before he would assume office. Tama po ba yon?
I could not recall, Your Honor,
Mr. Chair, ano ulit yung natatandaan ko yung campaign slogan dati ni PRR? It's very, alam nating lahat yon. Ang campaign slogan niya ay change is coming. Colonel Grijaldo, ano ba yung sinasabing change ni former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte? 'Di ba yung change na yon ay to reduce the crime rate, to reduce criminal activity in the country. Am I correct?
I don't know the political agenda at the time of the election, Your Honor.
And in fact, on his very, very last political rally before he won the presidency, there is a very famous quote na, in fact, kumalat siya hanggang sa international news outlets. Sa BBC, nandun nakasulat, sinabi ni former PRRD, "Forget the laws on human rights. If I make it to the presidential palace, I will do what I did as mayor. You drug pushers, hold up men and do nothings. You better go out because I'd kill you," he said at his final campaign rally. "I dump all of you into Manila Bay and fatten all the fish there." Narinig mo po ba to, Colonel Grijaldo?
No, Your Honor. That time I was busy on our schooling because it takes 1 year for us to finish the executive course.
And as confirmed by the former president himself, ginawa niya to kasi doon sa quote na yon na binanggit ko, sinasabi niya, I will do just what I did as mayor. And kinonfirm niya many times na ginawa niya to gamit yung tinatawag niyang Davao Death Squad. Itong grupo na to, na same group na sinasabi ng isang taong nagngangalang Edgar Matubato na naging parte siya. He said that in the Senate. Tama po ba?
Di ko po alam yung circumstances nung kay Matubato, Your Honor.
And this is the same subject also na naging ng affidavit ng isang taong nagngangalang Arturo Las Cañas na umamin ng existence ng DDS, pati na rin sa pagiging former DDS leader niya. And this is the same DDS, Colonel Las Cañas, na tinutukoy ni PRRD sa Senate committee hearing na dinaluhan mo. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And nung sinabi nga niya na I will do just what I did as mayor, ito ay, ang pinatutungkulan niya dito, yung tinatawag na Davao template. Am I correct?
I could not remember what he has stated during the Senate hearing, Your Honor.
And bilang ating Pangulo, siya yung Commander-in-Chief ng Philippine National Police. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in place of the Davao Death Squad, to implement what he said would be his war on drugs, ginamit niya yung PNP, which in my humble opinion is a very great alternative considering na our policemen are not only very well trained but are better equipped to further the cause, to lessen the crime rates in the country. Tama ba?
I could not confirm or deny that statement, Your Honor.
And bilang member ng Philippine National Police, do you confirm that during his presidency, ito yung naging focus ng kanyang term? Yung pagpapababa ng crime rate sa ating bansa, ng criminality.
It was his policy, Your Honor.
And ayon sa testimony rin ni Colonel Ray Nagarma, I believe it was the September 27 hearing, this was the reason kung bakit siya nagpatawag ng meeting DPWH building sa Davao noong June 28, 2016. For our viewers, mababasa naman natin yung naging conversation ni Chairman Paduano at ni Colonel Ray Nagarma. Dito, inaamin niya na ang napag-usapan doon ay yung Davao template. Having said that, Mr. Chair, ikaw, Colonel Grijaldo, hindi ka sumang-ayon dito. Dahil sabi mo, in the same hearing, nung ikaw na yung tinatanong, sinabi mo na you could not confirm the statement ni Colonel Garma. Am I correct? In fact, I think we can also show the same, the conversation that occurred in that hearing.
Yes, Your Honor. It was not been discussed during the time.
Sinabi mo na you cannot confirm, sabi mo, I could not confirm that, Mr. Chair, na napag-usapan yon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero tama ba na inaamin mo na nandun ka sa meeting na yon, Colonel Grijaldo?
It's not a meeting, Your Honor. I was
It's
there
a
just
bonding?
to be present together with my classmates, Your Honor.
So what do we call it? Eyeball.
That was a courtesy call, Your Honor. Where we're
Courtesy call.
called together with some of the officers.
Okay.
But we don't know what is the topic for that meeting or a gathering, Your Honor.
So having said that, it's either one of two things, Mr. Chair. Either A, kasi hindi naman pwedeng parehas kayo nagsisinungaling ni Colonel Garma. Sinabi ni Colonel Garma na yun ang napag-usapan, sinasabi mo na hindi yun ang napag-usapan or hindi mo ma-confirm na yun ang napag-usapan. So para sa akin, it's either one of two things. Una, napag-usapan yung Davao template, pero wala ka doon nung napag-usapan yon. Or pangalawa, Mr. Chair, ay nandun ka nung pinag-usapan yung Davao template, pero ayaw mo aminin, kaya sinasabi mo na you cannot confirm this statement because you are under oath, and you still are under oath, and you didn't want to perjure yourself. Am I correct?
No, Your Honor. That's the facts that really happened that time that I witnessed, Your Honor.
So sino sa inyo ni Colonel Garma yung nagsasabi ng totoo?
I will not confirm nor deny the statement of Colonel Garma, Your Honor.
Parang di ako nasagot. Pero Mr. Chair, inaamin mo, nakakilala mo si Colonel Garma.
Yes, Your Honor. She was my classmate in the academy, and we've been assigned in the Region 11.
Okay, if we take, kung tinatanggap natin yung sagot mo na hindi mo you can confirm if that conversation happened and confirms that the conversation happened, bilang malapit kayo ni Delma and considering na very, very critical implement ng Davao template nationwide, hindi nyo man lang napag-usapan ba to ni Colonel Garma? Hindi ba yun parang contrary to human experience na hindi siya napag-usapan? Hindi ba kayo parating magkasama ni Colonel Garma?
We have a relationship, Your Honor. I mean, magkaklase kami. But we're professionals and we talk just the matters within the of our profession as police officer, Your Honor.
Pero 'di ba so that was June 28, 2016. I remember in a hearing many months back, napag-usapan yung matagal nating naging topic yung tungkol kila Jimmy Fortaleza. 'Di ba dinalaw niyo siya ng July 2016 sa Davao Penal Colony? Tama ba 'yon? I remember everyone was confirming that visit.
Yes, Your Honor. I confirm that we were there to visit Major Fortaleza, Your Honor.
And it was only a few months after that visit na papatayin yung 3 Chinese drug lords under the actions nila Colonel Garma, ni Padilla, si Leonardo, and according to them, they were taking direct orders from no less than the former president himself. Hindi po ba ang naging simula ng Davao template, Mr. Chair, ay yung pinag-usapan niyo noong June 28, 2016?
I'm not in privy, Your Honor, what were the discussion between Major Fortaleza and Colonel Garma that time when we visited him at Dapicol, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Chair, it seems that, as evasive as our witness wants to be, I would like to manifest that apart from his history, his long-standing history with Colonel Garma, there are really several instances which would put them in the same places and events which is further evidence of their close work and personal relation. We've also confirmed, Mr. Chair, na una, si Colonel Grijaldo was in attendance sa meeting sa DPWH building noong June 28, 2016. And because of his attendance in this meeting, kahit pa i-deny ni Colonel Grijaldo ito, he was indeed part of the planning of the nationwide implementation of this Davao model, or what we all know as the war on drugs. With this, Mr. Chair, I didn't want to take up all of my time. I yield to the next interpellator. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Zamora. The next interpellator is Congressman Zia Adyong. You are recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I yield to my good friend, the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro, Congressman Lordan. I'll be asking my question later on. I yield my time to Congressman Lordan, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Congressman Suwan, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colonel Grijaldo.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Di ba ang lokal po na police ang may responsibilidad na to maintain the peace in their area of jurisdiction?
Yes, sir.
Which means that they have to be familiar with the place where they are assigned in order for them to be effective, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And which means that if anything happens in your area of jurisdiction, you have to be the one to investigate, just like what happened to the assassination of Colonel Barayuga, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, but there is a responsible investigation on case, Your Honor, to respond or to conduct investigation in event there is a crime incident, Your Honor.
So, as to the assassination of Barayuga, you were the one who is primarily responsible for investigating it. Is it not correct?
As part of my command responsibility, Your Honor, I'll take on supervision on my investigator on case for that demise of police.
I'm sorry, you were the lead investigator?
There is a designated investigation on case, Your Honor. And I'm only supervising, and I could not intervene or influence my investigator on case for that incident, Your Honor.
So you mean to say that you are still supervisor of the investigator of that case?
No, there is a, we have a organizational chart, Your Honor. And there is a chief of investigation who is sole responsible on all the personnel under his supervision, which is the investigator on case or all investigator under his unit, Your Honor. And overall, in the police station, I am the police supervisor as the chief of police of that place, Your Honor.
When were you appointed as chief of police of Mandaluyong City?
July, on the month of July in that time, Your Honor, 2021 or 2021, Your Honor.
So you were already the chief of police during the assassination of Barayuga.
Yes, Your Honor.
How is this investigation started? How do you, such an assassination like what happened with Mr. Barayuga, how is the investigation started? Ano yung proseso po?
Yes, Your Honor. There was a radio call that there was a shooting incident that happened in that place. Immediately thereafter, we dispatched our personnel to conduct yung investigation or to go after of the to those perpetrators of the incident. I was in that place. I responded in that place also, Your Honor, and naabutan ko na lang, Your Honor, yung pick up tsaka yung isang victim on the passenger side, but the driver side was already evacuated as per the witnesses in that place, Your Honor. I myself immediately also go to look for any evidence or any thing that na may CCTV doon sa lugar, and we called up immediately yung SOCO para ma-preserve yung crime scene, Your Honor. Yun po yung ginawa namin that time, Your Honor.
So can you repeat again who handled the investigation?
The duty investigator during the time, it was Police Executive Master Sergeant Punsalan, Your Honor.
And Police Executive Master Sergeant Punsalan reports to you as the Chief of Police.
What do you mean?
I mean that Punsalan is the investigator, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Immediately, pag dinispatch po natin kasi yung investigator natin, he will do his job as an investigator. And immediately, we have the duty officer. It was during that time, Your Honor, it was a COVID that time. And most of our personnel and the same, I myself was staying at the police station. I live in the police station that time. So, nakapag-responde kami, and we have this duty SDO, Police Captain Villarta, who also taking charge to do his job that time. And after gathering some information, what transpired immediately was for us to make a spot report. Just 5H and 5W and 1H muna yung ginagawa natin. Just to, there is a timeline that we are beating in the Camp Crame, lalo na pag mga high crimes. We need to have at least within 1 hour, we can make a report, a spot report on 5W and 1H only statement. Then we do the progress report, Your Honor, depending on the progress of the investigation, Your Honor, done by the IOC, Your Honor, on the investigator on case, Your Honor.
Yes, but as the Chief of Police of Mandaluyong City, would it be correct to say that the buck stops with you? Which means na ikaw yung may final word may final word sa investigation?
No, Your Honor. The investigator have done or ginawa niya, Your Honor, yung ginawa niya yung report. Kung ano yung niya, Your Honor, yun yung statement, Your Honor. I will not influence or give or to influence dun sa statement na gagawin niya. Kasi it will not or we cannot
Pero
give justice dun sa investigation
Colonel
natin,
Grijaldo,
Your Honor.
paano ito natapos tong investigation na to?
Your Honor,
Sinong
on that
nagpasya na itigil yung investigation?
no, Your Honor, allow me, Your Honor, to elaborate further dun sa nangyari during the the incident happened July 30. On the next day, nagkaroon na ho tayo, sir, ng immediately thereafter, there is a creation of a Special Investigation Task Group or SITG, which is to unearth yung mga other evidences or sino yung mag-discover natin kung sino yung perpetrators that time of the incident. But nagkaroon ng consensus or consolidated effort with the district unit. So ang assume ng overall control ng investigation is the Your Honor. And that time, I was just only a member of the SITG, Your Honor.
So yung nangyari, parang napunta na yung investigation sa SITG instead of sa iyo.
It's not me, Your Honor, to do the investigation. Just only the IOC, Your Honor, who is responsible. At the same time, Your Honor, it was carried on the SITG group. The investigator that time on the incident, the same investigator being appointed on the SITG, Your Honor.
Pero di ba ikaw yung office nyo yung nagsimula ng investigation, so pagkatapos nun, pinasa sa SITG or sa CIDG?
Pinasa namin, Your Honor, kung ano yung initial nagawa naming investigation. And the CIDG was then also a part of the SITG, Your Honor. The composition of the SITG is the IOC of the station. I myself also a member. The D7, the DIDM, the District Investigation Detective Management Unit, the CIDG, the SOCO, the overall the SITG, Your Honor, was the district operation, DRDO, we call it the DDO, Your Honor, Deputy for Operation, Your Honor.
So Colonel, kahit ikaw po yung nagsimula ng investigation,
Yes, Your Honor.
you were not the one who finished the investigation. That's what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor. It was because in SITD, Your Honor, there is a need to compose and to comply within the period of 6 months. If it is not been
Pero
sold,
tingin ko po, Colonel, na parang agad-agad na transfer yung investigation sa SITG. Is this correct?
no, Your Honor, it was the district director who take cognizance of the incident, Your Honor. So as just a station commander, Your Honor, I yield to the wisdom of the district director.
So
that time,
you're
Your Honor.
saying that you did not terminate the investigation, but you yielded the investigation instead to the SITG.
The time, yes, Your Honor, there is a continuing effort on the station. I myself, together with other police officer, I give them task also to do some efforts, like send them to take some affidavits of the security guard on PCSO, the personnel working with General Barayuga and other witnesses, the vehicle that bumped the
So,
that was
Colonel,
bumped
you're
the
saying
pickup
that
time, Your Honor.
with all of these resources that are in your hands or within your reach, binitawan mo pa rin yung investigation at binigay sa SITG.
I mean, Your Honor, hindi naman ibig sabihin binitawan. Ibig sabihin, we just give the district the opportunity or for us to have a better in the conduct of investigation, Your Honor, mapabuti kasi ang effort nun marami ng unit
Kasi
hindi
sa
lang yung
tingin ko,
station. So mas mapapabuti po natin na ma-solve po yung problema yun na nangyari.
normal po ba na, do you usually do this, Colonel, na yung may mga high-profile cases like this one, binibigay agad sa CIDG or sa SITG?
Yes, Your Honor, there is a in the PNP operational manual, there is a creation of SITG every time incidents involving may mga high crimes, Your Honor, assassination
Kasi
or
sa tingin ko po,
terrorism.
parang this is very concerning because parang pinapasa mo yung trabaho nyo na dapat ikaw yung gumawa, especially this investigation into the murder of Barayuga. I think that's irregular, Colonel Grijaldo. And gaya ng sinabi mo kanina, yung mga local police yung nasa pinakamagandang position to investigate crimes such as this because they are the ones with the most familiarity with the area. And now you're saying that it is normal procedure for you to just pass it on to the SITG. I find this really concerning and baka may personal na interest ka kung bakit ma-terminate agad yung investigation regarding sa pagpaslang kay Barayuga. Ayon sa PNP National Police, sa Philippine National Police Internal Affairs Service, may ongoing investigation ba regarding this sa pagpatay kay Barayuga? IAS?
Your Honor, we've been charged before the Internal Affairs Unit.
So you were charged
Yes, Your
by
Honor.
the IAS?
Yes, Your Honor. We have a administrative complaint for us. Your Honor, I have here with me the charge sheet. Administrative complaint against Police Colonel Grijaldo for neglect of duty, irregularity in the performance of duty, misconduct, incompetence, conduct and becoming of police officers. We already submitted our counter affidavit on this incident, Your Honor.
When was that case filed by the Internal Affairs Service of the PNP?
We made to do the counter affidavit, Your Honor, last September, Your Honor.
Would you agree with me that the Internal Affairs Service would not have filed this case kung wala naman silang makikitang o nakitang anomalous or irregular activity during the investigation, di ba?
Hindi ko naman ma-question yung ang function ng IAS, Your Honor. So it has the rightful din ng IAS to conduct investigation and make charges on all personnel who being involved in that incident, Your Honor.
Colonel Grijaldo, are you also under restrictive custody? And were you relieved from your post from the PDEG, PNP Drug Enforcement Group, because of the anomalies uncovered during the investigation?
No, Your Honor, I was still with the PDEG that time. And
that time when the Internal Affairs Service filed this administrative complaint against you, you were still with the PDEG.
Yes, Your Honor.
How about now? Are you still with the PDEG?
We are not on a restrictive custody, Your Honor. It is a administrative. We still reporting to the PHAW, Your Honor. It is a admin holding unit, Your Honor. Ang kinuha lang po sa amin na ano, Your Honor, is that we don't have a position to perform, Your Honor.
At ang mga would it be correct to say that you are being investigated right now by the IAS?
Yes, Your Honor. We have submitted already our counter affidavit, Your Honor. And
Tapos reason siguro ng IAS ay dahil meron kayong pinagtatakpan. Is that correct? Is that one of the reasons for this investigation by the IAS?
hindi ko po hindi po ako pwedeng mag-assume dun sa investigation. I-preempt natin yung investigation ng IAS, Your Honor, because they are still conducting on the liability on the those personnel being investigated on this case, Your Honor.
Colonel Grijaldo, kilala mo, do you know Colonel David Puklay?
Yes, Your Honor.
At nung nakaraang Quadcom hearing, parehas kayong tinanong tungkol sa investigation regarding sa assassination ni Barayuga. Is that correct?
Just I could not remember, Your Honor.
Do you remember that you were asked regarding the findings of the SITG? Nung sa last na hearing, do you remember na may tinanong sa'yo regarding sa findings sa SITG?
Your Honor, hindi ko na matanong, Your Honor, kung natanong po ako regarding do sa result ng SITG. Because as far as I know, Your Honor, the investigation conducted by the SITG was turned over to CIDG, Your Honor, after a period of 6 months, Your Honor.
Yung tinanong ka tungkol sa mga natuklasan yung posibleng motibo, ang sagot mo noon ay dalawa lang ang natuklasan yung motibo, di ba? Na work-related or personal grudge. Do you remember that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Kindly wrap up, Congressman Sun.
During the last Quadcom hearing, hindi mo man lang binanggit na meron palang alegasyon na sangkot ng droga, allegedly, si Mr. Barayuga.
Yes, Your Honor. I could not confirm that he was involved in the or in the drug list, Your Honor. Yung sinasabi po natin, Your Honor, na kung yung lang po namin, Your Honor, sa Intel, just confined within our area of jurisdiction, Your Honor.
Yung sa investigation report that you submitted, did you include the fact that Mr. Barayuga was part of the watch list, part of the drugs watch list?
Hindi ko na po ano yung napag-usapan doon, Your Honor, doon sa wrapping up or the nung karon na ng Your Honor, yung resolution yung SITG, I was already relieved as Chief of Police of Mandaluyong, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair.
Just a manifestation, Mr. Chair, because based on this interpellation, it would seem that the witness has a propensity to withhold crucial information and he also always claims that he has no knowledge of the matter, notwithstanding the fact that there is evidence to controvert his statements. And ito ay nakakabahala at posible namang maging hadlang sa ating investigasyon kasi gusto lang talaga natin yung katotohanan. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Juan. Just
Mr. Chairman.
DSJJ, I'd just like to ask a very short question to Colonel Grijaldo in relation to the questions asked by Congressman Juan. Doon ba sa investigasyon nyo, you were the chief of police ng Mandaluyong when the Barayuga assassination happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
And base sa inyong investigasyon sa nangyaring yon, ano ang posibleng motibo sa pagpatay kay kay General Barayuga?
Your Honor, hindi na nga po ako na-discuss during the ng SITG report because I was not already that time.
On whose
in there.
orders the SITG was formed? Is it the chief of police or somebody higher than you?
On the district level, Your Honor.
So and who was that?
The district director, Your Honor.
And he was the district director at that time.
Just I could not remember the...
Imposible naman, Colonel, hindi mo matandaan yung immediate superior mo.
Just I'll check, Your Honor.
I'll
Check
check.
ko lang
I'll give you
yan
30
naman.
seconds. Please check.
Yes, Your Honor. Check ko lang, Your Honor.
Hindi naman panipaniwala na hindi mo matandaan kung sino yung superior mo. If you're trying to cover up for someone, do it in the most professional way, so to speak. I don't know if there is really a professional way to do that, but there is some semblance of cover up.
The letter order number 1657, the subject matter is the composition of SITG regarding Wesley Barayuga. It was by the command of Police Brigadier General Almasan, Your Honor.
General Almasan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pagka sinabi bang district director which covers the area of Mandaluyong, ito ba ay part of the NCR?
Yes, Your
So-
Honor. Pamarisan, Your Honor. Pasig, Ina, Eastern po, sir. Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
Eastern. And that time, the Eastern Police District Director was General
Almasan, Your Honor.
Almasan.
Opo, Your Honor.
Siya nag-order na mag-create ng SITG.
Yes, Your Honor.
So did you not conduct an immediate initial investigation on that assassination incident that happened within your area of jurisdiction? Wala ka bang ginawang investigasyon?
Nag-conduct din po kami ng investigation, Your Honor. We were able to get affidavits of those duty that time in PCSO. I was able to extract the CCTV on the fronting the crime scene, Your Honor.
So what is shown on TV yung sa side eh?
Yeah, Your
You have
Honor. Sa
another-
establishment, Your Honor.
Meron kang another video.
Ano, Your Honor? It was only the CCTV that time on the establishment on the side, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what was the finding? What was your findings in your initial investigation?
Yung namin, Your Honor, yung perpetrators, Your Honor, sinundan namin yun, binakak namin, umabot hanggang dun sa Guadalupe, yung CCTV ng MMDA, Your Honor. We have taken also CCTV from
And,
MMDA.
What was the conclusion of what were your findings? Anong findings nyo? Anong motibo sa pagpatay sa kanya?
We were on the personal grudge, Your Honor, and work-related, Your Honor, that time na-establish namin. Then it was forwarded, Your Honor. It was taken by the SITG already in the
Did you
district
put in
level.
your report that he was involved in the drugs, or was he involved in the drugs watch list? Did you put that in your report?
Just I could not remember, Your Honor, if it was put on record or on the investigation report done by the investigator or the IOC, Your Honor.
Sige, I'll give the floor to
Chairman,
DSJJ first and then Congressman Adyong. Next, DSJJ.
Congressman Adyong, okay lang. This will be very Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask for clarification. What are our two chairmen serving as resource persons to our discussions regarding Colonel Grijaldo? Is it because a certain incident happened?
The both Chairman Abante and Chairman Dan Fernandez voluntarily volunteers to be a resource person with regards to the incident. That happens allegedly as alleged by
Magsisinungaling at pawang katotohanan.
My right for self-incrimination, Your Honor.
Okay. Although that right is not absolute, Colonel Grijaldo, insofar as those statements were said under oath and minutes of the Senate are public documents. In fact, ang dami pong nakapanood nun. So we will take your statement as what it is.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ngayon, ang nakakabahala po doon sa bahagi po ninyo, Colonel Grijaldo, ay naibahagi po ninyo doon sa state ninyo na meron pong 2 miyembro ng mababang kapulungan ay di umano ay inudyok ka, kinausap ka, at para pang tinatakot ka na magsabi ng mga bagay tungkol sa issue ng EJK sa Pilipinas. Tama po ba yun?
Your Honor, I would like to stand by my statement in the Senate under oath, Your Honor, and I would like to invoke my right for self-incrimination, Your Honor.
Okay, but you have already stated your statement. So, Comsec, meron po ba tayong kopya nung affidavit ni Colonel Grijaldo?
Your Honor, I apologize, we have not secured a copy of.
But I think the very resourceful Chairman Akop will allow me to. Thank you very much. So anyway, Colonel Grijaldo, meron po akong copy ng affidavit nyo. Ito naman po ay pinaninindigan po ninyo, tama po?
Yes, sir.
Maraming salamat. Dito po sa number 7 ng inyong sinumpang salaysay, sinabi po ninyo dito, when I entered the room, I saw 2 lawyers of Colonel Garma standing inside the room. One of the lawyers approached me and then asked me what we were going to talk about. And I said that I do not know. Number 8, after a while, Congressman Dan Fernandez entered the room and he asked me to sit beside him on the right side. Then Congressman Abante entered the room and sat on the far end chair on my right. One of the lawyers of Colonel Garma stood at my back.
Your Honor, I would stand by my statement.
Okay,
The
so
Senate
I would
under
understand.
oath, Your Honor, and I invoke my right for self-incrimination, Your Honor.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order.
What is the point of
I don't see any reason why our guest it keeps on invoking his right against self-incrimination when Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez was not asking him anything incriminating. He was just merely reading a portion of his affidavit. So I don't like, Mr. Chair, that this committee, that our resource person may impress upon the public that we are here to corner him and to incriminate him. Please, tigilan mo yan. Hindi naman, Mr. Chair, it's not right to invoking self-incrimination when in fact DSJJ is not asking you any questions but merely reading his affidavit. Baka naman ang message na pinapakita, Mr. Chairman, sa publiko, inaanggulo natin siya dito. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but I have to manifest this. I think his invitation to the Senate was to discuss about EJK and illegal drugs. And nowhere in his affidavit did he mention anything about illegal drugs and EJK. He did not share any inputs or his knowledge on illegal drugs. His participation in that Senate inquiry was merely to besmirch the reputation of some of the chairmen here. And as a result, attempting to degrade the integrity of the Quadcom. So please, I hate to admonish men in uniform. I have the highest respect for our policemen. But please, Colonel Grijaldo, stop invoking your right against self-incrimination. Nobody's asking you any questions here.
Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chairman, along the line of Congressman Adjong, I don't think it's incriminating because number one, sinumpang salaysay niya po ito eh. Armado niya po ito eh. So how can he incriminate himself when he actually signed this affidavit? And this is a public document, Mr. Chair. So if our resource person is invoking this right to self-incrimination, I think that is out of order.
Okay. I'd like to remind the resource person that the questions being asked of you are the statements you made in your affidavit. And the questions that DSJJ is asking is whether you confirm those statements that you stipulated in your affidavit. Dahil affidavit, pinirmahan mo yun, there's nothing incriminating no dun sa tanong ni Congressman J.J. Suarez. So please answer appropriately the questions being asked by the members. Congressman Akop.
Mr. Chair, may we ask the resource person the basis why he is invoking his right against self-incrimination?
Yeah, please answer. What is the basis of you invoking the right against self-incrimination?
police colonel ka, investigador ka dati. You know the basic rudiments of investigation. Alam mo dapat kung kailan i-invoke yung right against self-incrimination. Di po ba? Kasi nagko-conduct ka ng investigation eh. Now, may I know your legal basis why you're invoking your right against self-incrimination? Mr. Chair, if he cannot provide any basis, I think I agree with the Honorable Adjong that he should not invoke that right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I share the sentiment of Congressman Akop. If indeed the resource person cannot explain to this committee why he is invoking his right against self-incriminations in reply or in response to the questions raised by DSJJ Suarez, then I would agree that the gentleman is out of order, and perhaps do you have a lawyer with you, Colonel Grijaldo? Nandito, may abogado ka ba? Would you like?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Do you want us to provide you a lawyer?
No, Your Honor.
Because your lawyer or lawyers that we can provide you will assist you on telling you what your rights are in this committee hearing. So, gusto mo ba mag-provide kami ng abogado?
No, Your Honor.
So, you will answer and reply to the questions of the members. Now, DSJJ?
Yes,
are you-
Mr. Chair, maybe another opportunity we can provide to this person. Colonel Grijaldo, kung kayo po ay hindi komportable dahil nga maraming nanonood at nasa publiko po ang hearing na ito, would you want or would you request for an executive session so that you can divulge the details and the truthfulness to the affidavit that you executed in the Senate hearing?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so therefore we can proceed, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
So, Colonel Grijaldo, matanong ko lang po, ano po ang nag-udyok sa'yo para i-execute tong affidavit na ito?
Just I have said, Your Honor, during my opening statement in the Senate, it was Tuesday. We have a hearing here on Tuesday, and we ended up on the Wednesday on the event of the Typhoon Christine. And as I have said, I go back to my home, and dinibdib ko po yung nangyari sa akin, Your Honor. And I never told this to my wife that time for 2 days. Until such time on the Friday, I was informed by the PIHAW that I'll be attending a Senate hearing. So, naisabi ko dun sa asawa ko, Your Honor. And nag-a-argue pa kami kasi ayaw niya. Ako kasi gusto ko na may sabi. And sabi ko, we have to go on a Sunday Mass, and we need wisdom for this para mabigyan din tayo ng lakas ng loob para ma-resolve natin sa tayo kasi tayo nag-aaway. Nagkakaproblema. Hindi na rin kami nag-aano nun eh. So on the Sunday, it was on the gospel. Sabi ko, pakinggan natin kung ano man yung masabi ng gospel sa atin that day. And it was a great enlightenment and a wisdom na binigay sa akin, Your Honor. The gospel said that it's not all about the crown, but it is about the cross. It is not about the honor, but it's about the sacrifice. It's not being the first, but being the last. It's not being the great, but being the servant. Sabi ko sa asawa ko, bakit naibigay sa atin to? We have to, and to sum up that, Your Honor, ang sinabi nung pare, sabi niya, it's not about the experience. Because yung experience kasi natin sa buhay, it may be good or bad. But it's all about the lesson learned. Your Honor. So I have that courage, and even my wife submitted to my decision. And on the next day, pumunta na po ako yun. Nandun po yun, ginawa ko po yun, sinulat ko po yun. And it was on that mass that time that it is a Sunday for the PDLs. It was a Sunday for PDLs. Sabi ng pare, we have to give dun sa mga brothers natin nakukulong. Hindi ko nga akalain na I would be the one also to experience that nung sinabi ng pare. So that's all, Your Honor. That is all that happened, Your Honor.
Well, oftentimes we need experiences to encourage us and to push us to search for the truth. So I hope this hearing is one of those experiences for you, Colonel Grijaldo. Dahil ang layunin lang naman po natin dito ay hanapin gaano man kahirap ang katotohanan. Yun lang naman po ang hangarin natin. Wala nang iba. At kaya nga po yung dalawa po nating kinatawan na binanggit mo sa affidavit mo ay pansamantalang tumayo at umalis bilang chairman just to show that we are fair in handling this very sensitive issue. Because you made serious accusations in your affidavit, Colonel Grijaldo. And if indeed enlightenment has happened to you when you executed this affidavit, and you mentioned that you stand by your affidavit, so let's test whether or not it is the truth, Colonel Grijaldo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
As I have said, I will stand by. I am humbled by my experience, Your Honor.
I'm
with
sure
this,
you're
Your Honor,
but Mr. Colonel Grijaldo,
I will stand by with my statement.
You have to
under
understand
oath
one
in
thing.
the Senate, Your
You have
Honor.
to understand
And I
one
would like
thing
to
lang po.
invoke my
One
right
thing lang po.
for self-incrimination, Your
Opo,
Honor.
but you have to understand one thing, Colonel Grijaldo. Okay lang po yun kung para sa'yo. Ang problema ho, ang dami mong dinamay eh. Kung para sa'yo lang yon, hindi sana natin gagawing issue to eh. Ngunit ang idinamay mo dito ay mga taong walang kinalaman o mga inosente. Eh paano naman po sila? Paano naman po yung mga karapatan nila? Paano naman po yung boses nila? Paano naman yung katotohanan nila? Hindi pa po natin sila pahahalagahan dahil panghahawakan lang natin yung sinabi mong enlightenment mo? But they have their own rights too, Colonel Grijaldo. So Colonel Grijaldo, siguro wag na tayong paligoy-ligoy pa. With the permission of Mr. Chairman, Colonel Grijaldo, you made some serious accusations here. In fact, so serious that it was even carried by our media news for almost a week, 2 weeks. And because of your accusations, you've tarnished the very reputation and integrity of the committee and the House of Representatives. things that I will not allow dahil ito pong posisyon na inuupuan namin, ay ito po ay posisyon ng tiwala na ipinagkaloob sa amin ng taong nagtitiwala sa amin. At kailanman hindi ako papayag na may mga tao na magdudungis at magtatapon ng kasinungalingan para sirain ang integridad ng trabaho ng House of Representatives at syempre ng komitibang ito. So Colonel Grijaldo, sinabi mo po dito sa inyong sinumpang salaysay that you were persuaded
Your Honor,
and you said, ikaw naman, Colonel, ganito lang yan. Alangan namang walang insidente o mangyayari sa panahon na yon. I answered that I served as COP, Chief of Police in Mandaluyong during COVID-19 pandemic, and there were less crimes committed and we did not receive any reward from anyone. I added that we only receive funds as additional MOOE support fund for the Peace and Order Fund of the LGU. But dito po sa earlier part, sinabi mo that you were persuaded. Is true, Colonel Grijaldo?
Your Honor, I will stand by my statement in the Senate under oath, Your Honor, and I would like to invoke my right for self-incrimination, Your Honor.
That is out of order. Let it be of record that the statement made by this resource person is out of order. Please continue, Congressman Suarez.
Number 17, sinabi nyo dito, I then respectfully told Congressman Dan Fernandez that anyone can debunk my statement if I confirm the testimony of Colonel Garma about DDS in 1999. Since I was not a member of the PNP at that time and I have no knowledge as to the reward system. Additionally, I said that the work of policemen are noble that requires great sacrifice even without reward or award. It is our moral obligation and a call of duty to serve our country and our people. If I may continue, Colonel Grijaldo. At sinabi mo, Congressman Dan asked me, Colonel Garma, anong masabi mo sa kanya tungkol kay Barayuga? I politely told him I cannot comment on the case when I respectfully answered him, Sir, mahirap yan. Kasama kami sa nag-iimbestiga at hindi ko alam kung anong kinalaman niya at may investigasyon din kami, baka ma-incriminate ako, sir. Tama po ba ito, Colonel Grijaldo?
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
I will stand by my statement in the Senate under oath, Your Honor, and I would like to invoke my right for self-incrimination, Your Honor.
Again, the resource person is out of order, and let it be of record that he is continuously disrespecting this committee by refusing to answer appropriately to the questions propounded by the member. Alam mo, Colonel Fami, DSJJ, binibigyan ka namin ng pagkakataon dito eh. Noong nasa Senado ka, ang tapang-tapang mo eh. Bakit dito ay mo magtapang ka rito? Ipakita mo yung the same candor, the same tapang na pinakita mo doon. Di ba? Bakit hindi mo gawin yan dito ngayon? Nagtatago ka sa likod ng right against self-incrimination eh. Tinatanong sa'yo, relevant question. Matapang ka lang doon sa Senado kasi may kakampi ka. Dito ka magpakita ng tapang mo. Hindi yung nandoon ka lang. Alam mo, ang mahirap kasi sa'yo, gusto lang nating malaman ang katotohanan sa likod nito. Ang dami mo ng ginawa eh. Dinamay mo pa yung mga kasama na, hindi dahil sa kasama namin sila, kundi hindi tama ang nangyari at ginawa mo. You are trying to besmirch the reputation of this committee. Itong committee ito, hindi ito gawa-gawa lamang. Ito'y pinapayagan ng ating saligang batas. Ito'y pinapayagan at pinayagan ng 300 mahigit na membro ng Kongreso na kung saan ay merong mandato ng taong bayan. Kaya wag mong bastusin ito. Yung tapang mo, nawawala eh. Tawagin mo yung kakampi mo. Ang hirap, alam mo, ang Colonel, nag-imbento ka ng kwento. And then you speak about honor. And then you speak about the gospel of that was given to you by a priest, talking about honor, and which, yun, alam mo ba kung bakit mayroong honor? Pag hindi ka sinungaling, may honor ka. As simple as that. You're a police officer and you should have ang ano kasi, yun ang ano dito eh. DSJJ, you can
Well,
continue.
I totally understand the frustration of our chairman. In fact, it is the same place where I'm extracting my frustration from. No? Kasi nung Senate hearing, napanood ko yung binanggit mo, Colonel Grijaldo, at ako naman, araw-araw, hindi naman araw-araw, na tuwing magkakaroon ng Quadcom hearing, nandito ako. I make it a point to even come early. So, Colonel Grijaldo, you mentioned in your affidavit and even in the Senate hearing that you were coerced. Coerced by certain members of this committee. Totoo ba yun? Oo, hindi.
Your Honor, I would like to invoke
Oo,
my rights.
hindi.
for
It's a simple yes or
self-incrimination.
no.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Yun lang po yun. Sabi mo, truth, di ba?
Your Honor, I
Sabi
would
mo,
like to invoke my
enlightenment,
right
di
to
ba?
self-incrimination, Your
Di ba
Honor.
sinabi mo, gospel truth, di ba? When you talk of God, there's only right and wrong. There's nothing in between. You want to talk about honor, Colonel Grijaldo? Kung gusto mo, Colonel Grijaldo, mag-usap tayo tungkol sa integridad ng isang tao, eh ang pagsabi ng katotohanan is the simplest way to show honor. Na hindi ka nagtatago at hindi ka nagsisinungaling. Kasi we're talking about serious issues here, Colonel Grijaldo. Isipin mo mga EJK victims na nandito. Libo-libong taong namatay nung panahon ng nakaraang administrasyon. Buhay ng Pilipino ang pinag-uusapan natin dito. So Colonel Grijaldo, babalikan ko lang. Totoo ba? Oo, hindi. Na merong pumilit sa iyo na magsalita na hindi naaayon sa katotohanan dito sa Quadcom.
Your Honor, I would like to invoke my right for self-incrimination, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
What is the point of order, Congressman Ako?
The resource person has not answered my question a while ago, and he's still invoking his right against self-incrimination, which is improper. Even the Supreme Court decisions say so. You're just telling me your ignorance of the law. You cannot invoke your right against self-incrimination. Tell me if you have a criminal case against you regarding this issue. Galing ako sa serbisyo, iho, pero nakakahiya ka. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pag ako na magtatanong,
Thank you.
sasagot ka. Dahil isasite kita in contempt again.
Thank you, Congressman
Sir Chair.
Ako.
Sir Chair, just a
I'm
quick
surprised why he became an officer. Yes,
Just
are you
want
done?
to-
Are you done, DSJJ?
Just a last point lang, Mr. Chair, kay
Oh.
Colonel Grijaldo. Before Congressman Adjong, I know naman may good friend is very generous with his time. Colonel Grijaldo, sa maraming pagkakataon na inimbitahan ka ng Quadcom, pagkatapos mo magsalita sa Senate, hindi ka nagpakita. At ang dinadahilan mo ay meron kang left shoulder injury. Tama po ba yon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was that incriminating, Colonel Grijaldo? Was that answer to your shoulder incriminating? Di naman, di ba? Ang dinadahilan nyo, kaya hindi kayo nakakadalo, dahil maya po kayo ipinapasok sa Pasig Hospital dahil nag-undergo po kayo ng therapy sa inyong kaliwang balikat. Tama po ba yon, Colonel Grijaldo?
I have my left shoulder operation, Your Honor.
You have your...
Left shoulder operation, Your Honor.
So inopera din po kayo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Tapos, Colonel Grijaldo, ang nakakapagtaka po, yung ilan sa mga pinadala nyo pong mga dahilan kung bakit hindi po kayo makakadalo ay galing sa isang klinika na matatagpuan sa isang mall. Bakit hindi po orthopedic doctor ang nag-issue ng medical certificate ninyo kundi isang clinic na matatagpuan sa isang mall?
The doctor who operated me, Your Honor, is a professional, Your Honor.
I'm not asking you whether or not your doctor is a professional. I hope he's a professional.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because if he wasn't a professional, then may God be with you because he conducted surgery on you.
Yes, Your Honor.
So thank God he's a professional. Asking the qualifications of your surgeon. I'm asking kung sa sobrang laki ng dinadala mong problema sa inyong balikat at kinailangan po itong operahan, bakit isang klinika sa isang mall ang nag-issue ng medical certificate mo at hindi isang orthopedic surgeon?
That is not a clinic, Your Honor. It is a hospital, Pasig Hospital, that responsible in giving medical certificate, Your Honor.
I suggest, Colonel Grijaldo, you refresh your memory. Kasi yung isa sa mga una mong pinadala sa amin ay nung amin pong sinearch yung address, mall po ang location niya. So again, Colonel Grijaldo, I'm asking you, it's not too hard. Sasabi lang po kayo ng katotohanan. Kayo po ba nung panahon yun ay umiiwas dito dahil nakapagsalita kayo sa Senado? Colonel Grijaldo?
No, Your Honor. It is a necessary,
Kasi kung
Your Honor, to have my operation, Your Honor.
Kasi kung hindi
And
po
I
kayo...
am suffering a pain on that time, Your Honor.
Oh.
Because this happened during my cadetship, Your Honor. And during that time, there were no operation being conducted na nangyari at kumikirot po talaga to, Your Honor. And we have no reason to escape or to not going to this honorable Quadcom committee, Your Honor, because I was able to attend 4 Quadcom hearing, Your Honor, and I was already giving my statement, Your Honor.
Opo. Yes, you were attending. In fact, I would see you in the back. Kaya nga nagulat ako nung nakapagsalita ka ng mga hindi makatarungang mga statements at nakapagbitaw ka sa Senado nung nagkaroon ng hearing doon. Nagulat na lang po ako pagkatapos niyo po magsalita doon, bigla na lang po naging unavailable na kayo. Bigla na lang sumakit ang balikat ninyo. At bigla na lang kinailangan na maoperahan ang balikat ninyo.
Your Honor. It will incur considerable amount, Your Honor, for the payment of the operation. And I'm still contemplating to find money for that operation, Your Honor. And I was been confined on that hospital. The option was given to relieve the pain was only to have therapy. And I asked the doctor, period, hindi pa ako maka-attend, na sabi ko, i-therapy lang muna, Doc. Then, kung makapag-produce na ako ng considerable amount for the payment of the
Alam
operation,
mo, Colonel
I will,
Galdo, kayo po
I
ay
will
isang,
submit for an operation, Your Honor.
kayo po ay isang police officer. Kung nandito lang sana si Congressman P.M. Vargas, sasabihin niya po kayo, papakita niya yung 2 tornilyo niya sa balikat niya. At sinabi niya, pagkatapos po ng operahan siya at lagyan ng tornilyo sa balikat, kinabukasan nagtrabaho na po siya. Kaya yung sinasabi po ninyong konting dislocation at konting operation at naging dahilan para hindi po mag-attend sa mga Quadcom hearings, medyo nakakapagtaka po yun. So anyway, Mr. Chair, I would give my time and to the other interpellators. I would just like, Mr. Chair, to request na sana matapos na po natin itong topic ni Grijaldo and the two Kongs so that we can move forward with the other EJK issues. Because it's something that we need to resolve immediately so that we can benefit from the wisdom of Congressman Benny Abante as chairman and to whatever Congressman Dan Fernandez can contribute to Quadcom, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Suarez. The next to interpolate is Congressman Adyong. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It will not take me 10 minutes to ask my question. In fact, this is me after the question of Congressman Lord Dansuan. Just to zero in issue of why it took for the district police to create an investigation task force. Kasi doon po yung nag-intriga sa akin. Tama po ba, I will not discuss anything about your affidavit, Colonel, to ask you straight questions, and I hope you
Yes,
will
Your
not
Honor.
invoke your right against self-incrimination. Now, is it correct that when the Barayug murder happened, that was during your time as the chief of the Mandaluyong City Police?
Yes, Your Honor.
And immediately after, when the murder took place on the same day, you all immediately conducted an investigation. Is it correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And sino yung head ng investigative team na ito? Kasi parang hindi ho kayo, sabi niyo po sa committee ito ay hindi kayo yung directly na nag-imbestiga, but you rather form a team and you had assigned or delegated someone in your office or in your police district to handle the investigation. Tama po ba? Sino yun?
No, Your Honor. It is the duty investigation because
Okay.
we are on a duty basis, Your Honor. Every day there is a duty investigator to be available in any incident happen to respond for that.
So makatuwid, you're in the office, you order, and there's a duty investigation, meaning sila yung nag-respond doon sa crime scene, sila yung nag-collect ng mga kung ano man ebidensya na makokolekta nila. You mentioned also about CCTV at sila yung gumawa ngayon at binigay sa iyo. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. The duty SDO, Your Honor, to make a report to the district, Your Honor, because we are on a hierarchy, Your Honor.
No. I'm asking you, Colonel, from the very start, gusto ko lang maintindihan yung regular process of investigation. So nangyari itong krimen, nakita natin yung video,
Yes,
di ba?
sir.
May bumarel na identified, di ba? So pumunta doon yung mga sila yung nagkolekta, I don't know, pumunta ba ang Soko, nagkolekta sila ng mga ebidensya, and then yung kinakolekt nila, nireport nila, sinubmit nila sa iyo. Tama ba aking pagkakaintindi yung proseso?
The Your Honor is given to the duty SDO, Your Honor.
Okay. Part report, hindi pa
Immediately.
tapos yan ha? Hindi pa conclusive, hindi
Hindi,
ba?
only relevant information na 5W and 1H, Your Honor.
Oo.
And immediately, it will be sent through to the operation of the district.
Not
unit.
directly to you?
No, Your Honor.
Why?
Because we have some delegated officer that time, Your Honor, responsible to send the report, Your Honor.
So in terms of hierarchy, Mr. Chair, just want to be clarified. In terms of hierarchy, you're the chief of Mandaluyong City Police.
Yes, Your Honor.
Before it reaches a much higher level, it has to go pass through your office, hindi ba?
Minsan kasi, Your Honor, pagka chief of police ka, Your Honor, you have to supervise only. There is a duty SDO and the duty investigator. So sila yung nag-aano po ng report, Your Honor, and they just inform me about the incident. But at that time, Your Honor, I was there also in the incident. So just to read on the report being submitted, to be submitted to the district level.
So
Your Honor.
do you mean to say that all of the murder cases that are being investigated ay nagka-create sila ng special investigation task force na diretso sila sa district na hindi na sila pupunta sa iyo? Is that what you're telling us?
Hindi naman lahat ng murder cases, Your Honor, nagkakaroon
Okay,
ng
so
SITG.
what made the Barayuga case?
Because
Did you request for the creation of special investigative task force? Because I don't medyo nahihirapan kong intindihin kasi kayo po yung police chief, hindi ba? So everything that happens in your territory or area of jurisdiction, it must pass through to you before it reaches a much higher level.
Yes,
Tama
Your
po.
Honor.
Is that
Yes, Your Honor.
tama po yung aking
Yes, Your Honor.
pagkakaintindi? No. Itong Barayuga murder case, supposedly, ang front line of command to you, ang pupunta talaga dyan ay yung mga unang magre-responde, mag-iimbestiga. Diba? Hindi naman necessarily ang police mismo, chief of police. Kasi sa laki ng area of jurisdiction mo, hindi naman lahat ng barangay dyan o kung saan mismo nangyari ang murder, halimbawa, yung crime of sin, pupuntahan mo, tama po yun, hindi naman ho kaya yun.
Yes,
That's why
Your
you have to delegate.
Yes.
Now, but before it reaches the level of, say, for example, district office, it must pass through to you. Di
Yes,
ho
Your
ba?
Honor. Yes,
Tama.
Your Honor.
So yun ang gusto ko maintindihan. Is this a regular occurrence? Like every murder case, meron ay nagka-create kayo ng special investigation task force?
May determination, Your Honor.
Okay, what are the determination? What made
involving
this Barayuga case so unique in a sense that it has to create a special investigation task force? Because Mr. Chairman, to me, the impression is that parang it was taken from you, the investigation. So what made the Barayuga murder case a special case for the district level to take jurisdiction over the investigation of this case?
On our PNP manual, Your Honor, there is a qualification for a case to be or subjected to SITG. That time, it is a government official and a high profile yung naging victim ng crime.
Is it also part of the reason why the much higher hierarchy or office to take over doon sa mga cases of investigation when there's also say for example an allegation or anything na remiss o na overlook na hindi nila mabigyan or hindi i-allow or hindi i-continue yung isang mas mababang opisina kasi something about the investigation may be remiss. That's why a much superior or much higher office needs to take over. Di ba isa yun sa mga requirement o criteria na minimension mo?
Yung nangyari po, Your Honor, is kami lang sana dapat gumawa ng investigation. But pinalaki natin pinabroad natin yung mga magiging involved dun sa paggandak na investigation kaya nagkaroon tayo ng SITG. Hindi rin inalisan kami ng function dun sa ano. We also a member of the SITG, Your Honor.
So what was
Dinagdagan lang yung composition para mapabilis po yung pagkandak ng investigation, kasama na yung CIDG, para magkaroon ng consolidated effort na ma-resolve po yung kaso, Your Honor.
So what was your initial investigation, your report, before the Special Investigation Task Force was created? Did you have?
We submitted the investigation report that we have, initial investigation report and the progress report that we have to the district level, Your Honor, to the D7 or the District Investigation Detection Management Unit. Kasi sila na yung nagko-collate po ng lahat ng report coming from those members of the SITG. Kunyari, nakakuha sila ng report dun sa SOCO, isasubmit din ng SOCO yung report dun sa investigation, co-collate din, magka-come up ng nagmi-meeting ho yan, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Every time
okay.
there will be a meeting. So, kung ano yung ano ng member, pag ano nung chairman ng SITG, he'll just, the Chief of Police, Colonel Grijaldo, you conduct to follow up on this matter. CIDG, you follow up on this. Then, every week, we have this meeting for us to sum up with the, to analyze on the, or to assess on the reports that being gathered by different units in that time, Your Honor.
So your initial investigation and your report, yung progress report, so I presume when you use the term progress, ibig sabihin it's an evolving investigation, hindi ba? Your initial report you submitted to the SITF, TG, I'm sorry. Was there any portion of your initial report that was changed?
No, Your Honor. It is approved initially by the IOC and the Chief Investigation at to my level, then isasubmit namin yung report na nila na gather nila. Then it will be received properly by the IDM. Kung ano yung sinubmit, in toto po yun, Your Honor. Kung ano yung content ng yun din ang report na nandun sa kanila, Your Honor.
So the succeeding investigation as a follow-up complemented your initial report. Yung parang gusto niyong sabihin sa komite? That nothing was changed? Nothing was even improved on?
Hindi ho tayo immediately, Your Honor, na magkukulod kasi nga we could not file a case unless it is airtight,
No,
Your
before
Honor.
tayo mag-file, what I'm asking you is that your initial report that you have arrived at as a product and a result of your immediate investigation of the murder in the murder in the scene of the crime.
Yes, Your Honor.
Was there any portion of there that was improved, changed?
Hindi namin binabago yung
No. I'm asking about kasi progress, di ba? So it could be mayroon bang na-amend? Okay, I'll use the word na na-amend or na-improve. Was there any portion of your report, initial report, that was probably changed because of a new evidence that corroborated this kind of angle, yung angling, ganito? Meron bang sa report ninyo na mas na-improve o na-amend ng Special Investigation Task Force?
It is the head of the SITG, Your Honor, to
No, I know.
improve.
I'm just asking you yes or no. Was there? Na may nakita kayong portion na mas na change yung tono or yung manner by which you were arrived a certain hindi naman conclusion kasi progress siya. Pero kumbaga yung assessment ninyo before na nung nag-take over ang SITG, then kulang pa ito, then we will improve on this. Was there any portion of your initial report that was changed or amended?
In the station level, Your Honor.
Kasi
Hindi-
progressive sabi mo, di ba? So it has to evolve, hindi ho ba? And for some portion, it has to change one way or the other kasi progressive report ito eh. It continues on. Was there any portion of the initial report that was changed or amended?
Your Honor, the term we're using, Your Honor, is the progress report in terms of the continuing investigation being conducted. Like, shall we say, on the progress report, we send personnel to gather the CCTV. Then we made that report as progress report. But it's not conclusive yet, Your Honor, unless otherwise it will be collated from different members of the SITG, Your Honor.
Yes. Mr. Chair, I'd like to know how long did the Special Investigation Task Force took effect?
It took effect immediately.
How long the duration of the investigation?
To have a resolution of the SITG, it needs 6 months, Your Honor. Then if it is not been resolved, it will be turned over to the CIDG as a cold case, Your Honor.
So 6 months itong ginawa.